Chapter 21, Fade to Black. Manny downed another shot of tequila and winced before he took a long swig from his Modelo. The sharp, smoky taste of the tequila mixed with the cool, soothing, mellow flavor of the beer as he stared up at the TV screen. The Cubs were playing the Cardinals. It wasn't looking good. "So you in, man?" asked Martin. Martin was one of Manny's longtime friends. They'd grown up together in the system and were almost like brothers. Manny looked down just above his shoulder to make eye contact with the several inches shorter Martin. He could see the drunken, energetic sheen shimmer in his friend's eyes. It was the same look he always got when he thought they'd be making a big score. They'd first met at the Catholic Charities on Roosevelt when they were both 8 years old, and ended up in getting into a fighting in the daycare. Since then, they'd been like brothers. They were both orphans, Martin taken away from his unprepared mother by the system, and his father had been deported. Manny, he'd been born into the system. He was left as a baby, and like Martin bounced from orphanage to home to charity, and round it went. He'd always been called by his birth name, Emmanuel, by the nuns, fathers, social workers, and foster parents, but he preferred Manny. It drew less attention to him since he was mixed. That was another thing he and Martin shared in common and had bonded over, but they had seldom talked about it in the 14 years they'd known one another. Martin's mum was black. Manny had met her once, a long time ago, when she tried to get custody of Martin. She'd come to visit the SOS village he and Manny had been staying at. That was the day he almost thought he and Martin were going to get into a fight again, but instead, he just sat there and split a joint and a pack of smokes with his friend as Martin tried not to cry. Martin's dad must have been Mexican, or at least that was what Martin had told him. Some runner with the cartels down there or something. Manny did know who his parents were, not really. He'd looked into it once when he was a kid, but didn't get very far with the records being closed and such. It was stupid that he couldn't even look into his own birth records and details, at least not all of it. From what little he knew, his dad was dead, and he'd never been able to find out the arsehole's name. The only thing he'd ever got from him as far as he knew was his last name, Lamont. As for his mum, she'd given him up, and unlike Martin's mum, she'd never looked back. In some ways, he kind of resented Martin for not trying to work things out with his mum, but he got it. "Hoolah! Earth to Manny! You there, drunk ass?" asked Martin loudly before he reached up to slap Manny on the face. Manny quickly batted Martin's hand aside. "Oral, yeah, I hear you. So what's up?" Martin shook his head. "You weren't listening, cabrone." Manny rolled his eyes and took another sip of his beer as the corner of his mouth turned up in a smirk. Martin looked around and then grinned as he saw the smirk spread over Manny's face. "Ah, pendejo. Motherfucker. You can't be screwing with me like this, man. This is it. Big time after this, brother." Manny nodded and polished off the final dregs of beer in the bottom of the bottle, sucking them. Down before he set the bottle down on the countertop. "You got this, man. I'm short, but I'll get you next time. Fucking fat pinch whap shorted me for the radio." Manny just rolled his eyes and dug his hand deep into his pocket as pushed his long, dark bangs from his eyes and dropped a 10 and a 20 down on the bar. "You should have asked for more, man. That shit almost got us caught," grumbled Manny. "CC, I know, right." Manny followed after his shorter, darker-skinned friend, watching as Martin pulled his worn Cubs beanie from his pocket and tugged it down over his short, dark, coarse hair. Manny grabbed his hoodie and flicked it up over his shoulder-length dark brown locks before he stuffed his light olive-skinned hands into the pockets of his hood as the door opened and the scent of the hot summer night streets of Chicago shot into the bar, the smell of smog, gas, exhaust, and the mix of Mexican and Italian food that greeted them as they stepped out into the night. Martin moved quickly down the sidewalk as he zipped up his light red jumper. Manny moved in, close beside him, and kept his voice down as they crossed the street and moved down past the park. "So what? You go in around the front and keep him watching you, then I go in and what? Pop. Him from behind. Who's the trigger man?" Martin looked about and fell silent as they passed by a cop seated in his car and parked up along the side of the road. They could barely make out the cop inside thanks to the dim light coming off of his computer screen. They remained silent as they moved by. They could feel the cop's eyes on them, and Manny turned to glance back. Yup, still watching. Manny and Martin rounded the corner, turning east towards the waterfront. You are, Martin finally answered as he pulled a small, glossy, black, snub-nosed revolver from the inside of his jumper and palmed it to Manny. Manny took the gun and felt his pace quicken. He'd never killed before, but if this got them in with the Kings, or any of the gangs, then he was in. He felt the weight of the warm, smooth metal in his hand. He was tired of getting shitty payouts and doing crappy lifts on the street. The real money was in boosting or dealing, but you didn't do that without permission from the right people, or without giving up a big cut, unless you were in. He took in a deep breath and let out a sigh as he pocketed the gun quickly. Orale, I got you, bro. I got one too. In case shit goes bad, man. We roll together, right? Hermanos. Yeah, this is it, man. Big times after this. We're fucking in, Martin said as he punched Manny in the arm. Manny grinned and nodded as he rubbed at his arm gently. Yeah, gotta send a message to get in? Martin nodded and smiled, but fell silent as the storefront of Churro Palace came into view. An old brownstone converted into a storefront and restaurant on the first floor, with the kitchen in the basement and an apartment upstairs. The guy had gone to the cops and got a member of the Kings busted. Now he had to make up for it, and they had the rare chance to prove themselves. Manny nodded to Martin and headed around back as Martin moved up to the front of the store and went inside. He could hear the bell above the door chime. Manny began to make his way around back, head swiveling about nervously as he looked from right to left. He slipped his hand into his hoodie pocket and pulled out the gun Martin gave him. Manny moved up against the side of the building and quickly checked out the gun to make sure it was properly loaded. In the dim light that managed to make it into the alley between the brownstones, Manny could barely see the backs of the rounds glinting gently. He took in a deep breath and stepped away from the side of the building before he slowly moved down the alley. Manny stepped over the spilled trash and was careful not to bump up against the dumpster that stank of spoiled sugar and dough. He turned the corner and was surprised to see a man standing there waiting for him. He was short, built, stocky, and covered in ink from his neck down, with long black unkempt hair hanging down about his shoulders. A stern frown only accentuated by his thick handlebar mustache as his gaze settled on Manny. Manny hesitated for a moment, not sure if they were supposed to be here to watch or what. He felt his adrenaline surge as the man moved toward him to try and grab him. Manny raised the gun to shoot. Click, click, asterisk. Nothing happened. No bang, just nothing. Manny didn't have long enough to react as confusion set in. He swung blindly at the man with the revolver as hard and fast as he could and caught a cross in his face. He heard the bone crack and felt a hot spray of blood across his face and hand. But the man hardly flinched. What happened next horrified him. Manny watched as the split and slightly caved-in cheek of the man suddenly popped back out with a sickening wet crunch as the split, dangling flesh began to instantly re-knit. Manny reached out to shove the man back, but it was like trying to push a brick wall. There was no give. A rough, calloused, large hand that seemed just a bit too large for the short, stout man they were belonged to reached out and grasped Manny by the throat swiftly. Manny choked as his vision to begin to go black around the edges just before a heavy fist came down toward his face and filled his field of vision. Everything went black. Manny took in a sharp breath and coughed. He tasted blood and could smell flour and confectioner's sugar. It reminded him of the hot crossed buns the nuns used to make at the CC. Orale, he is risen, said a familiar voice. It was Martin, but his voice sounded dull, far off. Manny's head throbbed with a sharp pain, one he was familiar with. He'd been knocked out. Manny groaned as his amber-brown eyes opened and looked about the basement storeroom. The short, bulky, tattooed guy from before was standing beside the stairwell like a robot, unmoving, unblinking, and barely breathing. Not far from him were two other guys, one in a long-sleeved black shirt with a number of golden chains dangling around his neck, the other in a black and yellow flat-brimmed bull cap and a white t-shirt with a yellow dew-rag on his head. Off in the corner, not too far away, was a third guy on the phone. He was more tattooed than the other two men, but not so much as the robot man by the door. He was dressed in a black and yellow bumblebee-striped collared t-shirt that looked off-brand. The last one was Martin, who was only about 3 feet away, gun in hand. Manny tried to move, but felt his arms and ankles tug against several layers of duct tape holding him down to the metal chair, tearing a few hairs from his arms painfully. Blood stained his shirt, and he could feel it drying on his chin and under his nose. He could tell his nose was broken. Holmes, mi hermano, what did I say right? After this we are in. Will, I'm in. Sorry, bro, but you know how things go. This is a dog-eat-dog world, Martin said as he leaned in close and ran a hand through Manny's hair before giving him a slap on the cheek, making his head throb all the more. Si, Coyote, it's taken care of, said the guy on the phone as he looked up to Martin and then to Manny. Later, hermano, said Martin as he raised the gun and pressed it to Manny's head. Hey, stop, screamed the guy on the phone as he quickly lowered it and rushed forward, while at the same moment the unmoving, stony-faced psycho in the corner began to move as well, both trying to stop Martin. The other two men looked up in confusion but began to follow suit. It was too late. BLAM**. Val sat in the pilot's seat of the ATV and stared out at the cyberscape that stretched out before him like veins of light and information running across the country. It crisscrossed out through the air and ran along through the road as far as his eyes could see. Cellular communications, radio signals, power lines, the grid. He could see it all. As the ATV cruised along, he slowly pored over files and information, gathering clues about the gods. Most of it was just myths, legends, fairy tales, and stories about heroes of old. However, Val was slowly piecing together what little information he could find to separate fact from fiction. The Three Musketeers, the Count of Monte Cristo, Robin Hood, and more. They'd all been real, but perhaps not in the way they were presented in fiction. It only made him even more curious as to the events unfolding. But there were so many puzzle pieces still out of place, he couldn't even see the big picture. Too much information to sift through, and Prometheus wasn't giving him any hints. Jack was passed out in the back, having unfurled one of the fold-out benches to use as a makeshift bed. Cassie had taken the other one. Prometheus, or Jonas as everyone preferred to call him, was seated at the back of the bus between the 3D printer and CNC table. He'd been toying around with his smartphone for the last 24 hours since they left Phoenix, watching videos on YouTube, documentaries on Netflix, and a variety of other things Jack, Cassie, and Val had recommended to him. Jonas had wanted to catch up on everything he'd missed since the 70s, and was just getting into the Dark Knight series of movies. Val had been watching all of this over the grid, hoping Jonas would maybe drop some extra clue, but it seemed everything he was interested in was more pop culture and the like. It was annoying. So Val had kind of tuned Jonas out and begun doing his own research, but still had one of his proxies watching the wily old immortal. It was strange, he didn't seem to sleep, or really get tired for that matter, though Val was almost certain that he did sleep. Val still slept, but it was strange now. He didn't really dream so much anymore as go dormant. It was like recharging a battery, but even when his body was unconscious, his mind continued to work like he was awake. Currently, he too was passed out, but even being physically unconscious, he could still consciously search the grid and pilot the ATV as easy as walking and chewing bubblegum. Suddenly, Jonas's phone began to ring. Val immediately tried to trace the call. He backtracked it as far as Maryland, but then hit a sudden wall of data that stopped him in his tracks. Val grit his teeth and thought about trying to punch through the data wall, but it was best just to eavesdrop for the moment. His consciousness shifted back to the ATV and into Prometheus's phone, where it had partially been for nearly the last day. "So, is he there?" said Jonas in a cool and collected manner. "No, ballistic again. He's there and he's got the target. Loki will probably be inbound. He beat us." "To it again, Jonas. We gotta stop this. He's already got one elemental and now the spawn of Hades." "Yes, but we're gaining on him. Wire the information to me. Ooh, what do they call it?" asked Jonas in a mildly annoyed fashion. Val inwardly winced. "Text," replied the man's voice on the other end of the line. "Yes, that. Text me the address, we're nearly there," replied Jonas. "Good. Jonas, keep my baby girl safe." She gets hurt and I'll make you wish you were back on that rock. She's all I got, and she wasn't supposed to find out. You better take care of her, Jonas, said the man again. It was enough for a quick search to reveal who Val thought the man probably was, Cassie's father. But why was Jonas speaking with a general? Jonas paused for a moment, then said, I will, like she was one of my own. The call ended, and Jonas took in a slow breath before he stood and moved over to slap Jack's boots with the back of his hand. Wake up. Jack groaned and opened his eyes, squinting at Jonas before he sat up. What? You moved the fastest, and Loki beat us to the punch again. We're closing in on him, though. He's kidnapped someone else and is holding them hostage, said Jonas, just as his phone buzzed. Here, he said, holding the phone out towards Jack. Jack sighed and groaned as he began to wipe the sleep from his eyes as he looked at the screen, seeing an address texted from a blocked number. I'll be your eyes and ears, came Val's voice from the speakers around the van. Jack and Val both looked around at the unexpected voice, but recognized it. Jonas nodded, and Jack grinned and stood before he moved over to the door of the ATV and opened it. Wind rushed in as asphalt zipped by below. Cool, I always wanted one of those new computer assistant things. Didn't think that thing was coming out until this fall. Hey Val, what's the travel time to my destination? Said Jack before stepping out of the door. Cassie groaned as she sat up, just in time to watch as her godfather leapt out the door of the ATV. Manny! Dark voices whispered and growled almost in unison. Everything was dark, darkness more pitch black and all-consuming than anything Manny had ever seen, and voices from the darkness, voices that were both soft and deep and loud, though also soft and shrill that came and went, like a whisper and a rush, a wind. Manny couldn't feel anything, not even himself. He couldn't see anything other than the suffocating darkness that engulfed him. But the voices called out again. Manny! The voices almost mocked in a teasing tone as they called out. What the fuck? Thought Manny. Get up, Manny, screamed the otherworldly voices. What? What's going on? Where am I? Why can't I feel anything? His voice echoed like he was speaking into a well through a sheet, echoing out into the surrounding blackness that was his eternity now. You're dead, Manny. You're dead. They killed you, Manny, the voices said calmly and coldly, like they were scolding a child as they roared out loudly at first and then fell to a low, rumbling growl. Martin, I remember. That's right, said the dark, menacing voices in an almost mocking sing-song way. He killed you, smiled at you, and put a bullet through your fucking brain. Once again, the voices started calmly, swirling about Manny before crashing in on him like a deafening wave. Manny said nothing. He remained silent as he felt his anger building. Manny grimaced and gritted his teeth, grinding them together. They felt sharp, razor-sharp. Manny clenched his fists and felt his knife-like fingernails sink into the thick, powerful palms of his large hands. And how does that make you feel, Manny? Whispered the voices softly. Manny said nothing, remaining silent as his face twisted into a snarling, disfigured frown. How does that make you feel? Came the thunderous boom of the otherworldly voices. Fucking pissed, okay, shouted Manny as his rage built to inside of him and began to bubble over, uncontainable. A life wasted, a friendship wasted, for nothing. They needed to pay for what they did. No, they needed to suffer. They needed to feel everything they'd inflicted on him and on others a tenfold, and not just them. Good! And what are you going to do about it, Manny? Are you just going to lay there like a corpse and rot? Or are you going to do something about it? I'm going to fucking rip their goddamn heads off. Manny's voice echoed into he dark in a monstrous, wrathful cry. Good, then get up and let them feel our wrath. What the fuck were you thinking, cabrone? We were supposed to turn him over alive. Shit. Fuck. Coyote is going to be fucking pissed about this man. Martin still held the smoking revolver in his hand as a look of confusion spread across his face. Why? I mean, you said take care of it. So I did. Polo Shirt sighed and rested his head in his hand. But he wanted him alive, estupido. How the fuck was I supposed to know? Said Martin with a look of mixed shock and confusion as He tried to defend his actions. Polo Shirt rolled his eyes and held out the phone towards Martin. "You explain what you just did. This is between you two." A brief flash of golden light came from just behind Polo Shirt, and suddenly an olive-skinned man with a finely trimmed mustache and slicked-back ebony hair, dressed in an immaculate crimson suit with golden embroidery, was standing there. "Tell me what, gentlemen," said Loki with a smile. All of the men, with the exception of Ballistic, jumped and spun to face the flash of light before going stiff as they saw the finely dressed man standing there behind them at the foot of the stairs, right beside Ballistic. None of them said anything for a moment. "Tell me what, Martin?" said Loki as he moved forwards and leaned in closer to Martin so they were eye to eye. Martin said nothing, but a creak and groan from the metal chair behind him drew everyone's attention. Eyes shifted from Martin and their finely dressed boss over to the corpse of Manny. Light shone through the gaping bullet hole that pierced his skull, showing the gooey, deep red insides of his skull and the remains of his brain. Bits of off-red brain matter and blood oozed from the hole and ran down his face. The body twitched suddenly, and the blood running from the hole in Manny's head turned black as ink. Manny's eyes shot open, but they were no longer the deep brown amber from before. They were so black they seemed to absorb the light. Manny's shark-like eyes looked forwards at the group of men huddled together as wispy, smoke-like shadow began to pour from his eyes as his mouth opened in a vile, rage-filled, monstrous roar that shook dust from the rafters above and was so loud and deafening it forced all but Loki and Ballistic to cover their ears and cower. The shadowy smoke poured forth from Manny's eyes and opened mouth like cascading waterfalls and rushed over him, then began to pool in his lap and swirl around him like one of the many dirt devils that tore down Chicago's windy streets. As the shadow coalesced around Manny, his body seemed to swell in size and take on a horrific, demonic visage. "Oh, you fucked up. Well then, goodbye, gentlemen. Enjoy your eternity in the underworld," said Loki. He waved his hand, and in a sudden flash of blinding golden light, both he and Ballistic were gone. He disappeared just before a beam of inky, shadowy, black-light-colored energy tore through the spot where he and Ballistic had been standing, scattering the golden flakes of magic that hung about in the air like dust on the wind. The blast impacted the wall, shattering and instantly crumbling the concrete, decaying it away to little more than dust and pebbles. Martin and the two thugs moved for their guns as Polo moved to run up the stairs. Martin leveled his revolver and began to squeeze the trigger, firing off shot after shot in vain. The bullets impacted the shadow-wrapped, hulking ebony form of his one-time friend that now towered over him at over 8 feet tall, but to no avail. The rounds collided with the hard, black, fleshy form and flattened on impact. A huge, clawed, shimmering black hand shot out from the shadows and grasped Martin by the head as he screamed out in terror. He pissed himself from sheer fright on an instinctual level to survive. It didn't help. His cries of anguish and terror only rose as the black palm of his murdered friend obscured his vision and his claws dug into the back of his scalp. Hot blood ran from Martin's head and down the back of his neck, soaking into his bright red jumper and staining it with the deep crimson life-giving liquid. His cries built in a fever pitch as popping and tearing filled the air. A wet, sickening sound could be heard as Martin's head came away from his shoulders along with part of his neck and spinal column. His mouth hung open in a gurgling scream as foamy bubbles of blood dripped from his mouth while his tongue hung free to the side and body fell lifelessly to the floor with a thud. Opaque threads of silver and white light seemed to be pulled from Martin's lifeless eyes and corpse and into the shadows surrounding the horrific creature before suddenly ceasing as his soul was ripped from his lifeless flesh. Manny, or what had been Manny only a few moments ago, spread two large bat-like wings outwards that nearly filled the basement of the brownstone with their immensity. Both thugs turned to flee and chase after Polo, only to watch as a dozen tendrils of pure, inky blackness shot out from the shadows inside those ebony, fleshy wings and coiled about Polo's wrists, neck, ankles, and feet, as the same thing happened to them. All three men were lifted from the ground by those long, serpentine pseudopods and drawn in towards the darkness surrounding what had once been Manny. Their screams of terror and pain echoed out of Churro Palace and into the streets of Chicago before going silent a few seconds later as their lives were ended and souls were taken. Chapter 22. Fight the Power. Val had to admit he was impressed as he followed along Jack's path. By tapping into the satellite signals, Google Maps, and calculating speed of travel and destination, Val was able to plot a good course for Jack. Still, with him not having a headset, Bluetooth, or anything like that, he had to get creative to communicate with Jack. He'd have to fix that later. So, instead of conventional means, Val began to feed Jack information by scrawling turns, address, and traffic conditions to Jack via billboards, TVs, and programmable business signs on the street. You couldn't outrun the grid. By taking control of the traffic boards, Val was able to direct and control the flow of traffic to give Jack a nearly clear shot toward his destination, as well as limit the flow of traffic in and out of the area. Through security cameras and police traffic cams, Val could see where Jack was going already. Churro Palace. Digging into financials, payrolls, and the family history of the owner, it was easy to see that the place was really a front for the Latin kings. The security camera inside was a live feed, and the footage showed the day's goings-on. The most recent was a young guy, around Val's age, heading inside and being gestured into the back by the owner, who was stood behind the glass counter displaying the various fried, sugar-coated treats. There was no camera around back in the alleyway, and nothing in the basement. Those city records at least had the layout of the building on file. "He's getting close. Any second now," Val's voice called out through the speakers as he continued to sleep soundly in the pilot's chair of the ATV. "Well, step on it. He may need our help or something. Wait, are you even awake?" said Cassie as she stared out through the windshield before noticing that Val was drooling some. "Wake up, Looser," screamed Cassie before shoving Val, nearly pushing him out of the chair. That was enough to do it. He groaned and grasped the seat of the chair to keep from falling out of it as he sat up. "Hey, I can multitask," he said groggily. Jonas just grinned and cleared his throat. "Mr. Technikov, would you mind giving us a visual of the area, and audio if possible?" Val nodded and grinned as he took the wheel. The windshield changed over along with the windows of the vehicle, showing a live display of the area. It was made using previous street scans, live footage, and the audio off of Jack's phone, along with the store's interior, and a few other businesses' cameras he'd temporarily borrowed to make use of. Jack turned at the last street and sped down past the police car that was parked across the street from the city park. He covered the remaining blocks in little time at all. He could feel the heat radiating off the soles of his boots and smell the faint scent of burning rubber. He'd need to get something better, or he was going to burn through these shoes as well. Jack smelled something else, though. He could faintly smell gunfire and blood as he slowed and dropped into cover up alongside the neighboring brownstone to Churro Palace. He began to move along the brick wall toward the front door when he heard heavy footfalls coming up the stairs from below in the basement, and the scent of cold earth and decay. The sounds and the scent grew louder as the lights in the street outside and in the store began to dim. No, they weren't dimming. The darkness was growing deeper and overpowering the lights. "Val, what's going on?" asked Jack in a hushed tone after pulling his cell phone out as he slipped quietly along the side of the building toward the door. I don't know. I don't have cameras in the basement. The shop looks empty," answered Val. "Jack, it's Jonas. Whatever you do, don't fight him. We need him on our side if we hope to stand any chance." "Copy," said Jack flatly as he tucked his phone away and moved for the door. Just as he grasped the knob and began to turn, he could hear a loud bang, crash, and the sound of shattering glass come from inside the shop. Jack rushed inside and drew his sidearm on instinct from its concealed holster under his arm, leveling his .45, which now looked small in his hands, at he didn't know what. The door that led to the basement was splintered, with parts of it now embedded in the floor, ceiling, the wooden base of the counter, and in the wall behind it. The shattered wooden door looked as if most of it had just barely missed the man now cowering behind the counter. Bits of splinters had cut half of his aged, tanned face. Jack could make out the hulking figure standing in the door, but just barely. He was huge, taller than Jack by over a foot. His skin was glossy black like polished obsidian, but it didn't look like the texture of stone. It looked fleshy. Two dark eyes that were so black the sockets almost seemed hollow sat deep in an inhuman face. There was no mouth or nose, the face was featureless, save for jagged marks marring the flat surface where a mouth would have been, almost like the way a child might draw a zipper. Serrated, needle-like spines protruded nearly half a foot from the creature's long, muscular forearms that ended in large hands with elongated, thin fingers that were tipped with razor-sharp, hooked talons. A similar row of spines protruded from the thing's forehead and wrapped back around before disappearing above to small holes where ears should have been, giving the appearance of a black bony crown. Two large bat-like wings were mostly tucked in behind this creature's back. It looked very much like what Jack thought a demon would look like. Inky, smoky blackness spilled out all around it, filling the broken door frame and flowing outward into the small storefront and dining area. A primal, almost overwhelming sense of absolute horror and dread overtook Jack, filling him with the urge to run and flee from this monstrosity he was standing before. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest as time seemed to slow, as adrenaline surged through Jack's body. He watched as this beast walked forwards across the small dining space towards the counter, making a beeline right toward the shop owner. This snapped Jack out of it. "Hey, don't!" was all he could say as he struggled to find the words. The thing stopped and turned, setting its bone-chilling gaze on Jack slowly as a primal growl filled the space, coming from the shadows all around as they began to shift and move slightly on their own. "Look, I don't know what these people did to you, okay? But I ain't here to hurt you, and I don't think they can anymore." From the looks of things, he struggled to get out. The thing moved forward toward the counter once more as the man behind it cowered in terror and began to mutter a prayer under his breath. "Don't. Look, this shit's bad. I ain't gonna lie to you. But you don't need to kill them. I've had to kill plenty of people. I don't regret a second of my service or what I had to do, but every time you kill someone, a piece of you gets a little darker. You gotta fight back against it. Find the things that give you light, give you hope." That growl came again and built as a deep, monstrous voice bellowed out from the creature. "They fucking killed me. They deserve to die. They deserve to suffer." Jack lowered his gun and holstered it. He wasn't sure if it would do him any good anyway. He'd seen suffering people and angry people, worked with them in the field, and showed them how to use that. "You're pissed. I get that. Good, you fucking should be. Don't let that blind you. Use it to make yourself better. Use that. Don't let them use you and make you into something you ain't. Be your own man." The shadows seemed to shift more as things much like the creature he was talking to, but maybe a foot or more shorter. And wingless began to slowly crawl forth from the shadows from all around. Jack was surrounded. "Kill him, kill them, Manny, make them suffer, feast on their souls." The dark, angry voices seemed to come from these shadowy creatures, but not just from them, from the darkness they'd crawled out of. "Jack, people are calling the cops, man. I've got the phone signals tied up, but, well, it's getting to be a lot, and there's a cruiser coming your way. We're inbound, but, you gotta hurry this up, dude." Val's voice called out from his cell phone in his pocket. Val was busy intercepting phone calls, temporarily turning off phone services, jammed cellular towers. But the many short outs in the area was drawing the attention of Chi-Town's finest, and the sounds of a shattering glass and doors getting kicked in had already garnered the attention of the cop parked up the street. The towering, demonic figure that had once been Manny seemed to be shaking with rage. A sudden shotgun blast rang out, making Jack's ears ring. The slug impacted the obsidian flesh of the creature that was something straight out of a horror movie and tore through it, leaving a gaping dark wound that oozed out an inky black liquid that smelled of rot. Two of the smaller shadow men leapt across the counter in a flash and were on the shop owner. They were about to tear him apart. Jack rushed forwards between them and the main winged, shadowy figure. "You do this and that's it. And the fight ain't gonna stop with me, and it won't stop here. That's all there will be. The fight. So you can either just fight, or you can fight back. You think I haven't suffered? You think everyone doesn't suffer? What happened to you don't make you special. What makes you special is using thing you got to fight back against what they did and keep it from happening to others. So which is it? You gonna fight or fight back? The sound of police sirens and lights began to fill the air and cut through the darkness in the building as Jack faced down the towering figure. The shadow doubles had stopped, as had the towering figure. It stood there, staring down Jack for a moment as it shivered with the rage and hunger filling it. Then it threw back its head and let out an unearthly howl that split the night. The zipper-like lines tracing its face split, revealing a mouth filled with rows of oversized, shark-like teeth. The shadowy doubles of the creature screamed out in kind, though their shrill cries were more that of hunger than anger. The soul-shaking screams made the incoming police officer bring his cruiser to an immediate halt, and he began to call for backup, thinking there was some sort of escaped animal on the loose. The shadow doubles released the man, dropped him to the ground, and slunk back into the shadows, melting into them and disappearing as the light in the room began to return. The shadows surrounding the winged figure began to peel back and fade, and as they did, Manny's dark, glossy hair, tanned skin, and amber-brown eyes came into view as the hulking figure shrank. Jack was confused, but let out a sigh of relief as the world seemed to begin to return to normal once more. Whatever that was. He was left staring at a young kid, somewhere in his 20s, who looked Latino and was just a hair under 6 feet, he guessed. "What's happening to me?" asked Manny as he looked up with a deep, sorrowful frown as tears began to pour down his cheeks. He looked behind him into the basement, seeing the eviscerated and dismembered bodies of the 3 men strewn about across the stairwell and floor, along with the decapitated body of his lifelong friend Martin. His dark gaze fell back on Jack, who just frowned slightly and shook his head. "No idea, kid. Been lost for a while now, honestly, and just kinda going from one day to the next. But we're gonna figure it out." "Come on, let's get out of here before the 5-0 shows up," said Jack. "Meet you at the end of the street. Don't go out the front, the cop's out there waiting. Go out the back." Val's voice came from the phone, along with the radio in the back that had been playing a local Chicano station. "Who was that?" asked Manny. "Our eyes and ears. You'll meet him here in a second. Come on." With that, Jack moved past the cowering man, curled up on the floor behind the counter in the fetal position, as he slowly rocked back and forth in his hysteria. Manny frowned, feeling sorrowful and guilty as he moved past the man, while Jack knelt. "Hey, cops'll be here in a minute, okay? You'll be all right. You're just in shock," he said before quickly filling a paper cup with warm coffee from a nearby carafe and setting it down on the floor next to him. Then he led Manny out through the back door and into the alleyway. The night was quiet, but the flashing reds and blues from the street out front of the shop spilled into the alleyway, providing enough illumination for Jack to see with little difficulty. Manny found he had no trouble seeing into the shadows and could still feel the thing inside of him, but the voices weren't saying anything at the moment. The two of them moved down to the opposite end of the alleyway and walked along the backs of the buildings where all of the trash cans and dumpsters were lined up. A pair of white LED lights signaled. The ATV's approach before it pulled up to a stop. Manny looked up to Jack with a look of confusion, mistrust, and awe. "You the feds or something?" Jack just grinned and scoffed as he shook his head. "Nah, man, just a concerned citizen." With a wide smile and light laugh, he led Manny over to the ATV and climbed inside before it pulled away from the scene. Chapter 23, Band on the Run. "Come with me if you want to live." The young male voice that seemed to come from the vehicle itself as it pulled up, and Jack quickly hopped in. Manny's brow furrowed in confusion for a moment. Perhaps the huge RV had an intercom system on it, like a cop's car. Manny's eyes slowly scanned over the ATV questioningly for a moment before he stepped up inside the vehicle just before the door closed behind him on its own. Manny was dazzled by the sterile metallic interior of the ATV and its bright LED lights running the length of the vehicle's ceiling. Machining equipment and various computer terminals were placed to the left and right sides of the ATV, along with 2 bucket seat-style fold-out benches and several bolted-in chairs. Manny looked toward the front driver's compartment and was a bit shocked to see a guy around his own age with heavily freckled skin and dreaded-up crimson hair laid back in a metallic, cushioned pilot's seat with some kind of strange helmet on. "Cops are on the way." I tried to hold it back, But there was just too much data, came the slightly metallic male voice from the speakers. Val had been struggling to hold back the flood of cell phone calls, as well as back up the cell phone towers, control street traffic, and still pilot the ATV. It had all just been too much until it finally began to overflow what barriers he'd erected in the grid. Val dropped the digital walls of code and let the flood of information and data surge in, and as it did, Val opened his eyes and he exited the grid. Val was sweating and panting as he sat up. "Hold on," he grunted as the pilot's seat inclined and a number of sub-cameras linked to the ATV began to display up on the windshield. Val floored it to rush and beat the incoming flux of traffic about to jam up the streets. Cassie shifted, knocking her head against a low shelf near her. "Ow!" "Cassie, you okay?" Jack planted a hand firmly against the roof and grabbed Manny by the arm as he nearly fell when the ATV took a sharp turn around a corner, wheels screeching and leaving burnt rubber on the asphalt. Jonas seemed to stay unaffected by the sudden shift, leaning into it as the vehicle took the corner. "Yeah, Val, what the hell?" said Cassie angrily. Manny grunted and tugged his arm from Jack before taking a seat as Jack made his way towards the cockpit. "What's going on?" asked Jack as he planted a hand against the pilot's seat to steady himself and looked at the windshield display. It was difficult for him to try and figure out which display window he was supposed to be looking at. There were traffic cams, cameras for the vehicle's interior and exterior, and even a few police cams, in one of which he could see the back of a large, rather familiar-looking, metallic vehicle. "So, I may have caused a few traffic jams, and the cops are chasing us," said Val as he stared out of the windshield with his own eyes and the sensors of the vehicle. Another cop car had just turned off of a side street and was now joining the first. "Shit, well, Jack looked back to Manny and then to Jonas, who silently shook his head. "Get us out of here." "I'm trying, damn it," shouted Val. "Just sit down and hold on. I got this." Val took in a deep breath and dropped back into the grid while he merged with the vehicle. He was the ATV now. "All right, men, we've got a situation on our hands. Man your battle stations," said the sterner and more serious of the personalities, now dressed to resemble General Patton. The two police cruisers were closing in fast from behind, and both were frantically trying to radio out to dispatch. But, with the recent jamming and the sudden influx of signals, they hadn't managed to get out anything yet. Police vehicles in pursuit, jamming outgoing radio transmission. The android-like version of Val moved over to a terminal inside Val's mental control room. He tapped into the police radios and opened public radio frequencies within a mile radius and began to scramble and jam them to interfere with the police's pursuit. The radios inside of the two cruisers suddenly were overcome by static and high-pitched squealing and squawking. The two officers inside the vehicles winced slightly in discomfort and annoyance from the cacophonous racket blaring from their radios. "Do excuse me, kind people, but we are in a bit of a rush and simply must be getting through. Pardon us, make way." The more pompous and gentlemanly of Val's personalities took another terminal and began to re-establish control over the traffic lights and railway systems. Lights turned green on one and yellow then red on the other, opening a brief window for them to slip through, but it was still too close to tell if the ATV would make it. "Yeah, haha, you show 'em, boys. I'll take the wheel. Catch me if you can, little piggies." The bolder and more sarcastic of the personalities bellowed. Val's thrill junkie personality took control of piloting the ATV, expertly weaving through traffic in an attempt to lose the cop car. The front of the barreling ATV barely slipped by the rear end of a deep red sedan as it just finished making it through the intersection, scraping and peeling off several layers of Merlot-colored paint onto the unfinished metal body of the ATV, just as the lights changed again and frustrated drivers began to try and lunge forward in traffic. The pursuing cops' cars were forced to lose some of the distance they'd gained as they had to brake and swerve to avoid the traffic that had begun to pull into their way all at once. "I'm scrubbing their camera footage and hard drives. They won't have anything but a visual description. Oh God, try and keep them from getting a good line of sight." Val's paranoid personality spoke up now as he took a terminal and dove into frantic typing as Val merged with the computers on the police cruisers. The officers' vision was obscured by smoke as the fans in their cruisers' computers spun up faster and faster before there was a spark and smoke began to billow outwards from them, along with small flames as the computers shorted out. "Good, good. Let the hate flow through you. It makes you strong," said Val's evil personality as he watched over the group, now dressed like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars. The maniacal persona threw his hands out at the outlines of the cars that appeared in virtual space behind the ATV. Digital purple lightning flew from his fingertips and connected with them. Inside the ATV, one of its specialized anti-electronic terrorist countermeasures began to whir up, before a low-grade EMP shot out from the ATV, shorting out everything that wasn't hardened within about a block. However, the ATV itself and everything inside were fine thanks to its shielding. "I'm a superhero," Val's more comedic personality declared stoically, giving his best Arnold impression. He was now dressed as T-800 from Terminator 2 and striking a rather heroic pose with a SPAS-12 behind the rest of the busily working group of Val's various personalities. Jack, Jonas, Cassie, and Manny stared in awe as the city's lights, electronic billboards, traffic signals, and more all began to rapid blink and move in an impossible controlled ballet. Cop chases never were this easy, but despite being in what was basically huge armored RV, they deftly wove through traffic as they became the centerpiece of the electronic symphony while the city seemed to come to life. It built into a crescendo before the curtain was dropped and everything went black. Val cut the headlights and running lights on the ATV, but with the vehicle's passive night vision display windshield and other sensors like radar, he had no problem navigating the streets as they were plunged into total blackout for several blocks, leaving them free to speed away into the night. "Well done, Mr. Technikov," said Jonas with a smile before moving to take a seat. Jack stood there for a moment in amazement, then he clapped Val on the shoulder as he looked down at him and let a wide grin stretch across his square jaw. "Nice going, brother. You really shut them down. That was some slick-ass shit." Val's chair rotated slowly to face the others, and he flashed a wide, toothy grin up at Jack while the ATV sped along toward the highway. "Yeah, thanks, man. Dunno what happened, I just kinda took control." Jack nodded approvingly down at Val before he looked back to Manny. Meet the band," Jack said with a warm grin as he took a seat on the nearby bench he'd passed out on the previous night. "I'm Val," said the collegiate young ginger quickly as he wiped crumbles of sleep dust from his eyes. Jack smirked and nodded. "I'm Jack. Prometheus, Titan of knowledge and foresight, but you may call me Jonas," said the bearded, dark-haired man from his seat as he opened a bottle of water and took a sip. Manny's eyes moved to the cute, athletic college girl with dark, curly hair. Cassie just looked back at him and glared as he rubbed her head. "So what's your deal? Did you kill those people?" Cassie asked flatly. Manny felt his guts sink as all eyes fell on him from a moment. "I'm Manny. Can we pull over or something? I need some air," said Cassie in a rather annoyed fashion. Val looked taken aback a moment. "I mean, we just got away from the cops." Cassie sighed and frowned heavily as she turned to look out of one of the windows. "Please, just anywhere we can hide the vehicle. I just need to get out." Val looked to Jonas and then to Jack, who nodded, but said nothing as his gaze shifted to Cassie, then back to Manny before giving him a shrug. Val swiveled around and dropped into the ATV, searching the grid for the best place to park and hide out for a bit. It didn't take him long to find one, a closed rest station not far away. "That's Cassie, my goddaughter," said Jack. "So, what? You all freaks like me or something?" asked Manny as he dug his hands deep into the pockets of his hoodie and balled them up as he tried to recoil in shame into the shadows inside them. He'd killed his best friend, or that thing had. No, it was him. He knew that deep down, but wouldn't admit it. But he knew it. He'd murdered 3 other men too, and almost a 4th. Manny's breath grew shaky, and he looked up as his eyes began to go black around the edges. He could see the death, sin, and so much more lingering around the people. Val, Cassie. They were mostly clean, not clean of sin, but clean of death. Jack had killed, but Jonas had killed far more. However, there was a sense of duty, and to a degree even regret over what deeds they'd done. They had sinned, they had all sinned, and Manny began to take in long, deep breaths as he shook. Hey, easy, buddy, easy. Nobody is blaming you for what you did. They deserved it. Oh God, am I dead? Is this hell? What's happening to me? Asked Manny as his voice began to deepen and black tears began to run from his eyes. Jack moved quickly, opening the mini fridge nearby and pulling out a frosty beer he'd stored there. Whoa, whoa, easy, buddy. Look, you're going through some shit I probably can't even imagine. Here, drink this and just relax. You're safe, and I think at least one of us can help you with some of them questions you got. Jonas slowly inhaled and nodded to Jack before standing. You're a spawn of Hades, to put it. Technically. I'm... A what? Asked Manny as the shadows around the space began to deepen. A descendant of a god with powers over darkness, souls, and what Catholics today would call purgatory. Since your powers are tied to death and the dead, I imagine the traumatic event you experienced caused your inherited gifts to awaken. I'm a god. You're talking about like Greek mythology and stuff, right? The inky tears streaking the sides of Manny's face slowed and began to turn clear as the light levels in the vehicle returned to normal, making everyone except Jonas let out a soft, collective sigh of relief. Yes and no. You are unique, even among my kind. Your powers are tied to Hades, god of the underworld, and because of this, you can tap into those for incredible feats that sometimes even surpass the greatest of us. I can only imagine this is because of the power source itself that Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon are each tied to, being the earth, the heavens, and the afterlife. Wait, are you saying Zeus is God? 'Cause that don't sound like what I learned in Bible school. Sorry, man, this is all new to me too, interjected Jack. Jonas scoffed and smirked as he turned to look out of the window, staring off at the distance. No, gentleman and lady. What I am saying is that their powers are tied to those things. Not that they are the entities that rule those places themselves. Far from it. My young friend, what you have is magic, but of a darker sort than most. It's evil, said Manny as he turned away and looked down at the rubber-matted floor of the ATV. Jack nodded and folded his hands together while resting his elbows on his knees as he leaned forward. Look, he stopped and thought for a moment. What I got ain't like what you got, and I know that they say power corrupts. But we can fight back against that. We can be better and use each other to check ourselves. That's what being a better person is all about. Just taking it one day at a time and doing what you can to help. You gotta take what life throws at you and give it right back. This time it was Jonas that cut in. Power doesn't measure a man, nor does it corrupt. It reveals. When someone achieves the power they want, their true intentions are always revealed. But I'm not even a man anymore, am I? Asked Manny. We're here. From what I saw, patrols are light in this area. The water and power are still running, but the cameras are off, said Val from the front in a slightly suspicious manner. You turned that shit back on, didn't you? Asked Jack with a smirk and a shake of the head as a TV slowly lurched to a stop. Huh? No idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna check for damage and get some snacks for us from the vending machines. It's on me, Val said as he opened the driver door and slipped out. I'm getting out too, said Cassie as she stood and moved to the door, threw it open, then stepped out in a huff, and as she stormed off toward the rest stop restrooms. Jack watched and listened as Cassie left, she as beginning to cry. He could tell she was angry about something, he just had no clue what. He'd give her a few minutes to cool off and cry before going to check on her. You look like a dude to me, now I mean. Maybe you just like Hulk out or something? Jack countered back to Manny. Is that what you do? Asked Manny quizzically. And the guy with the helmet and stuff, what's your story? Jack shrugged. Haven't gotten too many answers on that front myself, but I got a special kind of formula or injection or something to save my life. Made me a whole lot tougher, faster, stronger, and from what I can tell, enhanced all my senses. Val, well, from what I've seen, he kinda controls all. Electronics, and can mentally hack into computers and things. Jonas, well, we're all still trying to figure that out, and he ain't helping. As for Cassie, well, she doesn't, jury's still out, I guess. So, What I'm hearing is none of you turned into a giant monster and killed people. Or died. So I died and came back as a soul-eating monster. Freaking great, said Manny as his face twisted up into a heavy frown. Come back. Even as a shadow, even as a dream, said Jonas as he stared off into space out of the window facing the highway as he waited for the two to be done. What? Asked Jack. Euripides. So, Manny, what are your intentions now that you have power? Asked Jonas as he turned to squarely face the young man seated in the chair. I don't know. I mean, if I'm a monster, maybe. Maybe? Well, are you a monster or not? Jonas asked as he looked to Manny with a questioning gaze. I don't know, said Manny as he looked up with a confused and worried expression. Jack grinned. He could see what Jonas was doing. It reminded him of basic. Shit, I gotta go deal with a moody teenager. You don't know monsters, said Jack as he clapped Manny on the knee, then he stood and headed off. Well, you should know. And if you help us and stay with us, you'll learn more, I promise. Though you may be capable of monstrous things, that doesn't make you a monster. Every man, woman, and child are capable of great evil and great good. It's what your intentions are and what actions you do that will reveal who and what you are. Only you can make those decisions. Like Jack said, you can either fight or you can fight back. We can show you how to fight back against your darker urges and hopefully learn to master your new abilities. So, when you're ready, let me know and we'll begin. Our enemies made a horrible mistake tonight when they killed you, and you'll have plenty of chances to enact your wrath on them, said Jonas as he too stood and moved to go and inspect the vending machines, leaving Manny alone to collect himself. Jack moved off towards the bathrooms and moved to sit against an old metal bench covered in spray-on latex coating that was dry, cracked, and flaking away. He dug into his pocket, pulling out one of the cigars from the hotel before lighting it up with his Zippo lighter. He took a few puffs as the heady, aromatic scent of the cigar filled the air. You okay in there? He called out. There was a soft sigh and the creak of a stall door as it opened. The soft squeaks of sneakered footsteps and the sound of running water echoed out as the sink was turned on. A few moments passed before the sound of the running faucet stopped. The sound of sneakers on tile and the scent of Cassie's lavender perfume grew stronger on the air. Cassie emerged from the bathroom, eyes bloodshot and puffy from crying, and what little make-up she had put on now wiped away. What am I doing here? Asked Cassie with a frown as she looked up. Her eyes began to fill with tears once more. Jack wrapped an arm around her and she clutched close to him for comfort as she began to sob into his olive-green shirt. What do you mean, what are you doing here? Her muffled voice came out from his shirt as she quietly sobbed. She pulled back and looked down towards the ground. I mean, why am I here? I don't have any powers. I'm not super strong or fast. I can't control computers and stuff, and I sure as hell can't do any of that scary as shit. Whatever his name is he can do. What? What if I don't have any powers? Then I'm just dead weight. I have no reason to be here. Maybe that's why my mum didn't want me, said Cassie as she began to drift off. Hot, salty, heavy tears rolled from her warm brown eyes and down her cheeks. Suddenly Jack understood what all this was about. He hugged Cassie close and leaned over, kissing her forehead as he wiped a few tears from her eyes with his coarse hand. Hey, that's bullshit. You ain't dead weight. You're my little Cassie. Closest damn thing I got to a daughter, all right. I wouldn't have gone on this crazy-ass road trip if it wasn't for you, and well, I'm pretty glad I did so far, even if it has been freaking bonkers. Look, even if you ain't got powers, you're still my little Cassie. The little girl I had to take to Cotillion when your dad was out of town. I was there when you got dumped in 8th grade by Ricky. What was his name? Richie Pembroke, she said with a frown. Yeah, Richie Pembroke. I was there when he dumped you at the dance for that girl, Stacey you always hated. Cassie snorted some and grinned. Yeah, and knocked him out, she said with a smile. So hey, we're family. Ain't nothing changing that. I don't give a damn if you got powers or not, okay? We're family, and I'm gonna care about you and take care of you no matter what. It goes double for your dad. Everything he's done, he only did to keep you happy, Cassie. You gotta see that. She sighed and nodded silently before releasing him. I know. I just miss him a lot. Way too much, she said with a frown. Using the back of her hands, she wiped the rest of the tears from her cheeks before using her thumbs and fingers to clear the streaks of saline away from her eyes. God, I'm a mess, she said with a long, shaky sigh. Yeah, you are. Get cleaned up. I'm sure we gotta get back on the road. Can't stick around here, Jack said with a smile before rubbing her shoulders and standing. Meet you back at the truck, and hey, be nice to Manny and Val. Cassie just rolled her eyes, but nodded in agreement. She stood from the bench and headed back into the bathroom as she waved over her shoulder to him. Jack watched her leave for a moment, glad that he'd been able to help and sorry for what she was going through. It was his fault, and they couldn't keep this up. He and Jonas needed to talk. Jack puffed away at his cigar as he moved up towards the old vending machine where Jonas, Manny, and Val were standing. Manny and Val now with arms full of old candy bars, bags of chips, jerky sticks, and more. It was all probably still good. Jonas was opening his can of 7-Up as he spotted Jack's approach, while Val and Manny started to move back toward the ATV with their haul of goodies in tow, leaving the vending machines now bereft of snacks and drinks. So, I'm guessing there is a problem, said Jonas as he looked over Jack before taking a sip from his drink. Yeah, man, where the hell are we going? Jonas let out a refreshing "ah" before smiling at Jack. New York. What? No, I mean, where is all of this going? We can't just keep driving around one step behind, and with no plan in sight. We need intel. We need objectives. Where the hell is all of this going? Jonas nodded. Not much further. In New York, there are several possible recruits I have listed. They should be some of the last ones in the country. I'm sure that one and possibly more are on Loki's list of targets he wants to draft to his side. We've been closing in, Jack. We're closer than ever. After this, we regroup and come up with our next phase. I just need you to follow me a little further, and it will all become clear. Jack sighed and puffed on his cigar before he tossed the remaining butt down onto the pavement and stomped it out with his boot. All right, just a little further, but after this I want to know where this information comes from, and I want to know more about everything that is going on. You have my word, Jack. Once we regroup, all will be revealed. Chapter 24, New York, New York. Manny was tired. He hadn't been able to sleep much, let alone sleep well on the fold-out bench in the back of the ATV. His mind kept drawing back to his death and the faces on the men he'd killed. The few times he'd been able to get to sleep during the 12-hour drive, he hadn't slept for long. He kept getting jolted awake as he heard the screams and voices of the men like they were crying out from the darkness inside of him. It was like a part of them was still with him and crying out for help. Manny shot awake for the second time as he heard the cries of Martin screaming in anguish. He groaned as his dark brown eyes opened and slowly looked about the space. Cassie was seated closest on the other bench and staring out of the window over the water at the city skyline. Val was seated in the cockpit, with Jonas standing to his right and Jack standing to his left, as all three looked ahead at the traffic on the bridge. Cassie looked over as the midday sun shone down on the many shimmering, glittering windows and metal buildings of the metropolis stretched out before them. Welcome back, just in time, she said with a half grin as she nodded out of the window. Manny sat up, getting a clearer view of the city sprawling out before them beyond the bridge. Are we there yet? Val groaned and sighed. Yeah, almost. We gotta find a place to stop. I've got to get out and stretch my legs, and I need to get some real food in me. Not just that gas station crap that we've been eating for the last 2 days. Cassie nodded. Yeah, and a real bed, please. Jack grinned and shook his head. Greenhorns. Cassie rolled her eyes. Whatever, you know you wouldn't mind the same thing, old man. Jonas smiled as he listened to them all lightly bicker before he spoke up. I can arrange for our accommodations. I have a few other things I'll need to arrange while we're here, too. We do have to make one stop first. There was a groan from Val and Cassie before Val looked over to Jonas. Seriously, dude, I've been driving for over 24 hours. Jack looked to Jonas with a look of cautious concern. He was pushing them a bit too hard. Relax, Mr. Technikov. It's a bar where we can get something to eat and drink. From what I remember, there's even a park up the street. Val sighed and relaxed a bit into the pilot's seat while Cassie groaned and arched her back as she stretched out her arms and legs. Manny yawned and rubbed at his reddened eyes before turning to look out of the window. There should also be a few things here that may help enlighten some of you, but all in good time. Mr. Technikov, if you would please be so kind as to take us to the B.B. King Blues Club. We can all stretch out legs and get something to eat and drink. Hell yeah, I can. That sounds perfect, said Val excitedly as the ATV sped up slightly. Cassie grinned. Yeah, sounds good. Do they have live music? Jonas nodded in response as he grinned. Yeah, a burger, some fries, and a beer sounds good right about now, grunted Jack. He then stopped and looked towards Jonas. Wait, that's our stop. The next target works at a bar. Jonas's grin turned into a smile. Indeed. Everyone has to do something for a living, and New York draws our kind like it draws others, like a moth to the flame. Val nodded. Yeah, makes sense. Higher population density means higher potential for somebody. Like us, right? Simple mathematics. Indeed, Mr. Technikov, said Jonas approvingly. Jack shook his head and let out a sigh of mild annoyance, but said nothing. They were right, and it did make sense. Not too long later, Val was pulling the ATV into a parking garage. It just barely made the clearance requirements for the building, leaving only a few inches of room between the top of the ATV and the concrete support struts for the parking garage. The garage was between 8th and 9th Street, and it was a simple matter for Val to hack the parking garage meter and fence. Val parked the ATV in the designated double spots for oversized vehicles. He would have bitched about the price of parking if he'd bothered to pay it. As the ATV came to a stop and the door opened, Cassie, Val, and Manny all stood and stretched. Cassie stepped out as Manny followed behind her, keeping his eyes on her as she did her stretches against the side of the van. Cassie cast a disapproving look back at Manny and frowned. Perv, she said, making him avert his gaze. Jonas followed after them and took in a deep breath as he stepped out into the New York City air. Val hesitated and Jack noticed his reluctance to leave, and it wasn't hard to figure out why. Afraid of people seeing that thing, huh? Val nodded. Yeah, I just haven't been able to think of a way to get the damn thing off, he said, before sitting down in the cockpit once more. Just grab me something, will ya? Jack frowned a bit and looked about. You got tools? Bolt cutters? Anything? Val sat up. Yeah. Why? Well, I figure we take that damn Doc Brown hat off your melon so you can get your own burger. And stop hiding in here. That way I ain't playing waiter. Val sighed. I already told you, I can't remove it. Yeah, I heard you. But what about the helmet thingy? It ain't all attached to your noggin, right? We can just take that shit apart and leave the weird thingy in there. Val stopped and thought for a moment. It was all secondarily wired and slaved to the main processor, which was now technically part of his brain from what he could figure out. It could work. Val nodded and pointed over towards a series of roll-out drawers near the CNC table in the back of the ATV. Maybe. Just go carefully. I'll guide you. Tools are in there. Hey, we going or what? Shouted Cassie from outside the ATV. Yeah, just go on without us. Be there in a minute, Jack shouted back. He moved over toward the designated drawers and opened them, revealing a row of polished tools, cutters, and more, all laid out neatly like tools in a surgical suite. Jack let out a whistle of approval as he started to pick through the tools, grabbing wire cutters, a screwdriver, and bolt cutters. After about 15 minutes with Val's guidance via the cameras inside of the ATV, Jack was able to slowly cut the wiring, unscrew the supports, and cut away the crown from the strange metallic organic processor. With the crown removed, he was able to get a better look at the thing embedded into Val's skull. It was sleek, warm to the touch, and it gave a light tingle when he touched it, like there was a lingering electric charge running through it. It was deeply dug into the base of Val's skull, just above where his spine and head met. It was triangular in shape and a glossy steel in color, but with tiny bumps running across its surface. In the process of cutting it away, Jack accidentally yanked out a few strands of hair and also cut away a few of Val's dreadlocks. Ow, damn it, easy dude. That hurts, winced Val. No pain, no gain. Besides, ain't any better for me, and these things stink. Shit's nasty. You gotta cut this shit off. Nah! Do you know how long it took to get my hair like that, man? Val groaned. Yeah, well, you got a few less of 'em now, countered Jack. What? Asked Val as he fought the urge to check his hair or pull away. Jack peeled the last of the crown away and let it clatter to the floor of the ATV, the curved metallic, and plastic pieces tangled with a few small masses of red hair and dreads. Val sat up and looked back, feeling his head and letting out a sigh of relief before turning and looking down at the 3 or 4 dreads now lying on the rubber mats below. "Oh man, come on. Not my dreads, dude." Jack chuckled, grinned, and stood. "Yeah, you're welcome." Val said nothing for a moment, but felt his head. He could still connect to the grid. Nothing had changed. Nothing at all other than not having that stupid chunk of plastic and metal strapped to his head. In a way it was a relief, but it also only worried him more. A small part of him had hoped that would have been it. He was getting used to having these powers. They made him feel special, powerful, strong, intelligent, and let him do so many incredible things. However, he also missed just living his life and being a normal guy. He'd hoped that when the crown fell away, everything would have gone back to normal and he could have gone home. It was a long shot. He needed to call his mom and let her know that he was okay. Val felt at his head, running his fingers slowly around the metallic device implanted into his skull. After a moment, he looked toward Jack and grinned a bit. "Thanks, man." "Yeah, no problem, brother. Come on, I'm hungry," said Jack before patting his stomach and heading down the stairs. It was a short walk from the parking garage to B.B. King's. The streets were packed with people, but none of them seemed to pay too much attention to Jack or Val as they moved by and made their way toward the neon-lit windows and into the interior of the bar. The smell of sizzling meat, fried foods, and beer drifted up to greet them, making Jack's stomach rumble with pangs of hunger. A familiar rock song blared from the speakers as a band of 4 guys that looked to be in their late teens and early 20s rocked out on stage, dressed to look every bit the part of an 80s band. "Life is a highway. I want to ride it all night long. If you're going my way, well, I want to drive it all night long." Jack smiled at the sound of the familiar Cochrane song, and he started to bob his head in time with the music as he stepped inside. The song had always been a favorite of his. His gaze drifted toward the stage, out across the busy bar filled with tourists or people on their lunch break grabbing a bite to eat. The lead singer stood center stage in front of the rest of the band. He was average height, Jack guessed, somewhere right around 6 feet. The singer had pale skin that was only more accentuated by his shockingly electric blue eyes and his tangled silvery hair that hung down past his shoulders. He was lean in build, broad-shouldered but skinny, with angular features. Deep bags hung under his eyes, but there was a visible energy to him as he sang into the microphone over the keyboard he was pounding away into, as he smiled back out at someone in the audience. He was dressed in a biker-cut black leather jacket, a black sleeveless Aerosmith t-shirt with the band logo emblazoned across the front, and his scrawny arms and bony shoulders peeking out from under the leather jack as it hung open. Tattered blue jeans and a pair of black and white checkered high tops completed his rocker boy look. The rest of the band was dressed similarly. The rhythm guitarist was just under 6 feet, dark-skinned, shaved head, and similarly scrawny like the lead singer, and dressed in a knockoff version of Michael Jackson's outfit from Thriller. The drummer had a sleeveless white t-shirt on with holes through it, and similarly torn and worn jeans and black sneakers, giving his best impersonation of Roger Taylor, though the get-up was a bit lacking. Finally, there was the bass player, another brunette with long curly hair and soul-patch goatee, tall and lanky at easily 6.5 feet, and dressed in a black jean jacket with a Rush t-shirt underneath and a pair of jeans and cowboy boots on. His eyes obscured behind dark sunglasses. The band wasn't bad. In fact, they were actually really good. Jack stopped and took a moment to listen to them as Val stood there admiring the performance as well. The instrumentals were a bit sloppy, but the guys had skills, and the lead singer was nailing the vocals perfectly. A sharp whistle cut through the room. This snapped Jack from his music-induced stupor long enough for him to look around and see Cassie, Manny, and Jonas all seated at a booth along the back wall of the bar. Jack began to head that way, followed up by Val. He squeezed his way into the booth on the end near Cassie as Val moved to slide in next to Jonas as he scooted over across the deep blue upholstery. "So what's the deal? Do you know who we're looking for here?" "You said he works here, right?" asked Jack as he took his seat next to Cassie. He snatched up the menu placed down in front of him already as he reached for his glass of water, then took a sip. Cassie barely even looked up to acknowledge him, her eyes fixated on the stage as the band played. Jonas nodded. "I do." Jack cast him a doubting look before looking about. "So what? The bartender, a waiter, one of the cooks? Who we talking to, and how are we going to get their attention? Can't just go on talking to him while he's working, draws too much attention." Jonas grinned and looked over toward Cassie before beginning to eye the menu. "I thought we'd tip him and talk to him during his next break. I think he'd accept an invitation from Cassandra here to come sit with us and talk a bit." Upon hearing her name, Cassie looked about. "What? Talk to who?" Jack chuckled and looked over toward the stage, then back to Jonas. "Wait, the band? It's one of the guys in the band?" Jonas nodded silently as he continued to examine the menu. Cassie went wide-eyed and blushed, a bit before hiding her face behind her own menu as she pretended to read it. "Yes, can you spot which one?" Jonas challenged. Jack, Val, and Manny all looked towards the stage once more. This seemed to have sparked their attention. Jack looked each of them over, nothing physically remarkable about any of them other than the kid with silver-white hair. But that was probably a dye job. This was New York. "One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong," sang Val before snickering some, making Manny grin as well. He looked on for a moment, silently searching the backgrounds on each of the men. It wasn't anything remarkable. Divorced home, high school dropout, college student, foster kid. All of the records were legit, and nothing looked all that fishy. He let out a slightly annoyed sigh. "I'm clueless here." Manny tilted his head some and eyed them over, staring hard as he tried to see them as he'd seen Jack and the others the previous night. But no luck. He struggled and strained for a few moments until he felt like his eyes were about to pop out of his head. "I got nothing." Jack sighed and listened as he looked each of them over. Nothing remarkable about any of them. Then he heard it. The song was coming from the speakers, being amplified, but there was no sound. Coming from the lead singer. He was playing the keyboard for certain and doing a decent enough job at it, but he wasn't singing anything. He was lip-syncing. Jack looked to Jonas quizzically. "Wait, you're kidding. Aerosmith over there? Little chrome-head kid?" Cassie's back stiffened as she stared with fierce focus at her menu. Jonas smiled wide. "Nicely done, Jack." Jack was a bit confused. "But he ain't doing nothing, just lip-syncing." Jonas smiled. "No, he's playing the song, he's just not singing it." Jack was still confused but kind of got it. Val, on the other hand, had a sudden look of realization. "Wait, so he's like emitting the sound, not singing it. Just like projecting controlled sound. That's fucking awesome." Manny shrugged. "I mean, it's cool, I guess. But how much use is that really going to be? He's just a glorified speaker, right?" Jonas said nothing but smiled at Cassie as the song came to an end. "So, care to ask him to join us once they're done?" Jonas posed to her. Cassie said nothing for a moment as she sank lower in her seat some and used her menu to block her face from Jonas and the others. Jack turned and looked toward Cassie quizzically, only to see her looking beet red. Jack grinned and began to laugh. "Shut up," she said before punching Jack in the arm. "What's the matter?" Jack said in a teasing manner. He could tell when Cassie had a crush, and she was crushing hard on this boy. Part of him was ecstatic to see her taking interest in someone, but bringing along a boy on a road trip that his goddaughter had a crush on was asking for trouble. On the other hand, this kid was already in trouble, even if he didn't know it yet. Besides, Jonas had asked him to back him a little bit further, and Jack was willing to see how this played out, if only for a little while longer. Cassie said nothing at first, but set down the menu. "Fine, give me some money. I'll go get him," she said with a sigh before putting on a brave face. Jack grinned and rolled his eyes as he dug back into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. He fished through his dark brown fold-over leather wallet and pulled out a 10 before handing it over to Cassie, who snatched it away and pocketed it. Anyone got a pen? Jack shrugged as Val felt across his shirt blindly as Manny shook his head, but it was Jonas who pulled a fine golden well pen from the inside pocket of his jacket and held it out to Cassandra. "Thanks," she said before taking the pen and quickly scrawling something down on the bill, then recapped the pen and handed it back to Jonas. "Excuse me," she said as she turned to look toward Jack. He could still see that she was nervous, but she was putting on a brave face. She'd been challenged now, and she wasn't one to back down from any sort of challenge or fight. He smiled as she slipped out of the booth and walked off toward the stage. The drummer and bass player were both lost in the beat, but the rhythm guitarist bumped his friend with head of his guitar. The rhythm guitarist watched as the pretty brunette girl approached the stage, but the lead singer was already looking right at Cassie, his electric blue eyes fixated on her and shining in the bright stage lights. Cassie moved up and dropped the bill into a metal bucket set down next to the stage labeled "Tips," and smiled up at the silver-haired lead singer as her cheeks flushed heavily and she half-heartedly kind of nodded towards the bucket. A wide, shit-eating grin stretched across the lead singer's face as he blushed some, but nodded in understanding and thanks to Cassie before she turned and slowly sauntered back toward the table. As she approached, the waitress moved up. She was short, curly brown hair, deep-tanned skin with brown eyes, and her t-shirt uniform and skirt hugged her full-figured curves. "Hi, I'm Dahlia. I'll be taking your orders today. So what can I get for you?" she said in a cheerful manner as she raised her tablet up and readied to begin taking their orders. Manny hesitated for a moment and looked to Jack, then looked around the table at the others. "I've got you, man," said Jack with a polite nod. He was still set for now, but he'd have to watch his finances if he was serious about investing in being a landlord whenever he got back to Austin. Manny said nothing, but grinned and nodded to Jack in thanks, while also looking a bit sheepish and ashamed. Jack knew the look. He'd given it to his parents dozens of times when he was still in boot and had blown his money on booze, his Jeep, and other stupid things. Jonas placed his order, getting himself a steak with all of the trimmings to go with it. Jack, Val, Manny, and Cassie all ordered various styles of burgers, Val getting one with avocado on it, Manny getting a barbecue burger, while Jack and Cassie both got bacon cheeseburgers. As they all began to place their orders, the band started up another song, and the thunderous combined vocals of the band members all rang out, with the voice of Freddie Mercury blaring out louder above all of them. "Here we are, born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe. Here we belong, fighting to survive. In a world with the darkest powers." Once again, Jack found himself grinning along with Val. Jack just chuckled as the song played and reverberated through the bar. He loved Highlander and loved Queen even more. This was the opening song for the movie, a true classic. The lead singer was now standing behind the mic with an emerald green guitar in his hands as he wailed on lead guitar as the others rocked. The drummer now also using a smaller backup keyboard when needed for the performance. "Sweet. Okay, these guys freaking rock," Val said as he turned around in the booth to get a better look at the stage. Manny and Jonas both had no idea of what the other two were so excited about, but did enjoy the cacophonous vocals and instrumentals as they began to wail from the stage. "I like the song," said Jonas with an appreciative grin. "Movie's even better," commented Jack. Jonas nodded his head as if taking a mental note before, continuing to enjoy the song. After several minutes, the song came to an end, and the drummer leaned forward, speaking into his mic. "Thank you, everyone. We're maximum output. We'll be back after a short break." Val looked to Jonas. "All right, now's your chance." Jonas gave Val a quizzical look. "Oh, I'm not approaching him. One of you is." "I think he's approaching us," said Jack as he watched the young musician set down his opaque emerald electric guitar, then turn and look towards the table. He tapped on the mic, making a sharp squeal briefly fill the air before he cut the mic out. It was enough to get his bandmates' attention. Nothing was said, but he gestured something before they all looked over towards the table and grinned. The lead singer and the rhythm guitarist moved over toward the booth, weaving their way slowly through the tables. Well, one of us, said Val with a grin to Cassie. She retaliated and kicked him under the table, making him wince. Ow! Manny chuckled while Jonas remained straight-faced. Jack turned to look at Cassie, who was trying to suppress the bundle of nerves growing in her chest. Jack shook his head and sighed, then chuckled some as he looked up toward the approaching members of Maximum Output. Hey, good job up there. You sounded real good. I'm Jack, he said as he held out a large hand towards them. Yeah, you guys fucking rock, said Val sincerely. Pretty good, added Manny with a slight knob of his head in greeting. What's y'all's names? Asked Jack. Mike, said the rhythm guitarist as he took Jack's outstretched hand and shook it, followed by the lead guitarist and vocalist who was hanging slightly behind his bandmate a bit awkwardly. That's Max. Sorry he can't talk right now. He's saving his voice and for the next set, said Mike as he gestured back to the silver-haired lead singer with his thumb. Max nodded his head in greeting as he looked about the table and smiled at everyone as he took in the group seated before him. Val, said the dreaded-up ginger curtly with a nod back. Manny, sup, said the dark-haired Chi-Towner. Jonas, pleasure to meet you both, the immortal Titan replied in greeting. Mike and Max's eyes shifted over to Cassie, who finally spoke up. Cass, she said as she smiled up at them both, her gaze lingering on Max before she reached for her glass of water. Just then, Dahlia moved up carrying their drink orders, setting down beers for Jonas, Jack, Manny and Val, while setting down a soda for Cassie. Max said nothing, but pulled a small dry erase board, green microfiber cloth, and a black dry erase marker from inside of his leather jacket, before scribbling something down and handing it off to Cassie. Mike cast a knowing smirk at his friend, but said nothing. How long y'all been playing together? Asked Jack. Can I get you beer or something? You cooked. It on those last two in the set. Mike nodded. Thanks, man. Yeah. I don't know. Since, the middle of high school, I guess. We're starting to get a following, though. Where are you guys from? Texas, said Jack proudly. Cali, added Val. Chicago, Manny added. Jonas smiled and thought for a moment. Canada. Cassie read over what Max had written as Jack stole a look over her shoulder. Nice to meet you, Cass. I'm Max. Thanks for the tip. Which of the songs did you like more? Cassie smiled and was about to write something back before she realized she didn't have a marker and that she could just talk to him. She shook her head. Sorry. I really liked, Life is a Highway. You guys did really good on that one, she said as she handed him the board back. Max took it and erased what he'd written before, scribbling down something else and flipping it around. Yeah, I liked that one too. We worked really hard on it. But it's pretty easy, honestly. Do you? Want to come sit with me and the guys at the bar, if your dad's cool with it? Cassie chuckled, and even Jack laughed. Oh, I'd love to, but he's not my dad. Jack shook his head. Yeah, goddaughter, not actual daughter. But yeah, that's cool, we did. Have a few things we wanted to ask you first, if that's cool with you, man. Jonas looked up at Jack flatly before looking to Max. You have an amazing vocal range. I imagine that takes a lot of hard work. I'd like to discuss it with you, and a possible career opportunity if you have the time. Don't worry, Max. If you don't like what you hear, you can just walk away. Jack nodded in reassurance to Max as Cassie scooted over some, pushing Manny over a bit. Manny grunted and sighed before scooting over the booth, but Jonas didn't move, forcing Manny to scrunch slightly. Max hesitated a moment as Mike gave him a questioning look. Max just gave his friend a stern look and nodded to him before smiling reassuringly. Be at the bar if you need me, man, Mike said to Max before fist-bumping him. Max took a seat and wrote down something before flipping his board around. So what's up? Jonas read aloud and then looked to Jack, who shrugged some before Jonas gave him an authoritative stare. Jack took in a deep breath and turned to Max. I ain't never heard someone that can sing exactly like Tom Cochrane and Freddie Mercury. That's a hell of a thing, kid. Serious talent, or maybe something else? Max maintained his questioning look and glanced about the table. Look, this world is a big place, and God works in mysterious ways. I ain't one to question that. But recently it seems like this world's just been getting a lot bigger and weirder. Could be the internet, Or just technology, a new age? I don't know. But maybe this world's just a whole lot bigger than people realize. I mean, you seen that Sergeant Major fella on the TV recently? Asked Jack. Max listened and thought for a moment before nodding his head and then miming that he was running. Right, that guy. Could be there's more people like that out there. More people like me. Like us. Jack finished before falling silent and casting the kid a heavy, knowing look that told all. Max stopped and cast Jack a questioning look, then looked about the tables at the others. He looked back to Jack as recognition spread across his face, and his eyes widened in shock. He said nothing but motioned to the TV and then mimed running again excitedly before pointing at Jack. Jack laughed and grabbed Max gently by his arms to stop him from pointing and flailing about. Excitedly, yeah, kid, that's me, superpowers and all. Max smiled and seemed to light up before glancing about, but seeing the bar full of people, he, instead, jotted something down before showing the table the board. I thought I was the only one for so long. Then I saw you on the TV. I didn't know other people had powers too. Do you all have powers? Yeah, said Val. Manny nodded a few times but said nothing, while Jonas simply nodded once and smiled. Cassie seemed to kind of shrink into the cushion some, but Jack was the one that spoke up. Yup, all of us. Max excitedly gave a thumbs up and looked to Cass, who just smiled up at Jack appreciatively, before blushing as her gaze returned to Max only to find him staring at her. Jack grinned before looking a bit more somber. There's some people who've been after folks like us, Max, and we're trying to stop them. We want to help ya. We want to help people like us stay safe and try to stop these dirtbags. Max listened, and a more concerned look spread over his face. What people? He wrote before showing it to them. Bad people. People that kill, kidnap, and do worse, I'm thinking. And they're powerful, Max, and they probably want you. Max looked confused for a moment before scribbling, Why? Because you have power, said Jonas in a stern tone. Max shook his head before jotting something down on his board. I'm not powerful. I can't do that much. I'm not much better than a turntable, jukebox, iPod, or microphone. Jonas smiled and shook his head. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Jack shrugged. Look, maybe you're capable of a whole lot more, won't know unless you try, and you push yourself. Either way, that ain't gonna stop these people. Max sighed and wrote down something else after clearing the board. I haven't seen anyone else. Nobody even notices unless I slip up. Jack sighed as Jonas nodded and replied, I do understand. Still, the offer stands. Jack nodded as Max thought about it. Look, Max, we can't make you come with us and we don't. Want to. But if things get bad or you change your mind, man, well, just let us know, all right. Max nodded and quickly wrote down, How? Cassie quickly jumped on it. I can give you my number, she said as she rapidly dug in her pocket for her iPhone. Max nodded enthusiastically and his eyes lit up. He pulled up an old, beaten-up flip phone from his pocket and readied with it as Cassie began to tell him her number. Max scribbled something down. I'll text you. Jack smiled and nodded as Dahlia began to move back towards the table, carrying a large tray with several burgers and a steak on it. Their food. All right, man. We'll keep on rockin' and stay safe, brother. It's lunchtime, said Jack with a nod, before holding out his fist for Max. Yeah, man, keep your head down, said Val as he too fist-bumped Max. Manny gave Max a nod and flashed him backhanded peace sign to say goodbye as Max stood from the booth and Dahlia began to set down their food. Max looked to Cassie just as her burger was set down before her and her stomach rumbled. She turned bright red and smiled at Max. I'll call you or come over after I eat, she said with a smile. We'll be around for a little while. If you change your mind or your situation changes, let us know, said Jonas before holding out a business card. Max nodded politely, took the card and flashed a thumbs up, then turned and walked back over towards the stage. Damn it, said Jack, as Jonas just sighed while Dahlia set the plates of sizzling and steaming food down before them. Chapter 25. Putting on the Ritz. The burgers weren't half bad, but the steak was delicious and Jonas had been one of the first to finish his meal. In hindsight, Jack kind of wished he'd ordered the steak instead of the burger. Once Jonas was done with his steak, he carefully folded his napkin before setting it across the plate along with his knife and fork. "If you will excuse me for a moment, I need to make a phone call," he said politely as he slid out of the booth once Manny and Cassie had moved aside. Manny let out a slight sigh of relief as he slipped back into the booth and spread out a bit more after polishing off the rest of his own large barbecue burger. Jack watched Jonas head outside onto the busy New York City streets and pulled his phone from his pocket before placing a call. Jack tried to listen in, but the blaring music from the amplifiers as maximum output played their rendition of "Carry On My Wayward Son," prevented him from eavesdropping in. However, that didn't stop Val. He too was getting a bit frustrated at being jerked around by Jonas's whims and mysterious mission. Val's eyes glazed over as Cassie stared at him quizzically. "He's doing his thing again, isn't he?" she asked. Jack nodded. "Yup, I think so." Val's consciousness melded with the grid around him. He was flooded with the data of New York City, but pushed it all aside as he focused in on Jonas's cell phone. There was a ringing and then, "Thank you for calling the Archibald conglomerate. If you know your party's extension number, please press pound, followed by their extension number, or wait on the line and one of our customer service representatives will be with you shortly," said a pre-recorded chipper female voice. Soft jazz began to play over the phone, and there was a hesitation. "Oh, what was that number again? All these damned passwords and codes." "Aha, Eureka," came the familiar voice of Jonas. The sound of numbers being pressed filled his ears, and Val saw the digits appear before him. Number 314. Pi, cute. The line shifted and was rerouted through an entirely different switchboard. The signals around him grew thin as he followed the signal, but as it connected and he heard the phone begin to ring, something shoved him back. Val was sent reeling through cyberspace, unharmed but shaken up. Data whizzed around him from the Archibald conglomerate servers. Most of it was behind a dense, strangely coded firewall that rose up before him high into the black-blue digital sky. The dark tunnel he'd passed down to follow the signal lay open before him, and he could see a feminine figure with thick, fiery red hair, dressed in what looked to be a French resistance outfit. She smiled at Val and shook her head. "Naughty, naughty. You didn't say some magic word," she scolded playfully in a soft French accent. Val was uncertain as to what the hell was happening. He'd never encountered anything like this. Programs, operating systems, it was all just data. This was different. She was entirely made up of data. He could see that from the way the shades of her body were comprised entirely of shifting and colored lines of code that made up her being, but it was a code he didn't know. But there was more than that. "What are you?" asked Val as he stood and dusted himself off. "So two great unknowns, so two illustrious conjecturabilities, say are so best known unknown. Persons sat have ever drawn breath upon sa planet." "What?" said Val in a very confused manner. "Exactly," she said with a smile before stepping back into the tunnel just before it closed behind her. Only the remaining streams of data and code making up the rest of the grid remained behind her, as though she'd never been there at all. No digital trace. Val sat there confused for a moment before running a search on the Archibald conglomerate. He was a bit startled at what he found. It was a mega corporation, an overarching company with controlling investments in at least dozens of other companies. Weapons, shipping, manufacturing, sporting equipment, software design, hardware design, and more. It was one massive LLC with thousands of contracts in both the government and private sectors. The entire corporation seemed to be on the up and up, all done through private investors, bankrolled subsidiary companies, and research grants. It was the research grants that caught Val's attention, though. A long list of public records, financial transactions, and backers, and among them was UC Berkeley. He selected it and began to follow the trail of data, but it disappeared behind Archibald Conglomerate's firewall. Val gritted his teeth and punched the solid wall of encoded data hard with his fist, but nothing happened. "Damn it! Open up!" he roared before slamming his fist into the wall even harder. There was a pulse that traveled out from his fist where it impacted the firewall, making the wall seem to shift and wobble as it went staticky for a moment as the code scrambled and began to defragment itself. Val grinned and raised his fist back to slam it into the wall before he felt someone shaking him. "Hey, can you hear me, Major Tom?" came Jack's deep southern drawl. Val blinked his eyes and was back in the bar. The band must have started another song, and Jonas must have finished his phone call because he was now standing beside the table. "Ready whenever you are, Mr. Technikov," said Jonas with an expectant look. Val blinked his eyes and rubbed them for a moment as he looked about. There was a small stack of cash on the table and a receipt, not to mention a mass of plates and cups. Yeah, let's go," Val said as he cast an untrusting look up to Jonas. "Hey, Cassie, you coming or what?" said Jack. Cassie was shaken from her own daydreams as she stared off towards the stage, watching Maximum Output perform. "Huh. Oh yeah, let's go." "You sure? Don't look like you ate much," asked Jack quizzically as he looked down to her plate. Her burger was now cold, and she'd only gone through maybe half of it at most, along with a few fries. Cassie looked down and took another big bite of her burger before snagging a few extra French fries off of her plate as she washed down the mouthful of food with a long sip from her watered-down Coke. "Lefgau," she mumbled around her the food. Jack chuckled and shook his head. "Say bye, you can give your boyfriend a call later." Cassie rolled her eyes and shook her head as she set her drink down and stood after slipping out of the booth the long way. Val slowly got up and shook his head gently in mild annoyance. "He's whatever," Cassie grumbled out, but as she began to follow Jack, Jonas and Manny toward the door, though she did turn to wave goodbye to the band as they exited the restaurant, Max smiled back from the stage and waved back to her. Manny caught the whole exchange and grinned as he watched Cassie turn red from Max's gaze. Cassie looked back to Manny and glared for a moment before she ducked her head down and stuffed her hands into her pockets. "Cute," he said with a grin. "Yeah, whatever. Shut it," she said with a frown. Manny rolled his eyes, sighed, and shook his head as he followed the rest of the group out onto the streets with Val following just behind him. "So where to now? I thought you said you had us some rooms or something. And we still got her." "Find these others and try to help them too," Jack said flatly to Jonas. "The Ritz," answered Jonas matter-of-factly. Everyone else stopped and did a double-take before looking wide-eyed at Jonas. He stood there for a moment, adjusting his tie in the window of a parked car that had been ticketed for illegal parking. Jonas stopped and turned as he looked at everyone with a concerned expression, almost like he had something on his face. "What?" said Jonas as he looked around to the others. "Really?" asked Cassie, eyes wide in astonishment. "Seriously?" asked Val, also showing a similar expression of shock. Jonas only smiled and straightened his shirt a bit. "Have I lied to you yet?" Jack, Cassie, and Val rolled their eyes and looked to each other. Manny shrugged and glanced to the others before sticking his hands into the pockets of his hoodie and moving over to stand beside Jonas. "We going or what?" he asked in a slightly annoyed fashion. Jack, Val, and Cassie nodded and followed after Jonas as they all made their way back to the parking garage. "You got us rooms at the Ritz-Carlton?" asked Jack in a questioning but appreciative tone. "Why, Jack, I'm surprised you even know what that is," said Jonas with a teasing grin as Cassie choked back a laugh. "What? Of course I know what the Ritz-Carlton is. I ain't some backwoods hillbilly," he said with a groan. Jonas laughed. "Of course you're not." Though the tone left a slight question, Jack wasn't sure if Jonas was being genuine or condescending him, although before Jack could say anything else, Jonas cut him off. "A mutual friend of ours that you may not remember arranged for our stay after I called him. You'll have a chance to meet him as well, Mr. Technikov. However, first, I believe that a bit of rest is called for all of you." Val raised an eyebrow. "All of us? What are you doing?" Jonas smiled. "Going to get us more appropriate attire for what we'll be doing this evening." "For what? What are we doing?" asked Manny. "Going to a fashion show," replied Jonas. It was a bit of a shock to say the least. Everyone stopped on the sidewalk and just stood there for a moment before Manny finally chimed in. "Why?" Jonas turned to them and smiled. "Because that's where our next two potential recruits will be. More will be explained after you all get a few hours of sleep. For now, let's just go get checked in." Jack looked around at everyone who all seemed to be looking to him for agreement. Jack nodded to Jonas. "Sounds good to me," he answered. Jonas nodded and turned, leading the way as they all followed after him toward the parking garage and up to the ATV. Once there, everyone all climbed inside, and it wasn't long before the ATV was pulling out of the parking garage and making its way uptown. It took maybe 30 minutes to drive to the Ritz-Carlton and find parking before everyone headed inside. Cassie, Val, and Manny were all dazzled by the gleaming marble surfaces, patinated brass, and polished glass. Jonas nonchalantly strolled over to the counter. "Yes, I have a reservation under Archibald," he stated to the slightly overweight, middle-aged woman with dark graying hair styled in a tight bun, seated behind the polished marble counter. "Yes, sir. Just one moment," she said as she punched in a few keystroke at her keyboard while gazing to the computer screen through her brass wire-framed glasses. Val had caught the name, and it only made him more concerned but also more curious. If this Archibald conglomerate was involved with Jonas, and they had something to do with the research project at Berkeley, then he might have been pulling their strings all along. Val didn't have any proof, though, not yet. But he'd find a way to get some if it existed. He'd find the answers he was looking for. Jonas moved back over with a number of key cards before holding one out to each of them. "There you are. Rooms all taken care of, and anything you need, simply charge it to the rooms. I'll be back around 5 o'clock. Jack looked to the clock. It was just after noon now. That meant he could squeeze in a bit of a nap or something. Cassie, Val, Manny, and Jack each took one of their cards before they moved toward the elevator, as Jonas turned and headed out onto the streets. After riding the elevator up and locating their suites, everyone was quick to jump into the shower, throw on the TV, or stretch out on the bed to rest up. However, rest wasn't coming for most of them. Manny sighed as he moved into the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. He appeared to be the same, no changes. The same olive-toned skin, dark amber eyes, black messy hair. He raised his hands and growled half-heartedly at the mirror, but there was nothing. Manny let out a sigh and ran his fingers through his lengthy, wavy dark hair, brushing it back out of his face. "Hey, puto," came a very familiar voice from inside the bathroom mirror. Manny looked up before falling backward in fright. He scrambled away from the mirror across the tiled floor, back toward the bathtub. Manny pressed himself to the tub and the wall into the corner as he curled up into the fetal position. Standing inside the mirror was Martin. His severed head was tucked up under his arm and blood dripped from the torn meat around the base of his neck. His esophagus and part of his spinal column hung free of the shredded meat, dripping blood down onto his running pants. Where his head should have been was a caved-in hollow, with thick viscous blood slowly dripping from it and pouring down his chest, staining the white t-shirt a deep red that was so dark it was almost black. Manny sat on the floor, staring up at his dead friend, as Martin's sunken-in, glassy, dark eyes stared back at him out through the mirror that was mounted to the bathroom wall like he was looking through a window. "Hey, what's the matter, Holmes? Scared you?" "Ha, not nearly half as bad as you scared me when you went all monster." "Wee, didn't see that coming," Martin said as he looked down to his friend, smiled and let out a light chuckle. Manny blinked and stared back. "You're dead." "Well, yeah, man, I fucking hope so. Otherwise, this is going to be one hell of a medical bill I can't afford," Martin joked. "Besides, how the fuck do I get out of a mirror?" It sure as hell seemed like Martin. Manny stood on his shaky legs and took one step toward the mirror. He blinked, then Martin was gone. Manny let out a sigh for a moment as his heartbeat began to steady itself. He turned to sit down on the toilet and collect himself, only to see Martin staring up at him, head seated in his lap. "Shit." Manny took a quick step back as he jumped before gingerly stepping forwards. Manny reached out slowly toward Martin with a shaky hand before suddenly trying to shove him off of the toilet. Manny's hand sailed clear through Martin's shoulder, passing through him like air. He felt nothing other than the air itself, and a sudden drop in temperature where Martin should have been. Manny took a quick step back once again. "Holy crap, am I going crazy?" Manny asked, half lost in panic. Martin just chuckled. "Nah, hermano. Thought I might have been when you went all crazy bat thing on me, but nah." I dead?" Manny asked, still uncertain. Martin laughed. Fool, you're in the Ritz-Carlton. If you're dead, then this is fucking heaven, and someone seriously screwed up. You're not the dead one here, I am. Manny frowned and sat down on the edge of the tub. Yeah, well, sorry. Martin shrugged. I deserved it. Fucked you over pretty hard. Besides, I killed you first. Manny felt his heartbeat slowing and the panic subsiding some. He grinned. Didn't take. Martin chuckled. Yeah, I see that, but you ain't wrong, Holmes. I mean, you are alive, but also not. Manny looked confused as he looked over to his friend seated on the toilet, his bloody, severed head resting on his lap and tilting it up so that he was looking Manny in the eyes. I've got to be losing it, said Manny with a sigh. Martin scoffed. Nah, I mean, this shit is fucked right. But nah, bro, you're not crazy. A little bitch for sure, but not crazy. Manny tried to shove Martin again, his hand passing through nothing but cold air. Ha, you missed, fucker. But seriously, I think I'm here because you are. I mean, you did kill me and then ate my soul or whatever. Manny frowned but said nothing as he stared back at his dead friend. Hey, like I said, no hard feelings, man. Life's shit. But it's not over. You got something inside you. That dark thing, that's a part of you, man. You gotta learn to live with it, or it's gonna kill you. And it's a lot worse in here than out there, trust me. Where? Asked Manny, now more confused than ever. Martin grinned and pointed towards Manny's chest. He tried to say something, but the words seemed far off and distorted. What? Asked Manny, but Martin slowly faded out, leaving Manny sitting alone in the hotel room. Manny sat in silence for a moment. He smiled, then sighed before hot tears slowly began to run down his tanned cheeks. He wiped them away with the back of his shaky hands and slowly stood before turning on the shower. Maybe a shower and some sleep would help straighten his head out and calm his nerves. Meanwhile, Val was staring at himself in the mirror in the bathroom as well. He frowned as he tried in vain to pull his dreadlocks aside and turn so he could get a better look at the device in vain. Val sighed and rested his hands on the sink for a moment before exiting the bathroom and moving over to sit on the king-sized bed. Seated beside the bed was a wooden bedside table with a white and green marble top. There was a lamp, notepad, pen, channel guide, remote control, and telephone. But it was the phone that drew his attention. Val picked it up and hesitated for a moment before punching in his mom's office phone number. The phone rang for a few moments before he heard a familiar voice from the other end of the line. Hello, Dr. Winifred Technikov, came his mother's soft-spoken, light voice. Hey, Mom, it's me, Val said. Oh, hey, honey, I haven't heard from you in a few days. Is everything okay? I heard there was an incident at the Mechanical Sciences building. Is everything okay? Are you all right? Val smiled. It was good to hear his mom's voice. He rubbed at the warm, triangular hunk of metal embedded into the back of his cranium. Yeah, I'm fine, Mom. Just decided to take a road trip with a few friends. I'll be back in a couple of days. He could hear the tone of his mum's voice change from concern to stern. Well, you only have so many sick days, so don't use them all up goofing off. And be safe, okay? If you need anything, just give me a call, all right? Okay, just wanted to call and check in with you. Is everything okay back at the labs? Yes, honey. I heard that someone broke in and stole something, but the police are investigating. Besides some big truck or something, it doesn't look like anything was taken. Val sighed a bit as he felt his stress die down some. Are you okay, sweetie? You sound stressed. That wasn't the big project you were working on. Was it? Val stayed silent for a second before groaning out. Yeah, it was. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Do you want me to talk to the department head for you? I'm good friends with Dr. No, that's okay, Mom. I can take care of it, Val answered. He hated it when his mom tried to talk with his professors. Okay, honey, I know you can. I just don't mind helping if you need it. Just let me know if you need anything, okay? Val nodded. Yes, Mom, and thank you. I love you, sweetie. I love you too, Mom. Have a good day. You too, my little Prince Valiant. Val hung up the phone and felt himself go slightly red as she used her pet name for him. something that she'd clung onto since he was little. He sat there for a moment and tried to feel around his dreadlocks, once more at the device implanted into his skull. He'd have to get a better look at it and have better access to it if he was going to get anywhere. Val picked up the phone and grinned as he called the front desk. "Hello, yes? I was wondering, can you send up some clippers up to my room?" Chapter 26, Looks That Kill. Several hours later, Jonas returned to the Ritz-Carlton driving his brand-new cherry red 2011 Ford GT 500. He pulled up out front of the hotel and brought the cherry muscle car to a halt, leaving the engine rumbling gently like the light purring of a lion. Several of the bellhops and valets began to close in towards the car to admire it more closely as Jonas got out. "Help me with the bags, gentlemen," he said with a smile as he popped the truck, before tossing the keys over to one of the valets. The bellhops jumped too and moved swiftly around to help Jonas as he pulled out several large garment bags and shopping bags from the dark leather interior of the car and handed them off, making sure to check each bag and direct the bellhops to the appropriate room. Jonas removed his bags from the car last, freeing up a lot more interior space in the glove-like confines of the car. "Take her out for a wash and wax, and park her close when you get back." As he spoke, Jonas palmed the bellhop a $50 bill. "And there's another one for you if you get her back without a scratch, and in less than an hour." The young bellhop smiled and nodded up at Jonas before swiftly moving around the car and hopping inside. The engine revved once before the car slowly and carefully pulled out onto the street. Jonas draped his garment bag across his left arm and carried his other bags in his right hand as he made his way through the polished, gleaming doors of the Ritz and headed into his lavish lobby. His polished Oxfords clacked against the tiled floor of the lobby as he made his way to the elevators. It didn't take long to catch a ride to his floor before he stepped off and moved down the short hallway to one of the two rooms on the floor and headed inside. Jonas carefully laid the garment bag and his two shopping bags down on the large, soft bed and was about to begin getting ready when he heard a knock at his door. Jonas straightened his tie and headed over to the door before opening it, only to find Jack standing on the other side of the door. Jack stared at Jonas with an annoyed look as he held up his garment bag. "Seriously?" he said as he pulled aside one of the plastic-lined cloth flaps of the bag to reveal the finely tailored, designer white evening jacket and matching suit pants. A royal blue shirt was tucked in with the outfit, along with a red scarf. "What?" said Jonas, showing genuine confusion for a moment. "I'ma look like freaking Dr. Moreau or something if I wear this damn thing. Couldn't you have just gotten me a regular suit or something?" Jonas smiled and laughed as he took a step out into the hall. "I figured red, white, and blue would be your best colors." Jack rolled his eyes and grimaced a bit, but couldn't suppress a half smirk at the bad dad joke Jonas slung at him. "Besides, Jack, it's a fashion show. People expect a bit of pomp and circumstance to these things," said Jonas before clapping Jack on the shoulder. Jack sighed and nodded. "Fine. What time is this thing going down? And when are we regrouping?" Jonas smirked. "The first walk for evening wear begins at 6. We'll be there a few hours. We should meet downstairs at, say, 5. Jack nodded. "Got it. I'll let everyone else know. And how the hell did you know my size?" Jonas grinned. "Foresight, remember? I am Prometheus after all," he said as he tapped his temple with his index finger. Jack rolled his eyes and shook his head as he turned and headed back towards the elevators. Jonas turned and strolled back into his own room as he closed the door behind him, then began to prepare for the evening's festivities. At 4:50 p.m., Jonas headed down to the lobby of the hotel, dressed in his own finery for the evening. Jonas wore a rich brown evening jacket made of fine velvet and embroidered with bronze silk in floral patterns, with black silk cuffs and collar. Underneath the jacket, he wore a light white Egyptian cotton shirt, which he'd left the top few buttons undone on, to show off his rather full chest of hair. A pair of pressed black linen pants and polished crocodile hide, brown leather loafers completed his outfit, along with appropriately matched bronze cufflinks studded with jet. His long, thick, bushy hair had been lightly conditioned and was pushed back into a tight ponytail, bound by a bronze clasp that matched his cufflinks, and held his hair in place. As he moved out into the lobby, he could already see Jack standing there waiting on him, along with Manny. Both were dressed in the outfits Jonas had purchased for them. Jack was dressed in an ivory-white pressed evening jacket that hung comfortably on his large, statuesque frame. He'd left the jacket open, showing off the deep, rich, glossy blue of the shirt, along with the large and highly polished steer skull belt buckle that was plated with gold and silver. Matching pressed white pants hung from his legs, and a pair of gleaming mirror-polished black brogues completed his own look, along with his silver Lone Star cufflinks and his bright red linen scarf that he had wrapped about his neck once and draped across his broad shoulders. Being a good foot or more shorter than Jack, Manny didn't cut quite the same figure of the other two men, though the change was even more drastic. Gone was the kid dressed in a hoodie and shorts. Manny's own long, straight hair had been washed, conditioned, and combed, and he'd pushed back out of his face so his hair hung down around his shoulders. He was dressed in a black cashmere long coat that stopped right at mid-thigh, along with a pressed black Egyptian cotton shirt and a paisley-patterned black silk vest and tie, both black on black but in varying shades. Pressed black linen pants, golden cufflinks, and ankle-cut black leather boots polished to a mirror sheen finished out the rest of Manny's outfit. The two of them were standing there awkwardly, Jack looking like he was standing at parade rest as his head slowly looked about the lobby, while Manny had his hands dug deep into his pockets and was slightly crouched over to keep his head down, not wanting to draw any more attention to himself than was necessary. Jonas approached the two men and nodded with an approving frown as he surveyed them both. "You both clean up well. The suits look good," Jonas stated. Groaned Manny. "Why does he get the good outfit? Couldn't I have got one like that? Feels like it's less goofy than this thing," said Jack as he looked down to himself and tugged his scarf from around his neck. Jonas rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Where are the others?" Jack sighed and began to head toward the bar to grab a drink. "Cassie says she'll be down in a minute." "I don't know old Chrome Dome," said Jack with a shrug. "I called and told them the time. Banged on Cassie's door on the way down, and she said she'd be on her way down in a sec." Jonas looked to Manny, who only gave a non-committal shrug. "Give 'em a few more minutes. If they ain't down, I'll go up and check. Come on, let's get a drink," grunted Jack before nodding his head towards the bar. Jonas took a seated and ordered himself a Sazerac, as Jack ordered himself a draft beer. When the bartender looked to Manny for his order, he hesitated and looked over to Jack and Jonas. Jonas looked expectantly towards Manny before Jack just gave Manny a nod. Bacardi and Coke," he said, before the bartender nodded and turned to ready the three. "Drinks for the men." "Thanks," said Manny softly to Jack. Jack nodded to Manny and lifted his beer as it was slid across the bar to him. "No problem, man." Manny smiled and looked over to Jonas, who was busily watching the TV screen above the bar. "And, thanks for the clothes and stuff." Jonas simply nodded and waved his hand a bit, but said nothing, drawing Manny's gaze towards the TV. The victims were all members of the Latin Kings, or were known to have affiliated with them in the past. However, despite this shocking revelation, Chicago's chief of police believes the attacks were not gang-related. Currently, the murders of the four men are attributed to a vicious animal attack, but no one from the neighborhood reported seeing any wild animals in the area when asked. However, in possibly related news, what appeared to be a large armored vehicle was spotted fleeing the area at high speeds by a few eyewitnesses. Police are currently looking into the whereabouts of the vehicle. However, due to a possible hacking of Chicago's traffic system, there has been no recoverable footage of the vehicle. Additionally, a few eyewitnesses took to YouTube last night after capturing amazing footage of someone moving through Chicago's streets late last night at incredible speeds. The screen changed from the cute blonde female news anchor who was somewhere in her 30s and over to a glare-filled shot of a few kids skateboarding just outside of a building. The video started with a young kid landing a kickflip after jumping a small set of stairs. His buddy filmed it all on the phone as he landed the trick and reached out to steady himself as he did, hands pushing up off the ground to get him back to standing from his crouched stance. Just then, there was a sudden blur of motion across the screen, and a few cars parked nearby visibly rocked and shifted from the sudden change in air pressure as The lights on them began to flash, and their horns began to blare as their alarms were activated. A single blurry frame of a tall, muscular man, dressed in t-shirt and jeans, came up on the screen. It was far too blurred from motion to make out the individual in the picture, but everyone seated at the bar knew exactly who it was. This captured video has led many online to begin speculating as to whether or not this image may be of Austin's supposed superpowered vigilante Sergeant Major. If this is him, this leads the questions as to what is he doing in Chicago, and did this vigilante have anything to do with the brutal murders that took place there last night? Chicago police have declined comment on the video at this point, though they assure citizens of Chicago that the matter of the murders is being investigated. In related news, wanted murderer Hank Steele remains at large, but was spotted a few days ago outside of Detroit after police responded to reports of gunshots coming from Detroit-Wayne County Port Authority. After responding, police got into a shootout with Mr. Steele, but were unable to apprehend him after they lost sight of him when he fled into the Detroit River. After Steele fled the scene, a police investigation of the area found over a dozen dead bodies and injured victims of the incident. A shipping container filled with a number of people that had been reported missing in the days and weeks leading up to the incident were also found at the scene, along with a message that is believed to have been left by Mr. Steele on the pavement. The message left by Mr. Steele was a biblical verse, Luke 13:3, which directly references making penance. The nature of the quote remains uncertain, but some citizens of Detroit are now openly supporting Mr. Steele's brand of vigilante justice, while others condemn it. As Steele's spree of brutal murders continues across the country, the debate continues to spread the longer he eludes authorities. Some have taken to the Reddit and other social media platforms to hail Steele as some sort of anti-hero. Opponents of this stance claim that Mr. Steele is no more than a mass murderer that needs to be brought to justice. Whatever the case, the recent quote left by the fugitive has sparked many to begin calling him penance, in reference to the quote left by him. Those that survived Mr. Steele's savage attack were taken into police custody for questioning. The missing persons that were recovered at the scene of the crime have been taken to Henry Ford Hospital for care. Mr. Steele's involvement in the missing persons cases remains unknown after police declined to comment. However, court records indicate several of those that were injured or killed in Mr. Steele's attack were known felons with previous histories of violence, drug use, and other criminal offenses. Currently, Detroit police are working with the FBI in an ongoing attempt to track down and apprehend Mr. Steele. "Jesus," said Jack softly as he looked from the screen down to his beer before taking a long sip. Jonas's and Manny's drinks had both been delivered as well while they were watching the news. Jonas took a sip from his cocktail and nodded as a light smirk spread over his lips. "Sounds like he's a man that gets things done." Jack nodded. "Yeah, but not the way they're supposed to be done. Innocent until proven guilty. Remember, that ain't justice, just an execution." Manny had looked away from the TV and withdrawn into himself as he began to think. Was he so different? He killed. Was he as bad as that guy, or worse? As his anxiety began to build in his chest. Like a water balloon nearing bursting, his vision began to darken. The lights in the bar began to flicker gently, making Jack and Jonas both take notice. "Hey, Manny," said Jack as he patted the younger man on the back between his shoulder blades. Jack lifted his beer and held it out. "Ain't nobody talking about you, man, or judging you. I've seen and done things I wouldn't want to do again, but I ain't ashamed of 'em neither. What I did for my country and to keep people safe, and I only did what I had to do. You did the same thing, you hear me? You were put in a tough spot and did what you had to do to get out of it and survive. I don't blame you for that, and from what I saw you weren't exactly yourself either. So cheers, brother." Manny's eyes, which had begun to darken around the edges of his pupils, receded to their normal color. Manny said nothing, but he smiled softly. He nodded silently and thought about what Jack had said as he raised his glass and lightly clinked it against the soldiers. "Here, here," said Jonas, making both men turn before giving him a nod and an appreciative look. Each toasted the other, softly clinking their glasses against one another before all three men took a long sip from their drinks, just as Val came walking into the bar. It took them all a moment to realize it was Val that had walked in. The grungy nerd had cleaned himself up. His ratty mess of dreads was now gone, shaved down to a smooth guard close to his head, leaving the peach-colored fuzz that remained covering his freckled scalp. He'd shaved too, trimming away the several days' worth of growth to leave his face cleanly shaven, giving him a bit of a baby-faced appearance. He too was dressed in the suit Jonas had purchased for him, was a finely cut business suit made of a cotton and satin blend, dyed to a deep midnight blue. The jacket accentuated Val's lean build, but did manage to broaden the width of his shoulders. Below, he wore matching pressed pants and a pair of highly polished black leather Oxfords. A pressed white cotton shirt and a black silken vest completed his look, along with the sky blue silk tie he wore around his neck. Jonas nodded approvingly as Val approached the bar. "Vodka cranberry," said Val as he called out to the bartender who had moved a bit further down. "The bar." The gentleman nodded to Val as a sign that he'd heard his order. "Clean up pretty good for a skeevy stoner," said Jack with a grin. "Nice suit." "You look better without the dreads," said Manny. Jonas said nothing, but raised his glass in toast to Val, who politely returned the nod but eyed Jonas suspiciously for a moment before looking away as the bartender approached. The bartender sat down a clean white bar napkin for Val's drink before gingerly resting the frosty, freshly mixed ruby cocktail atop the pristine napkin, dampening its surface. "I got it," added Jack. The bartender nodded and moved over to a computer terminal before, ringing the drink up and adding it to Jack's tab. "Thanks, dude," added Val before he raised his glass and took a drink. All four men looked to the door as a beautiful woman in a sleek mermaid-cut gown made from fine, deep purple velvet came into the room. Her rich, wavy, deep brown hair was done up in a bun and pinned with a few gleaming rhinestone-tipped hairpins to hold it in place. The haltered neck of the top hugged to her slender neck, accentuating her neckline before the fabric crossed high on her chest, near her collarbone, tastefully obscuring any cleavage. As it continued down, it hugged to her supple curves, highlighting them. A strip of black silk covered in patterned rhinestones only served to further accentuate her hips as the dress clung to her like an upside-down champagne flute. The sheen of the fabric cascaded down and obscured most of her long, smooth legs, with a single slit coming up to her left knee. The train of the dress pooled down around the floor behind her, only following a short distance as she came in and cupped her small purple rhinestone-covered purse to her as she scanned the bar with her deep brown eyes. As her gaze settled on the four men staring in awe at her, they all seemed to suddenly come to the same realization at once. It was Cassie. Jack felt proud, awkward, and a bit ashamed all at the same time. Yup, she had definitely grown up. He was proud of her for becoming such a beautiful young woman, but at the same time he wished she'd put on a jacket or something. And he never wanted to see her in a dress like that ever again. His gaze shifted to Jonas, who was watching as Cassie crossed the room towards them. He was admiring her, but it wasn't a hungry look. No more one of actual appreciation and greeting. Val and Manny, on the other hand, that was a different story. Both guys were staring and slowly eyeing Cassie over as a slight smirk turned up Manny's lips while Val turned back to face the bar awkwardly. "Hey! Eyes front!" growled out Jack. "That's my goddaughter." Manny looked away and began to sip his drinks as Val looked around behind the bar at the collection of bottles. Manny's eyes, too, started to wander about as he took in the architecture and the interior of the hotel's bar. "Hey, sorry I'm late. Took me a while to get these hairpins in. So we ready? Ooh, can I have a drink?" Jack shot Cassie a disapproving look. "Never mind, don't want to screw up my lipstick anyways. You boys look nice," said Cassie as she took a moment to eye over each of the men gathered before her. They did indeed look very nice, and even she took a moment to admire Manny and Val's suits. They both looked good in them. She smiled and punched Jack's arm. "You clean up pretty good for a hick," she said, before grinning wide and chuckling some, revealing a few smears of lipstick across her teeth. Jack, Val, and Manny all saw from where they were seated as they looked to her to thank her, making them all crack their own grins. Hey Kay, you got something in your teeth," said Manny as he pointed to his own teeth in a gesture of where it was. "Huh?" Cassie looked into the mirror and grilled herself as she pulled back her lips. "Oh my gosh, shit. Thank you," she said suddenly before spinning to face away from the bar. She opened her purse, pulling out a few tissues she'd taken from the bathroom, along with a small pocket mirror, using both to check and clean her teeth of the smeared-on, Merlot-colored lipstick. Jack just shook his head and chuckled. "Look who's talking, country girl." Cassie just shot him a sneer and gently bobbed her head to the side back and forth as he feigned to his words back at him in a mocking country twang. "Look who's talking." Jack laughed as Manny and Val both smirked before polishing off their drinks. Jack downed the rest of his own beer as Jonas took a long sip of his before setting it down. "So, how are we getting to whatever this place is?" asked Cassie. "I mean, the van, right?" asked Jack as he looked to Val, who shrugged, then over to Jonas. "I'm taking my car. I got a limo for the rest of you," Jonas said bluntly as he began to move out. Into the lobby and towards the front doors with the others beginning to follow after him. "What car?" asked Jack. "Limo?" said Val. "What?" said Manny. As they all stepped through the polished, gleaming glass doors of the Ritz and out onto the damp streets of New York as rain gently poured down from above, they were all greeted to the sight of Jonas's brand-new, mirror-polished, cherry-red Ford GT 500, and parked right behind it was a Crown Victoria stretch limousine with windows so dark you couldn't see inside. The tuxedo-clad driver was already out of the limo, and as he saw the group approaching, he opened the door. "This is awesome," said Cassie as she looked over the limo. Manny nodded. "Yeah, thanks, man. Damn nice car, though." Jack looked from the limo, the sports car, and back. "Can I drive?" he said, looking to Jonas as he held his hands out for the keys. Jonas shot Jack a sarcastic, questioning look as a valet approached, the same one from before, though now looking a bit weary and damp from the rain after a long shift. "No," said Jonas. He held out his hand and took the keys as the valet extended them. For a brief moment, Jack considered snatching the keys at super speeds and then jumping into the sports car. But it was dumb. It wasn't his car. He wasn't going to blow their cover for a prank, and besides, he could run faster than that car. Just not in these shoes. He didn't want wreck them. Jonas took the keys and walked past Jack and around the car after palming the valet another 50. Cassie was already sliding into the limo, and Jack got sight of Val, Manny, and the driver, all three admiring his goddaughter. "Hey, eyes front," Jack growled. "Huh?" said Cassie as she looked back. Instantly, though, Val, Manny, and the driver all reacted to Jack's words on instinct and stiffened, as they looked straight ahead and made sure to get their eyes off of Cassie. "Oh, pervs." Cassie grunted out before rolling her eyes and slipping further into the limo. A second or two later, Val and Manny were sliding into the limo after Cassie, as Jack heard Cassie let out an excited cry of, "Ooh, champagne!" "No," said Jack, with an exasperated shake of his head, as he followed in after the trio, taking one moment to look to the driver, who gave Jack an apologetic look and a shrug. Jack ducked into the limo, and the driver closed the door behind them before circling around the vehicle and getting in. The loud rev of an engine, followed by the screech of tiles and a slight cloud of dust, along with the following scent of burnt rubber, signaled that Jonas had just peeled out. "Follow that jackass," said Jack to the driver with a sigh of annoyance. A 15-minute drive and a phone call to Jonas later, the limo pulled up to a stop outside of Pier 40. Signs for the fashion show had been set out directing everyone for parking, and valet service had been made available. They could see Jonas's car pulling off down the street, and their attention was drawn the colorfully dressed man as he stood curbside awaiting their arrival as the driver got out and opened the doors, allowing the four of them inside to pile out. "You drive fast enough?" grunted Jack as he looked to Jonas, who only shrugged in response. It was a little after 5:30 now. "So am I doing the talking, or are you? And how many people do we got to do the pitch to inside?" Jack said as he fiddled with the scarf draped around his shoulders. Jonas smiled and reached into his inner coat pocket before pulling out 5 white envelopes containing their invitations. "We'll need to figure out a way backstage before we can talk to anyone. Both of them are models, you see, one a daughter of Aphrodite and the other a descendant of hers." Everyone stared at Jonas for a moment, but Jack took in a deep breath before slowly letting it out. As his eyes moved over to Cassie, "All right, Cassie, I want you to pretend to be a model. Just say that you forgot your pass or something. I don't think the guards will put up too much of a fuss." Jack said as Cassie nodded in agreement and smirked mischievously. Val, said Jack, turning to the freshly shaved ginger who was currently running his hand through his short, stubbled hair, feeling at the metallic device implanted into his head. He couldn't do brain surgery on himself, and from what he could tell, this thing was attached to his nervous system somehow. Yo, said Val, you're our eyes and ears. See if you can get us better access of something. Link up with our phones and keep everyone informed. Be ready to cause a distraction or something if we need you to. And keep an eye on their cameras, all right? You're our man on the comms. Val smiled and gave Jack a thumbs up. So far, he was liking the plan, and he preferred Jack's plans to following Jonas and his hidden agenda. He left himself in charge of the controls, but inwardly turned to his other selves, assigning tasks of linking with everyone's cell phones, monitoring street cameras, linking into the live camera feeds for the Skylight Clarkson Center, and interfacing with the local network. He updated everyone's access, assigning Cassie as a model, Manny and Jack as private security, and putting himself and Jonas on VIP access. They both looked the part, and he wanted to keep a closer eye on him. Manny, you know what Loki and Ballistic look like, right? Manny looked confused, but he thought for a moment. However, before he could respond, his phone pinged with a text. I sent you some pictures of them, man, said Val. Manny pulled his phone from his pants pocket and glanced to the screen as he unlocked the burner's cheap 4-digit security. Displayed before him were 2 pictures, one of a man with blonde hair, a trimmed goatee, and ostentatiously dressed. Manny had seen him only briefly in the basement of Churro Palace before he'd vanished in a flash of golden light. The second Manny knew well. He'd been the one that knocked Manny out. Now he had names to go with the faces. He could feel his pulse quicken, and he frowned before nodding. Jack noticed the look and could hear Manny's heart rate increase. We need level heads here. Just keep an eye out and let us know if you see any of them. Remember, Loki can look like anyone. If any of us stand a chance of seeing through his disguises and illusions, it's you, Jonas added to Manny. Manny was uncertain, but Jonas seemed to be knowledgeable about his powers, so he nodded while trying to calm himself as his hunger for retribution grew. Jonas, Val started, I updated our invites to VIP status so we have front row seats. You two are. Private security now, and she's a model. Val said with a smile as he pointed from one to the next. Jack looked impressed, but also a bit annoyed. He didn't like people going off on their own without heads up. However, he smirked. Good job. All right, Jonas, you keep an eye out on the floor and ID the girls for us if you can, and help keep an eye on Val since he's running a lot of stuff for us. Jonas nodded. Easily done. The women we're looking for are named Rebecca Redford, though. Her stage name now is Ruby, from what I recall. The other woman is named Kayla Kyles. Val was on it in a second, pulling up their Facebook pages along with a few pictures he'd pulled up through their websites. Both were models, one relatively new but quickly gaining in popularity. Kayla appeared to have started off as a bi gaining popularity on YouTube with her makeup and fashion tutorials, but had moved over into professional fashion after a few years of self-promoting. Ruby was the older of the two, 25 to Kayla's 21. She'd begun her career through agencies doing small commercials and model gigs for JCPenney and other similar stores, but had broken into the scene and had a large following, even appearing on the cover of Maxim a few years prior in 2008. Everyone's phones began to buzz, and as they all retrieved them from pockets and purses, images of the two women were ready and waiting for them in their text. A photo labeled as Rebecca Ruby Redford showed a gorgeous, ivory-skinned, scarlet-haired woman with bright green eyes, a sensual build, and full lips appeared on everyone's phones. The next picture was labeled as Kayla Kyles and showed a younger girl who was around the same age as Val and Manny. She was stunning, with beautiful, long, straight, dark hair, deep, glossy, ebony skin, a doll-like face with a delicate nose, high cheekbones, and graceful features like a dancer. The men all stared at the two photos of the women before Jack looked up. What's their abilities and if they have them? Jonas smirked a bit. Glad you asked. No idea. Deit's descendants and their powers are very diverse, thanks to her proclivities. Jack sighed but nodded. Then that makes things interesting. Everyone, stay sharp, okay? Let's go. he said before nodding, tossing one tail of his scarf over his shoulder and making his way toward the entrance. Manny, Val, Jonas, and Cassie all grinned and smirked, but followed after, with Cassie falling in between Jack and Manny, while Jonas and Val brought up the rear. As they approached, the few members of the press and paparazzi gathered began to take photos as Jack moved forward, using his size to make room before moving up. As he came to the double doors into the building, he stopped and turned to face Cassie before holding out his hand. She grinned and held out her envelope to him as Manny pulled his from his pocket, where he'd tucked it away after Jonas gave it to him. Jack handed over his and Cassie invitations as Manny passed his over as well. All three were run and checked by the two security guards at the door, one looking them over briefly before handing them to the other guy, who was much smaller. Both were dressed in rather plain but nice black suits, white shirts, and black ties. The smaller of the two, seated behind the computer, doubled, checked the invitations against the guest list before nodding and handing over a few yellow and blue passes on black lanyards to Jack, Cassie, and Manny. Cassie headed inside, escorted by Jack and Manny. Next up were Val and Jonas, who, like the others, had no trouble in getting through security before being handed the same passes on gold lanyards to signify their status and seating section. Once inside, Cassie and the others began to make their way toward the backstage area, while Jonas and Val made their way out onto the huge ballroom and show floor where the catwalk and seating had been set up. It didn't take them long to find their chairs, and even less time for Jonas to begin asking for champagne service. It was easy for Cassie to slip by as she showed off her pass to the tall, imposing security guard, especially with the striking figuring she cut in her dress. Not to mention the two men standing behind her. The difficult part came as they made their way into the packed backstage area that was crammed with rolling hanging clothing racks stuffed with various evening gowns and dresses, along with a huge group of people seated around makeup tables, calling out names and going through various stages of preparation of the show. It was a symphony of chaos and clothing. Now all they had to do was find who they were looking for, but that was shaping up to be much more difficult than they thought. "Oh boy," said Jack as several partially dressed models went walking past toward a makeup table. Chapter 27. Ballroom Blitz. "Manny, you take the left side of the stage. Cassie and I will go right. Let us know if you get eyes. On 'em," Jack ordered. Manny nodded as he slipped his hands into his pants pockets before starting to nervously shift and move through the crowd of people backstage. As he moved through the press of people coming in on him from all sides, his heart rate began to rise. Manny tried to steady himself and take in slow, deep breaths as he looked about. However, the gnawing panic continued to build, and suddenly there was a flash of darkness. A vision. No, it was a memory. A beautiful woman was kissing her rather well-dressed, but somewhat dumpy-looking husband goodbye for her flight to New York. The time frame shifted, and suddenly she was on her back in a hotel room and in the throes of passion with some other man who clearly wasn't her husband. Another vision flashed across his mind. This time it was a man seated behind the desk. The man was smiling suspiciously across the desk at a girl who was barely out of her teens. He slowly stood, undoing his belt buckle as he moved around the table towards his victim. Another flash, and Manny saw a woman unpacking several garment bags and tearing open the hems of the knockoff clothes, only to reveal well-wrapped and vacuumed sealed bags of heroin within as she smiled and picked them up to inspect. Then there was another flash, then another as an overwhelming sea of sin began to wash over Manny. "Manny!" Manny shook his head to try and dislodge the crazed, hungry voice worming its way into his consciousness from the dark shadows of his soul. "Pay attention, damn it. Look at their sins, the darkness in their souls." The menacing, hungry storm of voices implored. "No," said Manny, shaking his head as his eyes began to go dark and the shadows under the clothes racks, makeup tables, and in the corners of the backstage area began to darken. "No what?" said Val in confusion through the phone, his voice echoing up from Manny's inner coat pocket. "Manny, you doing all right?" said Jack. "They're guilty, Manny. All of them are guilty. Kill them, Manny. Punish them, judge them, feast on them. Kill them, Manny." I'm sorry, guys. I can't do this. I got to get some air." Manny took off bolting. shoving and pushing his way through the press of people as their sins continued to flash before his eyes and wash over him, threatening to drown him in their damnation. Manny staggered as he rushed out of an emergency exit, onto the damp, rainy streets of New York City and into the muggy air, gulping down lungfuls of it as he stumbled from the building. "Jonas, go with him. We don't need one of ours getting snatched," Jack said aloud softly, drawing a strange look from a rather attractive blonde nearby. He nodded and smiled reassuringly at her before giving her a little wave and moving off after Cassie as she rounded a corner. Jonas stood and quickly exited the building, taking off after Manny. "Jack, I got eyes on them. One just went in the women's bathroom with someone, stage right. The other one just went out the back exit," came Val's voice through the phone again. Inside his mind, it was like the control center of MI6 headquarters, with the dorky version of him, dressed up as James Bond, turning to the others. "I'm a superhero," came a prim, posh English accent from everyone's phones. "What?" said Cassie, looking down with a chuckle toward her purse. "Never mind, ignore him," answered Val. "Everyone, we got a mission. Eyes up. Cassie, you cover the bathroom and keep an eye on her. I'm going to go see if I can have a talk with the one out back. Let us know the second there's a problem." Cassie smiled and nodded. It was an easy job, but at least she was being included in the plans now. 10-4, she said before turning and marching off toward the ladies' room, shouldering her way past the crowd of people. Jack made his way down a long access hallway and out through a pair of metal double doors with the aid of Val's navigation over his phone. As he stepped out into the night air, he looked to his left and right as the pungent, sharp scent of cigarettes filled his nose. Off to his left, maybe 15 or so feet away from him, was a stunningly gorgeous woman, the likes of Cindy Crawford or Carmen Electra during their heydays in the 90s. She was almost like Jessica Rabbit come to life, but not as exaggeratedly built. With her heels on, she stood just over 6 feet. Her heavily mascara-laden sea-green eyes looked up at Jack and slowly ran across him as her fully pouty scarlet-painted lips puckered around the butt of her cigarette, staining the stub crimson as she took a long drag. The cherry burned brightly and crackled in the dim streets, illuminating her beautiful, delicate face. She reached up and ran a hand through her luscious, wavy, fire-engine red hair, brushing it back over one shoulder and revealing her long, slender neck. She was squeezed into a beautiful, fluffy, princess-style ball gown with a low-cut top that dipped deeply enough to show off plenty of her cleavage. The gown hung closely to her waist before blooming outwards like a rose into a long train that she had draped about her and bunched up into one hand as she held it off of the wet pavement. Her long, slender arms were bare, save for a thick matching bracelets set with a number of small sapphires and rubies. One each hand, she wore a golden ring with large princess-cut rubies set into the and surrounded by small sapphires. A matching set of sapphire and ruby earrings completed her picturesque high-fashion outfit. Meanwhile, Cassie reached the ladies' restroom and pushed her way past a few girls idly chatting out front. "Excuse you," she growled as she shoulder-checked one girl to the side, making her shoot daggers at Cassie with her eyes. Cassie returned the look with a challenging stare of her own and a slight smirk before both girls turned and stormed off in a huff. Then she headed into the bathroom. As the door opened, the bleaching, phosphorescent white light of the bathroom shone all about Cassie, and in its bright glow she could see a woman standing there in front of one of the sinks. She had thick, curly blonde hair, star-blue eyes, and a mischievous, ever-present half-smile. She was dressed in a fine, Merlot-colored dress suit, with a yellow-gold blouse underneath. The woman had been examining her own reflection in the mirror when Cassie entered, and she turned to face her. "Well, hello there. Come in," said the woman as her lingering smirk widened into a broad smile. This immediately put Cassie on guard, but as she turned to try and run and warn Jack and the others, she felt her legs and body begin to stiffen. It was like someone was shoving her own consciousness to the side inside her mind and taking control of the driver's seat. Her heart raced, and she started to panic as she realized who this was. She was out of her league, she couldn't fight back, and no one was coming to her rescue. Hot tears began to run down her cheeks as her legs stiffened and she took a few steps forward into the bathroom as the door swung shut behind her. In the moments that had passed, Jack was a bit taken aback by Ruby's beauty and just stared at her as she looked back at him, Ruby reached down and gently adjusted one of her bracelets, shifting it around her slender wrist. Jack shook himself from his stupor and reached into his pocket before removing a cigar tube, one he'd had billed to his room at the Ritz-Carlton. He pulled out his trusty Zippo and lit the end of the cigar, puffing on it slowly. He pulled the aromatic smoke through the cigar as the end of it burned to a bright cherry red. Ruby wasn't looking at him now and was almost halfway through her cigarette. Pall Mall 100s by the looks. "Shit weather, huh?" said Jack nervously. Ruby turned to look at him, casting Jack a full-on stony bitch-face look that said, "Really?" Jack puffed on his cigar and tried a different approach. "You're that, Ruby Redford model, right?" "I've heard of you, you're famous," Jack said with a genuine smile. The corners of Ruby's lips turned up in a slight smile, and she nodded, but said nothing. "Look, I ain't any good at this sort of thing, so I'm just going to be blunt. I'm better at just being." "Honest," said Jack as he rambled for a second. Ruby now looked like she knew what he was going to say next, and sighed as she took a long drag from her cigarette. "Look, honey, you're pretty cute and everything, but I don't do hookups or sign autographs at shows." Jack's brow furrowed in confusion. "Huh? No, nothing like that." Ruby's left eyebrow raised high with intrigue as she awaited the next words to come out of Jack's mouth. She was expecting a job offer from him, or something along similar lines. "Look, I got reason to believe there's some bad people coming after you. They think you got some special powers or something." Ruby's eyes widened as she feigned disbelief. She was a good actress, but Jack could hear her heartbeat, and it had quickened quite a bit. "You're nuts," she said before trying to shoulder past Jack, but he only stepped in her way as he took a step back. "Sorry, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. I'm just trying to warn and help people with powers, all right. This dude named Loki's—" Jack shut up as he heard the sound of heavy footfalls on concrete and looked up to see a man approaching who was nearly equal in height with him. He was tall, with a muscular but somewhat lean build. His skin was dark, like deep-stained mahogany, and his black, coarse, curly hair was cut short. A few scars lined his squared jaw, along with a few days' worth of dark stubble. His dark brown eyes were focused on Jack. He was dressed in a blue Nike jumper with yellow highlights and camouflage fatigues several years out of date, with a pair of combat boots on. "Hey, Red, you coming with me? You run along JPI. The lady and I have a date," came a thick accent from the man. Jack could identify it was African, but he couldn't place the cunter. It wasn't South African. Jack looked to Ruby and could immediately tell from the look on her face that she didn't know the man. "I don't think so," said Ruby as she planted an arm on Jack's shoulder and tried to push him aside while turning to head back into the building. The sidewalk shook, bulged outwards, then shattered and split. Jack was caught a bit off guard, but he reacted without thinking, on pure instinct. He grabbed hold of Ruby and dove forward, using his body to shield hers. Bits of concrete peppered Jack's back, dirtying his coat and embedding a few pieces of the sharp, stony shards into his flesh. The ground split, and from it erupted a wall made entirely of solid rock. "I insist," said the as of yet unnamed attacker as he looked down at the two and reached out for Jack. Cassie stepped forward into the bathroom. "Is someone out there, Lucy?" came another woman's voice from one of the two stalls in the smaller bathroom. "Just a new friend of mine," said Loki with a smile. "You know, I was really hoping to get your friends hired on too. But I suppose I can just use you to tempt them over," said Lucy as Cassie walked ever closer to her. Cassie felt the anger and fear building inside of her to a fever pitch. Then something broke. She pressed back against the invading will, using her own will to shove Loki's influence from her mind. She gasped in a lungful of air as she took the driver's seat of her own body once again and screamed out angrily, "No!" It was clear that Loki hadn't been expecting this, as the sudden break of control over Cassie seemed to stun him and even made him stumble backward, dazed momentarily from the sudden pushback and raucous, angry howl that left the young girl along with the backlash of their battle of wills and powers. What he really wasn't expecting was when Cassie followed up with a quick right jab to his nose, followed with a left haymaker to his jaw, making him see stars for a moment. The attacks caught him off guard, but hadn't fazed him much. He barely flinched from the sudden impacts before he turned to look back at Cassie. "Fucking little trollop," growled Lucy as a bolt of pure, crackling, golden-white arcane energy fired forth from her fingertips at point-blank range. "Lucy, you okay?" came the same feminine voice from inside the stall. Cassie was able to react, seeing the bolt of energy soaring toward her as if in slow motion. She leaned and turned away from it as if by instinct, but got caught across the stomach by a glancing strike. The energy seared her flesh, and the force of it was enough to send her spinning back against the door before she hit the floor. "Stay in there," commanded Lucy as she exerted her fey power over the woman inside the stall. Cassie grimaced and held her stomach as she stood to her feet. Lucy threw out her hands and sent 2 bolts flying forward directly at Cassie. Cassie leapt to her feet in an incredible display of athletics and agility, arching through the air with incredible grace, spinning around one of the 2 bolts before it impacted the tiled wall behind her, making it burn and explode as it sent bits of broken tile scattering through the air and across the floor. The other bolt of energy caught Cassie squarely in the shoulder, making her fear the worst for a moment as pure adrenaline shot through her. However, as the blast impacted, nothing happened. The energy harmless flowed around and over Cassie's shoulder like water made of light. Cassie landed in a crouch and swung out at Lucy with her left leg in a low sweep, taking her feet out from under her. "Jack, Loki's here. He's trying to take—" But that was all Cassie got out before she was running and leaping off to the side into the empty stall, nearly knocking the door off its hinges. She dove for cover as another series of energy bolts whipped through the air and splintered the wall of the bathroom. Jack had heard Cassie's cries for help over his phone, and his adrenaline soared to new heights. He looked up at the man reaching down toward him and swung upward. As he did, it looked like the man's flesh began to change as he also grew in height, taking on the texture and appearance of granite and growing some 2 feet or more. As Jack's fist impacted, he felt the pain immediately shoot through it. But with years of CQC training and super-hardened bones, his hand didn't break, thankfully. Still, it hurt like a bitch, though. The blow didn't land with the intended force. Jack had been expecting to take the guy down or knock him out, but instead, there was just the sound of flesh and bone striking stone as the man's head lightly jerked back as he staggered backward a couple feet and let out a grunt of pain. Jack knew that grabbing the girl and running wasn't really an option. Moving too fast and suddenly could cause her whiplash or far worse. "Get out of here!" he screamed back at Ruby as he pushed himself up to his feet. "Val, we need wheels." "You need more than dat," said the now pissed-off, towering nearly 9-foot-tall mountain of a rockman as he rubbed at his jaw, filling the air with the sound of grinding stones. He threw out both hands and the ground erupted once more, shooting upwards into the AI, but Jack was ready this time. As the column of stone shot out through the ground, Jack grabbed hold of Ruby and tossed her gently off to the side as he dove in the opposite direction. Ruby screamed lightly as she was flung a few feet and landed, scuffing her arms and knees and tearing the finely crafted evening gown as she was sprayed with dirt and debris. She grunted as she pushed herself up to her feet. The jewels on her bracelets and earrings seemed to dim as they lost some of their luster, while her eyes burned a bright, fiery red. "All right, that's it," she shouted angrily at her unknown stony assailant. The air around her shimmered with heat mirages as she clenched fists, and suddenly her hands ignited into flames. Ruby hurled her left hand forward, then her right like she was throwing a brick at her assailant. A flaming sphere erupted forth as she unclenched her fist, and it was sent hurtling at the rockman. The flaming orbs impacted the man's rocky flesh, singing it and cracking it lightly in a few places, but nothing more than that. Ruby's attacker winced at the impacts and tried to shield himself from the fiery onslaught with one large arm before he let out a roar of rage and threw out one fist toward Jack. The concrete splintered as rocky spikes erupted forth from the ground and hurled towards Jack like javelins. Jack had just pushed himself up to his feet and was trying to recover when he saw the incoming needles of bedrock flying in his direction. In a split second, he was up on his feet and had grabbed a nearby dumpster that was behind him, tugging it into the way and shielding himself as the spikes impaled the metal and pierced several feet through it. Jack kicked the dumpster as hard as he could, heavily denting in the side and nearly punching through the steel as it caved in. The dumpster was sent careening like a runaway train right at the stony attacker, who hadn't been expecting that. The strike from the dumpster knocked him off of his feet and sent him flying backward into oncoming traffic. Small bits of rock were sent scattering from the collision of the dumpster before the man landed in the street with a heavy crash. He grunted, pushed himself to his knees just before an oncoming Cadillac slammed into him. The front of the car caved inward and steam filled the air as the radiator split. The impact was probably less than force of the dumpster hitting him, but it was all the time Jack needed. "Sorry about this, ma'am," said Jack as he darted over toward Ruby, lifted her over his shoulder, and deposited her in the next closest dumpster nearby. "What are you—" "Ah, what the fuck?" screamed Ruby as she was dumped into the metal box among the rest of the refuse inside. Jack didn't have time to explain, and he wasn't going to stick around to fight that guy. He grabbed the side of the dumpster tightly and began to run, pushing it down the street, leaving deep gouge marks in the sidewalk as he ran. "Everyone, out of the way!" Jack shouted as he started to build speed, taking Ruby away from the scene of the attack. Cassie landed on the floor in front of the bathroom door with enough force to drive the wind from her and nearly knock the door entirely from its hinges, leaving it now hanging by only one hinge. She had no idea how she was doing any of this, but she was certainly glad that she could. Grabbing a few shattered pieces of tile from the floor, she used her softball training and sent the sharp shards of shattered tile hurtling towards Lucy's head. Lucy raised her hand, and a shimmering barrier of golden light erected itself a split second before the improvised shuriken could sink into her flesh. The pieces of tile shattered against the golden barrier and fell to the ground as they impacted it harmlessly. "You all are really becoming a nuisance. Mr. St. Hammersmith, it's time to leave. Give us a distraction," said Lucy, before there was a flash of golden light that filled the bathroom. The woman in the stall next to Cassie was now screaming in terror, making it hard for Cassie to tell who Loki was talking to. She hadn't heard anyone else enter the bathroom. The flash of light made her look up, fearful of another incoming attack, when she heard the fluttering of small wings. She looked up and stood just in time to see a small sparrow fly over the stall, before there was another flash of golden light before everything in the bathroom went quiet. It was only quiet for a moment, though, before everything started quake and shudder. What the hell was happening now? The building continued to rumble and tremble as the ground itself began to shake violently. Glass shattered above as Jack raced down the street, stopping only a few blocks away. He peered over the top of the dumpster at the rather disheveled redhead laying among the heaps of trash. "I'm really sorry about this, ma'am, but if you could just stay here for a minute, I'll be right back and explain everything." "Real sorry," said Jack apologetically before darting off back toward the fashion show. "Jack, I lost him. I lost Lucy. I mean Loki. The fucker got away." "Language," said Jack over the phone on instinct. Jack. No rush, man, but it looks like your friend from outside is kicking off an earthquake or something," said Val as he stood and began to try and make his way toward the exit. The building shook violently and bits of the ceiling and exterior wall began to crumble. "You two get out. Evac, everyone. I'll do what I can," said Jack as he rapidly approached the building. Jack looked over toward the scene of the wreck. In the few moments that had passed, the man had shoved the car backward into another one. Jack didn't see anyone at the scene of the accident, but he did see a number of people fleeing the crumbling event center in absolute terror. The rock man was standing there, his arms outstretched as he intensely focused on the building, hands held out with his palms faced upward. The ground heaved and shook as concrete began to splinter and a crack traveled up the side of the building. Without hesitation, Jack tore toward the building and into it before swiftly beginning to grab person and pull them outside. Jack spotted Val right away as he moved into the main entryway. Val was directing people out the doors and following them out as Jack made his way inside. Jack moved through the building, pulling a few people that had been trapped by falling debris to freedom, before carrying them to safety out of the building. He had to be careful and move slowly, controlling his acceleration and deceleration as he moved for fear of injuring them further. After rushing one victim to safety, Jack turned and re-entered the building. On his way in this time, he managed to spot Cassie moving with a small group of fashion models and event staff toward the door. The building lurched heavily, and a large section of building came down just behind the group, missing them by only a few feet as water began to erupt up through the floor. Together, they managed to get the last few people out onto the street for safety as the building began to come down. Jack looked towards the direction of the man, only to watch as the ground seemed to open up and he vanished into a fissure before dust obscured Jack's vision as the sound of the approach of sirens along with the crash of falling debris blocked out all sound. Chapter 28. Where do we go from here? "Val, where are you?" shouted Jack, his ears still ringing from the crash of debris and the screams of sirens closing in. Without thinking, he immediately moved over to the nearby people coughing or leaned up against a nearby building before beginning to inspect them for any injuries as began basic triage. Cassie stood there in shock, more uncertain and thrilled than ever, a wild mix of emotions going through her. She didn't know what to do. "Cassie!" The cry from Jack shook her from her daze, and she looked down with wide eyes at her godfather. "Cassie, pull yourself together. You got to keep your head in it. Look for Val and help to see if anyone's hurt," said Jack in a commanding but steady tone. "We're here," came Val's voice from Jack's phone as it buzzed in his pocket and in Cassie's purse. Jack felt a surge of relief, but then wondered aloud, "Who's we?" "Sorry, I mean me," said Val as he made his way through the cloud of dust and mist, trying to use the GPS on Jack and Cassie's phone to locate them in the rush of panicked people. The grid and codes of digital line and broadcast information streamed by him in a wild overlay of New York City, the sudden rush of information surging upward as areas around him blacked out from subsystems going offline due to the earthquake. "Val, we need our wheels," said Jack. "I know it's on the way here, but traffic in this city sucks," Val grunted in reply. Looking over to a monitor inside his virtual space, he could see his wilder subconscious trying to steer and weave the oversized vehicle through traffic. A few of the other subconsciouses were aiding him by controlling traffic lights, police calls, and street cameras. "I don't think it's going to make it before the cops get here, though," he said with a concerned look back to the shadowy figure. It seemed closer now, and the darkness in the virtual control room of his mind seemed to loom slightly closer. "Where's Jonas and Manny?" said Jack. "I don't know. Blocks away from here, I think. There's a lot going on in here." Jonas' voice came from the phone. "I heard everything going on. I'm taking our young friend to learn more about his past. We're going someplace safe. We'll be in touch. I sent a friend to help you." Within his vision of the grid, Val could see a surge of red data fire down a broadcast line and into his, Cassie's, and Jack's phones. The same feminine figure as before suddenly emerged before him, coming out of the stream of code and manifesting in a swirl of rosy-colored reds tinted with sparkling silvers. Her silvery eyes opened and she smiled at Val. "Don't worry, Mr. Technikov, I am here to provide assistance," she said in her friendly French-accented voice. "Who the hell?" asked Jack. "Sear is a SUV waiting for you a few blocks away. I recommend you go to it. It will take you to a nearby safe house. Or otherwise, you are welcome to remain here and talk things over wizards of police." Seeing the two options laid out before them so bluntly, there was only a moment's hesitation. "Let's go," said Jack before removing his jacket and draping it over an injured man reeling from shock. Jack stood and wrapped an arm around Cassie as he walked with her while Val managed to find his way to them through the crowd and dust. Spotting the dumpster not too far away, Jack could see Ruby still climbing her way out of it. She looked up in anger at Jack before spotting the crumbling walls and gaping hole where a building had once stood. Her face sunk, and she looked back to Jack, who only showed her an apologetic look. "Sorry about that. I just didn't want you getting hurt or worse. Like I said, people are after you. Need a ride?" Ruby stared at the vacant spot for a moment before gently nodding her head in agreement. Jack helped her from the dumpster. A few police cars and ambulances whizzed past, along with several people fleeing the catastrophic scene. The group went unnoticed, thanks to their own disheveled, dust and debris spattered appearances. After walking for about a block and a half, the group spotted a large, polished, beautiful black SUV parked off to the side of the road. As they closed in, the doors opened, but no one got out. Through the grid, Val could see the red woman get in and take the wheel, making the entire vehicle come to life. What was she? Who was she? Well, whatever and whoever she was cool. What the hell, said Jack as he got inside, seeing nobody in the vehicle as its lights came on and engine cranked to life. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Majors. I'm Haley, Holistic Artificial Intelligence Living Interface. I'm a big fan of your superheroics, sir. Jack blinked in amazement as the doors to the vehicle closed once everyone had climbed in. The interior looked like a normal vehicle interior, but along the dash were a number of small rounded domes for camera and sensor housing. There were also several display screens and system readouts, along with a full fold-out keyboard. This is amazing, said Val. Why, thank you, Mr. Technikov, Hailey replied cheerfully. So no offense, Hailey, but where are we going and who's this friend? Said Jack as he looked into the back towards Cassie, who was looking down at her own shaking hands. He frowned with worry. He could see she was shaken up. He was just glad she had survived, let alone gotten away from an encounter with Loki. He'd have to talk to her about it. Life inspires more dreads and ideas. It is life which is see great unknown, said the feminine mechanical voice in the same cheerful tone. What? Asked Jack with genuine confusion as he looked to one of the Senor Knobs. She does that, replied Val with a sigh. Great, a talking car with riddles. Does it do your taxes too? Said Ruby with a sigh. Yes, she can, Ms. Redford, came Haley's voice from the car's speakers, giving Ruby moments. Pause before she rolled her eyes slightly, before staring out the window of the SUV as it pulled away. Jack looked back to Val. You two have met before. Yeah, briefly when I was surfing the grid around here. Jack scrunched up his eyebrows. For what? Val said nothing, but Haley did, for access to SE-closed Archibald conglomerate networks, which he doesn't have access to. So his second attempt was problematic. Val smirked and narrowed his eyes to look into the Archibald company, but Jack once more drew his attention away, resigning him to pulling his main focus from the task. Wait, you tried to hack a company? That's illegal. Val shrugged. Jonas is keeping secrets. I want to know what they are. Jack nodded. Yeah, I know, but he said we'll find out soon. If I ain't satisfied with what he has to say after all of this shit, there's going to be a serious damn problem. But you don't need to go breaking the law, man. Jack, what do you think we've been doing this entire time? Do you think any of the things you do are legal? Said Val with mild annoyance. That's different, and you know it. We're trying to help people, Jack countered gruffly. Val glared back at Jack and clenched his jaw in frustration for a moment, but before he could say anything, Haley butted in. I'm sorry for your problems, ma'am and sirs. However, I have been instructed to give you access to SE network and database. I also arranged for your belongings to be picked up from your rooms at Sea Ritz-Carlton. Ms. Redford, I could send for your personal attire from your apartment, or whatever you wish, ma'am. We should be arriving at SE Safe House in approximately 15 minutes. Whatever, just... Ruby considered asking Haley to pull over, but Jack had saved her back there. She sighed. Just tell my manager where I'll be and tell him to send someone with clothes and stuff, she said in frustration before she sighed. But thank you, Haley. Val sighed as he heard an inward cry of joy from his subconscious persona that was still driving the ATV. Thanks, Haley, Jack added. You're very welcome, Ms. Redford and Mr. Majors. Jack turned to face Cassie and frowned. Hey, you okay, kiddo? We'll take a look at that burn soon, okay? Cassie's deep brown eyes looked up and she sighed before nodding. Cassie paused a moment, then began shaking her head before frowning heavily. She took in a shaky breath and choked back her tears as she steadied herself. I'll be okay. I just gotta figure some things out, I guess. Jack nodded. Hey, I'm proud of you. You did good back there, okay? Cassie half grinned and nodded before staring out of the window in deep contemplation as the car drove further away from the violence and flashing lights. The SUV slowly and expertly weaved through the nighttime traffic of the city and into the midtown area before pulling into a parking garage with the clear Archibald cover. parking displayed over the gates. The gates rose as the SUV approached, and pulling up only a few moments behind it was the ATV. Both vehicles pulled into the parking garage and rounded into the VIP area of parking on the ground floor. The SUV pulled onto a large slab of concrete between several spaces before the floor began to rise up. No, the SUV and the ATV were both lowering down into the ground. The slab was one massive concealed freight elevator. It slowly lowered as neon lighting, clean concrete, and greased freight rails came into view. Above, another slab of concrete slipped into place, hidden below the floor and raised to ground level, perfectly hiding them. The elevator continued downward for some 40 feet or more before coming to a rest. Stretched out before them was a small parking area containing a few classic cars and several prototype vehicles, a motorcycle, a VTOL aircraft, and a few standing racks that looked to contain something similar to a metallic suit of armor with servos and a large shoulder-mounted cannon of some sort. Around the space were several labs, work bays, computer terminals, and other pieces of equipment. A small team of staff moved about within the space as an immaculately dressed man in a suit slowly approached. He was dressed in a pressed white lab coat with the name Dr. Archibald clearly labeled over his right breast pocket. Beneath that, he wore a pressed and starched black suit with silver pinstriping. A matching double-breasted vest, golden tie, and starched ivory shirt completed his outfit along with polished black loafers. He was young, maybe mid-20s, with medium-length sandy blonde hair he had slickened back with pomade. Calm, intelligent blue eyes stared back at the group, inspecting each one with a glance. Behind him were three others. One was short, with deeply tanned olive skin. His eyes were a vivid purple, and his dark hair was curly and short, and his young face was cleanly shaven. He had the look of a young college professor. He was dressed in finely woven corduroy slacks, and his matching coat was slung over his left shoulder and held by one finger. A white T-shirt with "Hot for Teacher" written in electric yellow lightning bolt-style print was emblazoned on the front of his shirt. A pair of comfortable walking shoes completed his out. The second was of average height and stocky, but had a powerful build. He had a very square jaw and a stern scowl plastered over his bulldog-like face. Despite looking to be in his 20s as well, the expression he wore and the way he carried himself made him look more like 50. His dark brown hair was cut short in a crew cut, and he was dressed in grease and oil-marred green army fatigues. The insignia on his jacket sleeve showed he was a captain in the army. However, the small plastic name tag hanging from his right jacket pocket read Captain. Cobb, WMRD. Jack almost felt the urge to salute, but had to remember he was retired. Weapons research was a big deal to the army, and even he'd seen some of the crazy shit they were working on. Power armor, better communications, railguns. The third was a woman dressed in a tailored business suit of soft grey. Her skirt went down to just above her knees, but didn't hug to her, leaving plenty of room for movement. Her baby blue blouse was pressed and tucked in, but the top two buttons were left undone, enough to be modest. Her hair was done up into a bun, and her shoes weren't heeled at all, and seemed rather practical for lots of time spent on her feet. From the way she moved and carried herself, back erect and stiff with a cadence to her step, Jack could tell she had military training. More than that, she had CQC training and had seen combat despite her young age. Appearing to be only a few years older than Cassie, perhaps. Her blonde hair was obviously bleached as he caught sight of her light brown roots showing through her platinum locks. "Mr. Majors, Mr. Technikov, Ms. Steele, the gorgeous Ms. Redford, it's a pleasure to finally meet you all in person," said Dr. Archibald as he moved up and shook each of their hands firmly in turn with both of his. "I'm Dr. Clayton Archibald. Come in. We'll get you set up until Prometheus arrives with your friend. I'm sure you have lots of questions." Val, Jack, and Cassie shook his hands but stared about in wonder at the hidden laboratory. Ruby blushed lightly as the doctor kissed the back of her hand softly before pulling away, earning a stony glare from Dr. Archibald's assistant. "This is Captain Cobb, an associate from our country's fine armed forces," said Dr. Archibald as he motioned to the fatigue-clad soldier with his left hand. Captain Cobb held his stern expression, but nodded as he looked to Jack, ignoring everyone else. "This is Ms. Richardson. She's my head of security," he said as he motioned to the woman dressed in the grey suit. She nodded to Jack and everyone else after pulling her glare from Ruby. "And this is Mentor, confidant and trainer of heroes," he said with a nod to the scholarly-looking man. "Please this way," said Dr. Archibald, as he turned and began to lead them through the large bay and up a nearby stairwell that led up to a small overlook of the area. Beyond the clean, white metal door was a sitting area lined with bookshelves, a drafting table, a heavy oak desk with a wall of computer terminals behind it, and several pieces of fine, dark brown leather furniture that were heavily cushioned. A gas fireplace burned softly along the far wall where the sofa and 4 armchairs were placed. A pool table sat at the far wall, already set up for a game of 9-ball. In the corner of the room was a small dry bar set out and ready. "So how's my grandfather's serum working for you, Mr. Majors?" Jack was still taking in the fine interior when the question made him look suddenly toward the man. Jack began to vaguely recall his brief encounter with him once before. He'd seen him in the hospital after the shooting, and he'd been there with Steve. He'd injected the IV bag with something. It's working good, I guess. You were in the hospital after I got shot, right?" The Dr. Archibald nodded as he moved toward the wet bar before pouring himself a glass of whiskey. "Please, help yourselves." "And I'm guessing you were funding the research grant at Berkeley," said Val in a rather annoyed fashion as he crossed his arms and leaned up against the wall. "Correct, but only in part. The U.S. Armed Forces and various intelligence agencies were also interested in the project," Dr. Archibald explained with a smile. Cassie, who had moved over to a sofa and taken a seat in front of the fire, finally spoke. "Why?" "Because it was my responsibility to, and because I am an entrepreneur. I handle research and development for the Meridian Order. That's why I invested in Berkeley, Mr. Technikov, to better mankind in a number of ways. It seems by gambling on you that I chose correctly," he said with a smile. "And why me?" said Jack. Dr. Archibald turned and looked to him. "Because a mutual friend of ours said that you were the right choice. So far, you haven't proven him wrong, and I'm very glad of that." "Cheers," Dr. Archibald said, before raising his glass in toast to Jack and the others. "What was that back there?" said Jack as he moved over towards the wet bar. "Who that was I've been looking into," Dr. Archibald replied, swallowing the smoky, rich whiskey, and taking a moment to savor the aroma and taste. Val was already on it and beat him to it. Comparing a still from the security and street cameras, he was able to run a search online by using the ATV's systems remotely. The search quickly came up with hits for a warlord in Africa. "Solomon St. Hammersmith," interrupted Val. "He's a wanted criminal by Interpol for terrorism and a known African warlord. He's attacked neighboring villages, he's committed mass executions, and he trades in black market guns and diamonds. Says he's from Somalia, but that he claims to be a part of some liberation front." Dr. Archibald smiled and nodded. "Cute trick, kid. Don't be an asshole," grumbled the stern army captain, but Val only glared back. "Thanks, Mr. Wizard. So how's he do that stuff he did back there?" asked Jack, directing his question clearly towards the doctor. "No idea how. Trying to figure out superpowers or magic usually just gives me a headache. It seems like the normal laws of physics just stop functioning at a certain point. So in short, who the hell knows? I'd need to study it closer to better understand how his specific abilities function," said Dr. Archibald with an expression that was a mix of annoyance and amusement. "I believe I can help with that," said Mentor, the young-faced, scholarly-looking man. "He's an elemental, one of a few born throughout generations. Each one is tied to an element of the planet, the weather and seasons, ether, air, fire, earth, even the planet itself. I think that he was one of the 2 later ones, but which one? Well, I'm not specifically sure." "Well, that sounds like a shit show," said Jack in an irked and exasperated fashion. "And how are we supposed to stop anything like that?" "Or like Loki?" asked Cassie as she tried to keep her cool. Jack moved over and sat down beside her to pat on her back and rub between her shoulder blades. "With help, of course, Ms. Steele." "With lots of help," said Dr. Archibald with a smile. "And training," said Miss Richardson under her breath as she too poured herself a drink from the crystal whiskey decanter. And luck, said Captain Barrett with a scoff as he moved to grab a drink as well, gesturing for Miss Richardson to pass the decanter over. Mentor stepped forward with a smile, and certainly not alone. If you're going to fight them, you'll need soldiers, people that can guide you and people that you can rely on. That's why I'm here, he said confidently. Val was about to speak, but this time it was Dr. Archibald that cut him off. And I intend to see to it that you are all properly financed and have what you need at your disposal to do your jobs. You all have the backing of the Meridian Order in this. So when do we meet them? Asked Jack. Soon Prometheus will take care of all of that in time. Just trust him for now. He's helping your friend begin to come to terms with what he's become. He'll be back after that. In the meantime, get your heads together. Feel free to use the bathroom to get cleaned up and changed. All of your things should be arriving shortly. Ms. Redford, I'll see to it that your things are brought down as well once your manager arrives, said Dr. Archibald as he downed the last of his bourbon. Mr. Technikov, if you'd like to get a look around my laboratory workspace and take a look at some of my designs and plans, Captain Cobb can give you a tour, he said graciously with a smile. Val's eyes actually lit up a bit and he nodded. Yeah, that sounds cool, he said before moving over to the door. Ms. Steele, if you'll come with me, I can take care of that wound for you, he said, glancing down to her singed and burned stomach. Cassie had been holding her stomach. It burned sharply, but she was able to bear it. It wasn't as bad as a broken arm. She looked up and nodded. Yeah, thanks. Jack smiled and moved over to Cassie before helping her to her feet. All right, I'll give you the tour then while we wait. He led them out of his office and began to have the captain show Val around. Jack stayed with Cassie as they went to a small examination room set up to the side and was allowed to observe through the window as the doctor tended to Cassie's injury. She'll be all right, said Mentor as he stood beside Jack while Ms. Richardson followed Val and Captain Cobb around the lab. Jack looked down to the much shorter man with an odd look before he nodded as he let out a sigh. I know, said Jack with a worried expression as he crossed his arms over his chest. She's just learning to deal with her new powers, said Mentor with a proud smile. What? Asked Jack, eyes widening as his gaze shot from his goddaughter and down to Mentor. Mentor smiled. Jack, you aren't going to fight this alone. You inspire greatness in others, and it's through those moments that heroes are truly born. Jack thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded as a sense of ease washed over him. Thanks. No problem, said Mentor as he smiled back and Jack and returned the nod. Chapter 29, Me and My Shadow. Manny pushed his way through the double doors into the building and out onto the sidewalk. The sins of New York began to crash down on him in waves of darkness, building up around him. He stumbled a few steps down the side of the event center before his knees buckled. His hands pressed to the coarse sidewalk as he coughed and vomited up a spray of inky black across the concrete as his eyes shifted to black. The oncoming headlights of a car hit him squarely, illuminating him in blinding LED lights. It burned. He recoiled in pain, covering his eyes and scrambling away from the lights until his back pressed up against the wall of the building. In that brief moment, he felt his control return, and he gasped and choked for air for a moment as the streaks of black caking around his lips evaporated in wisps of shadow. The darkness in his eyes retracted slowly, revealing the dark amber hues as Manny clutched his chest and tried to get control of himself. The door beside Manny opened, and Jonas stepped out and moved to him, then knelt beside him. I can't do this, said Manny as he hung his head, leaving his long hair obscuring his face. Jonas sighed. Everything that is casts a shadow. Everything that we see is a shadow cast by that which we do not see. Turn to face the sun, and the shadows fall behind you. However, light and shadow are opposite sides of the same coin. We can illuminate our path or darken our way. It is a matter of choice, but remember, the shadows are as important as the light. It is only through shadows that one comes to know light. Some shadows hide, other shadows reveal, some things can only be seen in the shadow. And remember, you'll never have a truer companion than your shadow. Manny listened but said nothing. It was all hard to interpret and take in, but he thought he understood some of it. One question burned inside him, though, as his face turned up toward Jonas as droplets of rain landed on Manny's olive skin from the cloudy night sky above. What am I? Jonas thought for a moment as he rested a hand on Manny's shoulder, then spoke in a steady voice. More than a shadow, less than a soul. Manny frowned a bit, but Jonas extended his hand outwards to him. On your feet, little shadow. Manny took Jonas's hand and grunted as he was tugged upward with ease. Come with me. I would like to show you something, said Jonas with a smile as he released. Manny and turned to the street. What? Asked Manny as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. A part of your history, answered Jonas as he turned and signaled for a nearby cab as it slowly cruised by, causing it to slow and pull over to the side of the road. Jonas opened the cab's door and held it ajar as Manny climbed in before Jonas followed. 8 East 64th Street, Jonas called out to the heavy-set, scruffy driver. The ride passed mostly in silence, with Manny staring out of the window, contemplating how he'd got to this point. What to do now? If it may have been best to just end it all, or if that would only make things worse. He didn't even know if he could die now. Part way through the driver, the panicked voices of Jack and the other could be heard over the phone. Jonas quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned off the hands-free function before beginning to rapidly type in something on the keys, jabbing them one at a time with his outstretched index finger. Manny felt even worse, but Jonas just nodded and gave him a reassuring look as he listened in. It didn't take long. Jonas said something to the others about meeting them later and that he'd called for a ride. Manny just hoped that they were all okay, but knew he would probably only make matters worse, far worse. Finally, Jonas hung up his phone and pocketed it. They're fine. I've got them with friends and we'll meet up after you learn a little about your family, Jonas reassured as he slapped Manny on the knee. After a few more minutes, the cab pulled down a narrow road lined with finely crafted, beautiful buildings in varying styles. Upon pulling up, Manny noted the embassy to India, maybe. He was pretty sure from the tricolour flag with the strange circular symbol in the middle. At first, he thought it was a wheel of sorts, but realized it was something different. Manny climbed out as Jonas handed the guy a folded-up series of bills before he got out himself. Jonas turned to face the other side of the street and looked up. There was a 4-story white building with what looked to be a bronze or brass roof, turned green from age, patina, and time. A small balcony jutted out from the building's facade up at the 4th floor, and thick metal bars aged with time barred the windows and doors to the aged home. Jonas moved forward and pulled a ring of keys from his pocket, many of them looking very old or odd. He flipped through the keys for a moment before finally coming to an aged brass key. He inserted it into the rusted old lock on the gate and turned once, twice. It was jammed. Jonas sighed and glanced about before tugging hard on the lock. There was a sudden sharp crack as dust and rust flew everywhere, but the lock and chain both gave way. There we are, said Jonas victoriously. When finesse fails, use force, he added with a grin as he unwrapped the small length of chain and dropped it just inside the gate as he opened them with a loud creak and groan of old metal grinding against metal. Jonas approached the front door and inserted the key once more before turning it. The lock turned easily and the door slowly swung open with a light squeak before Jonas entered. Jonas reached over and flicked a switch on the wall, but to no avail. The power was out. As Manny entered, the smell of dust, old wood, books, and the faint smells of mildew and mold drifted up to greet him. From the heavy layer of dust on the small table by the front door, no one had been here in a very, very long time. The floorboards creaked and groaned as they headed deeper into the dark interior of the house and down a hallway. Jonas held up his left hand, and an aura of golden-orange energy began to swirl and emit from his hand, swirling about his fingers and illuminating the darkness of the house. However, Manny found he had no trouble seeing in the darkness. There were several images of a man with slicked-back hair, a slightly hooked nose, and a sharp chin. But he was handsome in the classic sense to a degree. The man was dressed in a fine suit and wore a stern, serious expression. A small brass plaque attached the aged wooden frame read, Kent C. Lamont, loving husband. Next to this photo was another, a beautiful woman with short, blonde, curly hair in a fashionable dress for the period. She was smiling warmly and was seated in front of a typewriter. A small plaque under this photo read, Margaret L. Lamont. A few other photos down the hallway showed pictures of them together, a happily married couple. The photos abruptly changed to showing a slightly older and more serious-looking Margaret holding a young boy in her lap. There were other images of the boy at varying ages into what looked like the 40s, 50s, and 60s. There was even another wedding photo of the boy, now a grown man, standing at the altar in a tuxedo beside a pretty woman with darkly tanned skin and luscious, curly, dark hair done up in a perm, and she was wearing a wedding dress. Past this were a few images of Margaret holding a young, dark-haired infant in her lap. She was much older now. The next photograph showed her seated next to a young, dark-haired, skinny boy, smiling wide as he hugged her tightly and clutched an Adam West-era Batman figure. Inside the next framed image was a picture of the young man standing proudly beside an aged Margaret in a cap and gown, while she was seated in a wheelchair, looking extremely frail. "This way," said Jonas as he moved over to a door near the end of the hallway, under the staircase leading up to the second floor. He grasped the knob and tried to turn it. It was locked. For a moment, Jonas fumbled with the keys as Manny looked over the photos, his eyes drawing back to that final picture he'd seen of the man in cap and gown, standing with an elderly Margaret. The soft sounds of the key being turned and the basement door unlocking filled the stillness of the house before the door swung open with a long, drawn-out, groaning creak. Jonas descended down the staircase and into the darkness, while Manny lingered at the top of the stairs for a moment before descending downwards. As Manny moved down the narrow brick staircase, he could see a small office set up. There was an old roll-top desk with a rolling chair set out before it, a few old bookshelves lined with dusty old collections of paperbacks, some now eaten by bugs and moths. Old pictures and newspaper articles and comic book cutouts lined the walls, tracking from just after World War I all the way through to the 80s. Several of the articles were about police busts of organized crime activities, shoots-outs with seemingly no reason, and dozens of unexplained B&Es. Old photo album sat on a coffee table near an old brown and khaki plaid recliner and lamp set off in the corner. "We looking at photo albums or something?" said Manny. Jonas smiled and moved over to the brick wall the staircase was on. He traced his hand slowly across the brick, while Manny watched with a quizzical expression stretched across his face. Jonas counted down several steps, and then in 3 more before pressing firmly on one of the bricks. It slid inwards. The sound of turning gears and bricks grinding together filled the dark, dingy, dusty basement office space as a bookshelf on the far wall slid back and to the side into the wall, revealing a hidden stairwell down. The old wrought-iron staircase wound further downward, but the darkness began to be illuminated by Edison bulbs as they came to life and began to gently hum, casting their soft yellow glow outward. The energy whirling around Jonas's hand dissipated, vanishing back into him as he headed down the staircase and motioned for Manny to follow once more. And Manny did, gingerly treading on the stairs as they creaked and groaned softly with the men's weight, making rust and dust fall from above. At the bottom of the staircase, a lone metal doorway led into a large series of rooms built up in a circle. 5 large rooms on the outer wall, all encircling a central circular room, and all connected by large arched ceilings. The large metallic doors separating each of the outer rooms with blast doors began to lift. Inside the first appeared to be some sort of early aircraft. It was a mix between a plane and a helicopter, barely large enough to hold 2 people. It was dusty and worn from age, with old, dry-rotted plastic and rubber control panels, but still looked incredible. In the second chamber was a classic-style car from the early 20th century. It was painted a sleek black, but was rusted in a few spots. Dust and cobwebs had collected on the interior and on the windshield, obscuring any clear view of the classic beauty's cab. It had sleek, swept-back lines and a long, ovular body with rounded, elliptical curves typical of cars he'd seen from the 1920s and 30s. The long lines of the grille traveled from the front of the car all the way down the sides and stopped just short of the two doors of the vehicle. At the midpoint and slightly set above the grille lines were four blowers sticking out from the sides. She was stunning. The third chamber contained a small workshop and machining shop with large, bulky pieces of machining and tooling equipment. It was all incredibly dusty and riddled with cobwebs, similarly to the other two rooms, but looked to be top of the line for its time period. It had all probably been used for maintenance, modification, and repairs of the aircraft and the car. Behind the fourth room was an armory. Hanging in the center of a large, top-lit, velvet-back gun case were two twin 45s. The barrels were longer than Manny was used to seeing, and pearl grips accented the highly polished, silvery guns. Below them was a customized Tommy gun. Manny recognized it on sight from the profile of the weapon alone. Nearby the display case were a number of stick and drum magazines placed about on small metal shelves next to a reloading bench. Across from them was what appeared to be a locked cabinet containing a number of various chemicals, all labeled and stoppered in glass bottles, their contents long since evaporated. Next to the cabinet was a small laboratory set up with Bunsen burners, a few beakers, and distillation coils. The fifth room contained a small study with bookshelves lined with books, a sitting chair, reading table, and a desk scattered in dry-rotted files and documents with a cork poster board above it. Against the far back wall of the room was a display case. Inside was a mannequin dressed in what appeared to be a double-breasted black trench coat. Matte black shoes and black leather sap gloves adorned the feet and hands of the mannequin. A black face wrap or scarf obscured the mannequin's face, along with a dark black, wide-brimmed fedora that sat low on its head. The doors to the central room began to rise, revealing a large control panel and switchboard circa the same era of time. The wiring, fuses, lights, and controls seemed rusted, with the labels now long faded and barely visible. A single chair was sat before the huge bank of switchboards and radios. None of the dials or lights even so much as flickered for a moment, and Manny could see why a moment later the breaker was switched to off. Seeing the state of all of this, though, he thought it a better idea to leave it all off. "What is all of this?" asked Manny as he slowly took in the sights about him in the dimly lit chambers. "The shadows of the past, the legacy of a man that lived his life by fear. A legacy I hope you can learn from." Manny said nothing, but moved towards the room with the mannequin as if he felt drawn to it. Who was he? Jonas sighed as his eyes stared off into nothing as he thought of some time long ago. "A friend. A troubled man, not unlike yourself, and he was your great-grandfather." Manny stopped and turned as he drew near the edge of the faded deep red carpet lining the floors of the small study. "What?" he asked, eyes wide. Jonas nodded. "Go ahead. All of this is yours. Ask anything you need and take what time we have, but we don't have long." Manny looked about again. This was all his. This was his family, or at least their history at least. Part of it anyway. "Did he have powers like me?" asked Manny. Jonas moved over to the chair set before the control board and dusted its cracked leather surface off before sitting down slowly, making it creak and groan. Loud squeaks left the chair as Jonas swiveled and pivoted to face Manny. Yes and no. He was a man that fought in the Great War. He was overcome by the fear and the sins of others he felt there. So much death around him and so much murder. He could feel the thing inside of him before it ever really woke up. So he ran. Manny frowned a bit and turned, heading into the study. He reached out, dragging his hand across the red velvet upholstered surface of the sitting chair as he moved through the room, drawn towards the display case. He stopped and looked up at the shadowy figure of the mannequin looming down on him. Then, how did he end up as this? And what happened to him? Why haven't I heard of him? Manny asked as he slowly began to look over the clothing. The leather coat looked thick and was marred in places from what appeared to be cut marks, bullet impacts, even a few bullet holes that had been well patched. Jonas replied clearly he ran from his fears before the war could kill him. He fled and lived a life of fear, greed, and gluttony to try and fill the hole in his life. But one day that changed when he was confronted with the truth of himself. "He died and changed like me?" Manny asked. He expected that to be the outcome. "No. He died years later when your grandfather was born, answered Jonas before pausing. Manny stopped as his forehead and eyebrows furrowed as he turned to listen to Jonas. Jonas continued, those who live their lives in fear often begin to inflict their fears on others. Your grandfather did so, but was confronted by a man that had overcome his fears. Then he overcame. Your great-grandfather. However, instead of killing him, he decided to help your grandfather learn to conquer his own fears. Manny frowned a bit and turned to face the statuesque mannequin once more, eyes tracing down over it to the hands where two large rings set with gleaming red gems sat, one on each middle finger. So what happened? A soft, hopeful smile upturned Jonas's lips like he was recalling a fond memory for a moment before the grin faded. Your great-grandfather decided to try and make up for his own cowardice and confront his fears. He returned home. He tried to fight back and use what he'd learned. But in the end, he was only fighting fear with fear. He never confronted his true fear of himself. Then how did he die? I'm guessing he got shot or something, asked Manny as he continued to inspect his grandfather's outfit. Jonas grinned, then let out a gentle sigh as his lips pursed and turned down. Oh yes, a few times. Actually, but it wasn't the bullets that killed him, it was your grandfather. Manny spun around to face Jonas with wide eyes, but Jonas held a hand up. Allow me to explain. Your heritage is linked to death, to Hades itself. You mean himself? Asked Manny as his brow furrowed in confusion once more. Jonas shook his head. No, he is just like me, but unlike me he was empowered by a place of death, a place souls move on to after they are done with this life. Call it Hades, Sheol, Purgatory, the underworld. They are all the same thing. It is a place connected to this world, but not of it. It is a place of death and darkness, a dark mirror of everything you see, but also everything you don't. Manny felt cold and sick to his stomach, but somehow he knew this to be true. Because of this, when your great-grandfather was born into the world, that small piece that ties Hades to the underworld, that Hades passed on to his son, it was passed on from your great-grandfather to your grandfather, and your great-grandfather died the moment your grandfather's life began. As happened to your grandfather when his son was born, and as happened to your father when you were born, Manny. Manny felt like he was going to vomit, but he stomached it and frowned heavily back at Jonas as his fists clenched. It was all his own fault. He was the reason he was an orphan. It wasn't anybody else's fault but his own. He felt hot tears build in his eyes, but choked them back with anger as his eyes darkened slightly, but Jonas didn't flinch. Then, they never became a freak like me? Manny struggled out, his voice hoarse and beginning to sound hollow. Jonas shook his head. You aren't a freak. You're unique, and to me, in a way, you're family. Listen to what I'm saying, Manny. Manny took in a slow breath and steadied himself as he turned back to face the display case. Containing the outfit, he could see his own reflection in it. Listen to him, Manny, came Martin's voice. He was now leaned up on the wall near the desk. Manny ignored Martin, but did listen to Jonas. Your great-grandfather ran from his fears his entire life, even tried to cover them with acts of incredible bravery, but he never faced his own shadows. Someday I'll tell you more about your family, but I need you to understand that you can't run from this. You can't conquer this. You can't hide from this. It is a part of you, Manny. You have to face it, and you have to learn to live with it, or else it will kill you in the end and consume you like everyone else in your bloodline, further fueling Hades' power. Manny sighed and reached up, touching the glass on the display case, leaving streaks through the dust where his fingers made contact. The room began to rumble and shake slightly, and both men could hear what sounded like a train passing as the room quivered. The shaking stopped a few moments later, and the room went still and silent once more, except for the light hum of the Edison bulbs. Why did you run, Manny? Asked Jonas. Manny hesitated and gently grasped the brass knob for the display cabinet before opening the glass door wide, making a blanket of dust shift and fall from the glass like an avalanche of snow. Inside, the clothing and jewelry were all completely clean and free of dust. It looked like the display case had done its job well. Manny reached in and gently felt the thickness of the fabric before reaching down to one of the gloved hands and to examine the ring more closely. I don't know. Jonas waited patiently. It, it's just like I saw or heard, kind of felt all of the worst things the people around me had done. The things they regretted or wanted to keep others from knowing. Dark, bad, evil stuff they'd done. Their sins, said Jonas solemnly. Manny released the gloved hand and turned, looking back at Jonas partly as he nodded. It was all just too much. It pissed me off, and all I could think of doing was killing them all, making them pay for what they'd done. Doing what? He hesitated a bit as his mind drifted back to the basement. Doing what you did before, back in Chicago. Manny nodded in response to the statement from Jonas. Then use that, Jonas said flatly. Manny shot Jonas a startled look, but saw him looking back with a stony expression. I can't just kill people. You're going to have to, Manny, Jonas answered honestly. No, I'm not a killer, Manny falsely professed, hoping he could fool himself into believing it as well. Jonas remained cold, but there was no judgment in his voice, just flat logic and truth. Yes, you are, Manny. Death is a part of you now. No, Manny shouted. Manny, you've murdered people now. You've died yourself now. Are you really saying you are still the person you were before all of this? You have to face it, Manny. You aren't that person anymore, but you can be so much more than that. You have the opportunity to choose to be more than who you were before, greater than anyone else in your family ever has been. Even Hades. Jonas wasn't offering Manny anything, just trying to get him to accept the realities of the situation and the possibilities, rather than leaving him to be adrift in his own despair. I can't, shouted Manny as tears began to fill his eyes. You already have Manny, and you're going to do it again, whether you want to or not. Is it going to happen on your terms, or are you going to lose control again? It won't get better. It will only get worse. You can't keep running from it, because I know where that leads, and it's far worse than anything you've seen yet, said Jonas with a darker tone to his voice. There was something about the manner in which Jonas spoke that gave Manny pause. He stood there for a few moments, trying to think but listening to the sound of the light humming around him. After several seconds, Manny looked up and nodded to Jonas as he closed the glass door of the display case. Finding no way of arguing back, okay. Jonas smiled. Good, that's the first step in the right direction. Now you said you can sense the sins of others. See if you can sense Loki or anyone he knows. Jack wasn't able to save one of the targets, and we need to get her back and save any others that we can. Loki can't have gone far, he can't teleport great distances like that. So he's still in the city and has to be keeping his hostages somewhere. Manny sighed and closed his eyes. He began to think about Loki, but felt nothing. He focused and began to try and clear his mind, staring into the blackness behind his eyelids as he planted his hands on the wooden frame of the display case and concentrated. Nothing. All he could see or feel was darkness, the room around him. I can't feel anything. Keep trying, focusing on Loki's associate you know of, Ballistic. Manny sighed and opened his eyes for a brief second to stare at himself in the mirror. He could see Martin standing there behind him. You got this, hermano. Manny closed his eyes and tried to focus once more. He thought back to seeing Ballistic for the first time in the alleyway, getting knocked unconscious, waking up in the chair, his own murder. He saw nothing. He thought more about Loki, Ballistic, but he found his mind drifting into the darkness behind his eyes. Thinking back to his earlier thoughts. He was the reason he was a foster kid. He was a murderer. He'd killed his own best friend. If he'd just stayed dead. I can't do it, Manny shouted in frustration after several moments in silence as he slapped his hand against the wooden corner of the display case, making the glass rattle. His eyes opened as his vision clouded over with frustration, the smoky blackness building around the edges of his eyes as the shadows of the room seemed to deepen. He expected to see his own nightmare-inducing reflection staring back at him, but instead he saw Loki. Manny's eyes narrowed and anger filled him as he saw the dapperly dressed, slick-haired man standing before him, his ever-present grin turning up the sides of his scarred lips. I see him, Manny growled in a guttural and hollow tone. Jonas looked up with a sudden look of surprise. Where is he? A throaty, animalistic growl and deep, inhuman voice left Manny as he stared into the reflective surface of the glass display case. He's outside somewhere. It was like Manny was watching from above him at a short distance, almost like he was looking out of an office building window on the first floor down into a loading area. He could see rows and stacks of shipping containers stretched out before him, past a concrete sidewalk and asphalt loading platform. "Where? What building?" asked Jonas as he stood and moved into the study, looking toward the display case as if expecting to see something. But he saw nothing, only the dusty, slightly reflective surface of the translucent glass. "I'm not sure. Wait, there's other people with him." Manny growled and watched as a gargantuan, hulking black man moved up to Loki, who was already standing next to where several others. They were all of Asian descent, but Manny wasn't exactly sure what their nationality was. Each of them dressed in clean, plain white t-shirts and had either black jeans, cargo pants, or cargo shorts on. Several of them also wore black hoodies with the hoods pulled low, or had bandanas pulled up to obscure their faces. And all of them seemed to be carrying handguns, shotguns, or in a few cases what appeared to be machine guns like Uzis. "She got away before I could grab her." "Dat soldier boy you told me about got away," said the hulking man as he approached. "Well, that is unfortunate, but I did manage to grab Ms. Kyles. Her gifts should make acquiring more volunteers much easier, and it certainly makes holding them simpler," said Loki with a wide smirk, as he patted the side of the shipping container gently. "I just hope Mr. Escalera remembers who holds his leash and doesn't make me regret loosening my grip. It's too bad I can't force everyone to do what I want, but oh well, one happy customer at a time," Loki said with a wry chuckle. "It's a good thing you don't require such hands-on help, Mr. Saint Hammer. I appreciate someone that doesn't mind getting their hands dirty. Once Mr. Escalera returns with our next elemental guest, we'll have nearly all that we need, except for your sister, of course, and one other. Still, the more the merrier, as they say," said Loki as he tapped the side of the container. "I can convince her," Mr. Saint Hammer replied before pausing a moment, "and if not, then I'll take care of it." "I should hope so," said Loki as his smile widened even more, turning up the thin corners of his lips into a disturbingly wide grin. "They've got someone, and they're going after others," Manny called out to Jonas. "Where?" asked Jonas, beginning to get frustrated. Manny, lost in a daze, grimaced as his eyes began to darken, shadows pouring from them. The vision seemed to become clearer, like he was standing right there. He could feel the overwhelming tide of sins pouring from Loki and Saint Hammer, and the overwhelming amount of evil flowing from them called to him, bidding Manny to reap their souls. Manny reached out, his hand moving towards the smooth surface of the glass before passing right through it, like it was the surface of a pond. Jonas went wide-eyed as Manny took a step forward through the reflective surface of the display. Case and was suddenly gone. Chapter 30, The Chain. Captain Cobb moved right over toward the suit of highly polished, metal-powered armor. It was suspended from a hoist, and several cables ran from it to computer banks and high-power outlets. "Figured I'd cut through the shit and get to the good stuff first, start with the main course, and then show you some of the bells, whistles, and other bullshit we're cooking up, since the doc gave you the okay," Captain Cobb croaked out in a rather disgruntled fashion. Val had the feeling this guy didn't really want to tell him a damn thing. The suit of armor stood at some 10 feet tall or more, towering down over both men. It wasn't painted. The suit's surface was made of some sort of thick, bare metal that was polished to an incredibly high degree like a mirror, but it didn't have the look of chrome or steel. Val could see that it was some sort of alloy, but it almost appeared white from how highly polished it was and the way it refracted the light back. Several vents and hose housings ran along the arms and sides of the suit of armor to powered venting systems, not designed for thrust. Servos, power cables, and circuitry were all hidden beneath thick plates of the highly polished armor, and from the thickness of the heavy rubber seals on the thing, Val could tell it was capable of functioning underwater to a limited fashion, and could form an environmental seal. Perhaps it was space-worthy too. On its shoulder was a massive cannon of sorts that was currently pointed up toward the ceiling and sitting atop a rotating, shoulder-fixed Waldo gun mount. It must have allowed the gun to slide out of the way for storage when not in use. Like now. Its arms were long, but the hands seemed just a bit too small for the length of the large arms. The feet on the thing, however, seemed slightly too wide, and they reminded Val of the way Mega Man's feet looked. Reinforcements and wiring traveled to housings that started just below the knee, and they continued down to the broad, ovular feet of the armor. Val could tell they contained something and were there for more than just walking. Yeah, can't say I'm a fan of giving some hippie kid from California access to this shit, so don't. Go run in your mouth, kid. Val looked over to Captain Cobb with an annoyed expression before his gaze shifted back to the suit of armor. What is it? I mean, I can see it's a suit of armor, but… Spartan. Superpower Assault and Response Tactical Armor, number 00. She's a prototype, Captain Cobb announced proudly as he smiled up at the hulking suit of armor. The name hadn't fallen short on Val. So it's for dealing with people like me? Coach raised an eyebrow and looked to Val. Nah, it's for people like Loki and that other fella. Y'all ran in tar. That reassured Val, but only a little bit. He sighed as he moved up and reached out to touch the armor, but the captain was quick to slap his hand down. Ah. No touchy, he croaked. So, what's it do? Asked Val as rubbed at his aching hand gently with his other one, trying to soothe the sting from the quick slap. A thin-lipped, mischievous grin turned up the corners of the man's mouth as his stern expression relaxed, showing all of the excitement and enthusiasm of a man in his 20s as his hard exterior broke. Well, can't disclose all of it, but it does a lot. She can carry up to 2.5 tons and lift up to 3.5. We've been able to clock her on a running surface at up to 60. She's made of an alloy of titanium, chromium, steel, and aluminum, something we've been calling vulcanium because of its resistance to heat and its highly reflective properties. As Captain Cobb continued to rattle on about the machine, Val spaced out. He stared off into nothing as he pretended to listen, while inside his head, his eyes opened, and he was standing in the control center once more. All right, boys, on your feet. I want to know what this Spartan 00 thing is and does, all of the info we can get. Figure out the rest of the stuff in the lab as well. I need info, I need intel, I need schematics. Go, go, go. Val's various personas began to scatter, but quickly found themselves stopped as they encountered the firewall from before. You don't have access to SO's files or systems, I'm afraid, Mr. Technikov, said Haley's voice as it echoed into the control center inside Val's head. Yeah, well, let's change that, Val said with an annoyed and menacing smirk. He focused in on the firewall as his personalities attacked it. It wasn't a coding format he was familiar with or had ever even seen before. But he hadn't needed to crack the coding before. He could see the grid and reached out towards the rose-colored coding flying around him. He could feel the data, feel the coding, and willed it to him as he singularly focused his efforts on not breaching the firewall, but making its code and his the same. Mr. Technikov, I will have to warn C. Haley's words were cut off as the red coding shifted. What are you doing? Val ignored the AI's protestations as he felt himself and his other consciousnesses become a part of the coding. Now, having access, he changed the coding to his own and began to delve for information, now that Haley paid him no mind. Without Haley's interference, the information came easily and quickly. Metallurgical formulas, schematics for vehicles, blueprints for weapons, technical file after technical file of information. The level of engineering and invention behind many of the firearms, armor, and vehicles was staggering. Genius level even. Val found himself a bit jealous of Dr. Archbold and the captain as he scanned over the files and copied the data. The tech they were designing was leaps and bounds ahead of everything modern robotics, armor, and weaponry had to offer, at least that he was aware of. However, there was nothing about the Meridian Order, Berkeley, Val, Jack, Cassie, or anyone. Many of the technical files, including the Spartan, also seemed to be missing certain key sections of the notes, like its railgun weapon system. There were also no notes on the power source or battery sources for the proposed weapons, but Val's reactor on the ATV was small enough to do the job. Perhaps he'd need to study and tinker with things first, draw up his own designs. Val sighed in frustration as his consciousness seamlessly slipped from the Archibald Company network, leaving no trace of his intrusion as he mentally logged out of the network. And finally, the cherry on top, the magnetic accelerator projectile system, a fully integrated shoulder-mounted railgun system, lobs a hunk of tungsten and depleted uranium alloy downrange at about Mach 10. Got a range over a mile. I call it my boomstick, Captain Cobb said with a smile, making it rather clear what movie franchise he was a fan of. Val grinned. It was damned impressive for sure. More than that, it was fucking genius, but it was also terrifying. Something like that against him, Val just knew he wouldn't stand a chance. I've been trying to think up some armors and stuff for everyone. Got any tips? Asked Val. Captain Cobb turned, taking on a more contemplative and questioning look. Depends. Whatcha? Looking to make? Val and Cobb began to talk shop, while Jack watched Cassie through the window. The doctor sprayed on some disinfectant and began to coat the wound in a burn cream before covering it with a bit of gauze and some medical tape. Cassie smiled at him, and he could see her say thank you to the doctor as she stood just before the doors to the room opened and Ms. Richardson entered and said something Dr. Archibald as Cassie exited the small medical lab. Whatever the room was made out of, it seemed to stop all sound. You okay? Jack asked as he moved up toward Cassie, who nodded in response with a half-hearted smile. Yeah, I will be. Just stings a lot. Uncle Jack, we need to talk. You got your powers, said Jack with a smile. Cassie looked up at him in surprise and she gave him half-smile of her own as she nodded a couple of times. So what kind of things can you do? Asked Jack. Cassie looked confused and was about to speak before they were interrupted by the Ms. Richardson. Your things are here. I have them waiting for you up in the study above. If you'd care to change there or in your ATV, you can. We also have a few restrooms available if you need. Just ask Haley and she can direct you, said the rather official-looking young woman. Jack nodded to her and smiled. He hadn't heard her approach at all until she was already talking. Thanks, he replied. Jack looked down to Cassie. You go get changed first. I'll keep an eye out. Cassie nodded and headed off, moving up the stairs and into the study to change out of her ruined dress and into a fresh change of clothes. She'd really like that dress too. Jack waited, looking out over towards Val, the captain, and Dr. Archibald, all engaged in excited conversation. They looked over the various prototype vehicles and other pieces of equipment in the vast workspace. Jack's inside pocket began to vibrate and he flinched and jumped from the unexpected, vibrating a second before the phone began to ring. Jack sent his hand diving inside his jacket to retrieve his cell phone and glanced briefly down to the screen before he opened it. It was Jonas. Jack answered the phone. Hey, we got to the safe spot all right. What's up? Jack stated. Manny's missing, came Jonas's voice. It sounded steady as ever, though did carry a tone of urgency. Jack's heart went cold for a second as the thought back to the monstrous thing the kid had turned into before their first meeting. After a second, he spoke. You lost him. No, he's missing. He stepped through a mirror and after Loki, Jonas corrected. Fuck. Wait, he did what? Jack asked, eyes wide with shock as he ran a hand through his hair. Jonas said it just as Jack thought of it. Put Val on the line. Jonas looked up to Val, who was listening to something the doctor was saying. Hey, Mr. Wizard, can you get a trace on Manny? Jack called out. Val looked up and hesitated a moment. Huh? 1 second. Val closed his eyes as his mind drifted off into the grid. His team was already at working, tracking down the last known signal location through GPS tracking via the phone's internal GPS. They found it quickly. Another had already failed at tracking down the phone currently, informing the others it was offline. It only took seconds for another to reactivate the phone by turning on anti-theft and tracking features built into it. Backtracking the GPS, he found the source of the signal, the Jersey port. I got him. Jersey port across the Hudson. Suddenly, the grid went wild for the second time that night as the flow of information became a tsunami wave of information. Val was only able to catch pieces of the info, images and brief newsreels before the massive amount of data influx shunted his mind from the grid. Guys, there's been reports of explosions and gunfire at the docks in New Jersey. Dr. Archibald rolled his eyes, sighed, and slowly shook his head. It's always Jersey. Everyone, get prepped and meet me there. I'm heading out. Val, step on it, said Jack as he headed up the stairs just as Cassie was stepping out, back in her hoodie, tank top, and yoga pants with her dress draped over her arm. What's going on? She asked. Manny's in trouble, said Jack in a panicked fashion as he headed in to change into his civilian clothes. But before he could, he watched as all of the screens in the workspace below and inside of the study switched over to local news. It was a helicopter view from above, shooting down on the port of New Jersey. A few dead bodies scattered the area, and machine gun and small arms fire could be heard filling the night with the thunder of war. Pillars of billowing smoke erupted forth from the rooftops of several buildings caught in a blaze, with letters of flame spelling a single word, penance. Jack's blood ran cold, and he felt his heart quicken in his chest as his blood pressure rose. I want you staying out of this one, Cassie. This could get really, Jack began. No way, Uncle Jack. I'm going, Cassie stated firmly, eyes narrowing and jaw clenching. There was a stony demeanor on her face, a cold resolve he'd never seen in her before. He'd seen that look on soldiers before and knew that there was no fighting back against it. Best to make use of her than leave her on the sidelines. Jack nodded and smiled. All right, ask the doc if there is anything here that we can use. Catch a ride with the others, okay? I'll meet y'all there. A wide smile broke Cassie's stern expression, and she nodded confidently before turning and jumping. Ms. Richardson was standing there holding a garment bag and a sleek black metal gun box. I think you'll be needing these, Sergeant Major. Dr. Archibald said to consider them a gift. We'll try and keep a lid on this and control the media, but I doubt that it will work for long. And, Ms. Barrett, if you'll come with me, please, we can outfit you and the rest of the team as well. Again, Jack had no idea why he hadn't heard her approaching first, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He only thanked her and took the bag and small box before ducking into the office. Once inside, Jack laid the bag out across the couch and set down the box on a nearby coffee table. He grasped the black zip on the dark green canvas bag and unzipped it. Inside was a brand new set of what resembled standard issue body armor. Fatigues, steel-toed boots, urban camis, sap gloves, and a visored helmet. It was different though. Instead of the usual armored vest, the material seemed to be layered almost like scale mail and covered with urban patterned Kevlar weave. He'd heard about this stuff. Dragon scale. It was supposedly the next big thing in body armor. Jack quickly disrobed and began donning the armor, camis, and fatigues before slipping the helmet into place and securely fastening and tightening the chin strap to his cleft chin. He checked the vest, finding a standard issue K-bar already sheathed just under his right breast, and 2 reinforced asps at his sides. A series of reinforced zip ties, a med kit, and other items he was all too familiar with, secured along the battle harness and utility belt. Jack reached up and slid the darkly tinted visor down into place, and immediately the visor came to life. Green lettering and codes ran briefly through Jack's field of vision. He heard comms click on, and a digital targeting reticle appeared before his eyes. Jack couldn't help but smirk. This felt damn good. This felt right. Jack's gaze fell down to the box laying on the nearby, highly polished mahogany coffee table. The reticle locked on the box as the words possible weapon appeared in his field of vision under the reticle. He reached down and grasped the metal clasps and unlatched them before flipping the box open. The sight inside made his smirk stretch into a wide grin. Inside the box was a sleek, highly polished and modified Desert Eagle .50 and 3 magazines that were already fully loaded. Jack lifted the sidearm from the box and looked it over, running weapons check on it. It was already loaded. Jack holstered the hand cannon into the thigh holster, adorning his new armor. Jack found himself thinking it felt much lighter than the previous times he'd briefly fired ones off at the range when others had offered him the opportunity. He'd never owned one himself before. He grasped the spare magazines and loaded them into the appropriate pouches of his harness before turning and heading towards the door. Jack flung open the door and stepped out onto the small landing overlooking the work bay as several sets of eyes shifted up towards Jack. Captain Cobb and Dr. Archibald smiled and nodded approvingly as Jack made his way down the stairs to the lower level. "The others are getting geared up. Val said they'll see you there. Godspeed," said Dr. Archibald. Captain Cobb just gave Jack an approving smile and nodded. "Go get 'em, Sarge." Jack returned the nod to Captain Cobb before shaking Dr. Archibald's hand. "Thanks for the help, Doc," Jack said with an appreciative bob of his head. The Doc shrugged. Think nothing of it. Least I can do right, and call me Clay." Jack nodded. "Thanks, Clay." With that, Jack headed over towards the freight elevator they'd rode down to the work bay and stepped onto it before turning to face the room just as the grated metal doors closed and the elevator began to rise upwards back toward the surface. Chapter 31. Seek and Destroy. Manny emerged from the window of the Port Authority offices, harmlessly stepping out of the reflective glass surface as though it was a doorway. He found himself staring directly at the group of men slightly below him. The group of armed thugs were busily engaged in conversation and hadn't noticed the tall, dark, monstrous shadow gazing down upon them from above. Manny's Stygian black eyes widened in surprise before he ducked down behind the rusted metal handrail that wrapped around the second floor of the office building's exterior, concealing him behind a thin sheet of corrugated metal as he melded into the shadows. His pulse quickened, but Manny fought back against the panic and tried to still his pounding heart in order to regain some sense of control. He closed his inky eyes tight as the dark whispers from within him grew louder and crept ever closer to the surface, hungry for souls. Manny took in a shaky, deep breath and slowly let it out before opening his eyes. He looked up through the dark window that reflected the starry sky above, and the dark Hudson River stretched out before it. Through the window he could see the ceiling of the small office space, cast mostly in darkness. A series of small, dull green lights along the ceiling drew his attention. At first, he thought that they were security cameras, making him fear that he'd been spotted. However, as his eyes focused in on the tiny lights, he realized that they were something else entirely. Tiny cell phones, Nokia bricks, fixed to slightly larger bundles of wires that were attached to PVC pipe canisters or old coffee cans. A series of neatly taped wire bundles ran from the back of the phones and were strung into the piping. Each had been wired together and were strung up along the ceiling like Christmas lights. It only took Manny a moment to realize what they were: bombs. His onyx eyes widened in terror just as the screen one of the packages lit up, just as the classic jingle began to play, while the screen lit up with a bright green glow. Manny didn't have time to jump or time to run. He didn't even have time to curse as the detonation sequence activated instantaneously. Manny rolled and flung his arms up over his head and curled into the fetal position to protect himself as best he could, as series of fairy explosions ripped through the office building and cast an inferno into the night sky. Fireballs erupted all around Manny, rocking the docks as all hell broke loose. Shadows and darkness engulfed Manny as the whispers inside of him became screams of rage, and he felt himself plummeting and spiraling through darkness. Manny was vomited from a shadow somewhere inside of the shipping yard and slammed hard into a metal wall, knocking the air from him. Visions of murder, rape, human trafficking, and all manner of sins flooded Manny's mind. Shadows poured forth from his eyes, mouth, and nose as he shook with rage and felt spines erupt from his head, while huge, demonic, pterosaur-like wings sprouted forth from his back as the shadows engulfed him in an umbral cocoon. "Kill them, rip their souls from their flesh, feast on their sins, Manny." Manny felt himself twist, shift, and change into the nightmarish, winged monstrosity like something from the depths of hell itself, shedding his mortal guise and taking on his true form that haunted him in his reflection. He pushed himself to his feet as the report of gunfire filled the air and echoed off of the shipping container walls. But it wasn't directed at him. Why? With a singular flap of his immense wings, Manny took aloft and perched atop one of the double stacks of shipping containers to survey the area for his prey, as well as to see what was happening and where his first victim was at. The impact of his jet-black, hulking, monstrous form crashed down atop the shipping container, caving in the surface with his supernatural strength and incredible weight as his taloned feet sunk into the steel sheeting like paper matched. Then Manny saw him, a lone man moving down tactically between the containers, ducking into the darkness and spinning out as he took a corner before unloading a 3-round burst from his M16 into a thug's chest, dropping him to the floor like a sack of bricks as his body went limp. A blaze of flames erupted from the undermounted shotgun fixed to the end of the glossy assault rifle and hit another goon squarely in his stomach before exploding. Bits of flesh and a mist of blood was sent into the air along with a cloud of smoke and fire as the man ceased to exist. The lone gunman, dressed in all black and wearing a tactical vest and balaclava, smoothly stepped behind another series of cargo containers and out of sight. Manny hesitated. He could sense the fear, anger, confusion, and sins of the other men, but from the darkly dressed lone gunman he felt nothing but rage. Cold, unadulterated rage focused into a singular flame like a cutting torch as he tactically tore through criminals with weapons fire. "What the fuck is that thing?" screamed one thug. Manny looked over and cast his dark light gaze on a small cluster of men who'd taken cover behind a forklift and now had their guns leveled toward him. "Shoot it!" cried another. A burst of gunfire filled the night, and Manny drew his shadowy wings tightly around himself as the small-caliber weapons fired impacted his dark, glossy, leathery flesh. Bullets ripped through the fleshy darkness that made up Manny's wings and tore into his inhuman flesh, splatter dark, viscous, ebon blood across him and the surface of the cargo container he was perched on. The pain was impossible, and Manny, or what had once been Manny, dropped to the surface of the cargo container from the agony as rage took him. The moment the dark, winged figure fell, the gunfire from the group of men ceased their attack, but the report of more automatic weapons fire continued to ring through the night as smoke and flames billowed into the sky from the buildings around. An explosion ripped through the container Manny was laying on top of, launching him skyward. Manny's eyes opened as rage and death poured through his veins. His wings unfurled, and he soared through the air toward the men, descending upon them like something from their darkest nightmares. It happened so quickly they had no time to react. Screams filled the night as Manny's claws sunk deep into the two of the men, spearing straight through them and emerging from their backs. It was like punching through tissue paper. A spray of viscera and blood covered the 3 men standing behind them as Manny tore his gore-covered claws and arms free from the 2 men, sending their lifeless forms falling limply to the ground. A guttural, demonic roar of rage left Manny's featureless, mouthless face, his face briefly splitting where a mouth should have been to reveal a fang-filled maw before closing like it had never existed. The men stared wide-eyed at the creature before them for a split second before they turned to flee, but there was no escape from his wrath. Tendrils of shadow emerged from the nearby darkness and impaled one man through the side of his torso, before dozens more shot forth from various points across Manny's body like some horrific reverse voodoo doll. Manny grasped the 2 closest men to him by their heads as they screamed out in fear before slamming their heads together. A sickening crack and splat filled the night. Blood, bone shards, and brain matter sprayed across Manny's now featureless face and slipped out between his long, dark, clawed fingers like butter he'd crushed in his hands. A column of spiky asphalt, earth, and concrete slammed into Manny like a truck, knocking him backwards from the unexpected attack. He felt bones break and dark flesh tear. He was sent soaring backward and collided with one of the containers behind him, leaving a large indentation in the side of it. That hurt, but Manny's wounds were already healing almost as quickly as they were inflicted. His wings were nearly fully mended already, and he could feel his broken and splintered bones snapping back into place and knitting. Manny's eyes opened, and he looked forward to see Loki standing 100 or more feet away beside the now open container. The large black man now seemed to be made of pure stone and towered at a height near that of his own. A dark, stern expression was spread across the towering man's face, and from behind him, Manny could see Loki smiling back as his yellow eyes held Manny's gaze. "Mr. St. Hammer, please stop our guests from leaving. Then we'll take care of our uninvited guests. Here," he said with a wide, cracked, toothy smile. "Claire, I'm coming, sweetheart." The primal, protective roar came from the dark gunman as he spun out from behind a cargo container only 30 feet or so away from the stony-skinned man. He raised his rifle toward the villainous duo, but hesitated as he saw his daughter and a small group of other innocent bystanders huddled behind the mountainous figure. Loki's gaze shifted over to Hank, and he smirked. "Good to see you again, Mr. Steele. Don't worry, as I said before." Loki's form twisted and shifted as a trail of sparkling golden light flashed from him. A second later, Hank was staring at Dakota. "I'll take good care of your little girl." The mountainous, stony-skinned figure cast his arm back, and the asphalt and earth flowed up like mud before oozing around the people's feet in the cargo container as they screamed in fear. The sodden mixture of earth hardened before their eyes in less than a second, turning back to solid stone. Loki walked over the fresh stone, then reached out and touched a curly, blonde-haired girl nearby him, who was standing there with a blank, expressionless look on her face as the others around her cowered against the back of the cargo container in terror. Loki shifted forms yet again, taking on the girl's visage. "Claire, give me back my daughter, you son of a bitch!" All hell broke loose as Hank let loose a spray of bullets from his modified M16. The hot slugs spun through the air towards Loki in less than the blink of an eye. At about 6 inches from Loki, the rounds impacted an invisible barrier. The barrier rippled, shimmering for a moment like gold, revealing the intricate knotwork of the invisible pattern making up the magical barrier. Thunder rumbled above, and the night sky began to darken. Loki's eyes narrowed as his lips curled up more in a maniacal smile. "Stupid monkeys and your guns," he said as he dismissively swung his hand through the air. 3 small bands of golden energy crackled up between his fingers rapidly like a Jacob's ladder before leaping free. The golden bolts of arcane energy were flung through the air like tracer rounds. Hank barely registered the blur of lights before he'd already been hit squarely 3 times. His Kevlar vest did very little to stop the scalding heat and raw magical power of the bolts as they burned through it. But the metal inserts under the Kevlar did shield Hank enough. The impact alone was still knocked him from his feet and backward to the ground as something in his chest cracked. Hank grunted and looked up to see his daughter staring wide-eyed back at him with a wild, gleeful look as she marched toward him. The wind began to howl as Loki marched toward the prone soldier. With a flick of the wrist, a blade of the same, crackling, glittery, golden energy smoothly manifested in Loki's outstretched right hand. In the left hand, energy began to crackle up his fingers, but Hank was too fast. In a practiced and instinctive motion, Hank slid his supporting hand back along the grip of his M16 and pressed down hard on the underslung trigger. With a thunk, a grenade round spun forth and lobbed up directly towards Loki. The Fae's eyes widened briefly, and he rotated his wrist and flung his hand upward a moment before the grenade struck. Another explosion rocked the docks. The air filled with screams from the trapped civilians huddled at the back of the shipping container. The smoke began to clear as Loki pushed past it, but Hank wasn't in sight anymore. Bullets ripped into Manny's form as he raised his wings to shield himself. Another column of spiked earth came hurtling up toward Manny, still embedded in the side of the metal crate. His powerful clawed hands shot out and caught the stone. Rocky shards and bits of rebar pierced his hands, but his grip and arms held. The column stopped, and pure, unadulterated rage boiled through Manny, along with an insatiable desire for blood, for souls, and for death. A pulse of energy that shone like a black light shot from Manny's hands and ripped into the earthen spike trying to crush him. The metal, stone, concrete, and rock making up the column turned to dust as Manny pushed himself free from the deep indentation he'd left in the side of the cargo container and let out another enraged, cacophonous cry that echoed out across the river. He flung himself forward and stretched his wings outward, propelling himself at an incredible speed directly at the hulking mountain of a man standing in his way, as well as several goons around him. Just as Manny reached him, a wall of bedrock shot upward. Manny's already outstretched claws sent forth 2 more blasts of the blacklight energy that hit the wall like anti-tank rifles and tore through it. Manny collided with what was left of the wall at full speed and punched through it, scattering shards of stone and dust everywhere, sending the goons sprawling for cover or protection. The craggy man was nowhere to be seen, though, but Loki was standing only feet away, now looking over at Manny with a wide smile, a sword of crackling energy gripped tightly in hand. The only thing between them were a few goons still reeling. Lightning ripped through the sky above as Loki sneered, "Ooh, you're in trouble." Chapter 32, Help is on the way. The second the floor opened up to reveal the ceiling of the first story of the parking garage above, and Jack leapt with all his might. It was still some 30 to 40 feet or more before the lift was even with the ground level, but Jack cleared it, muscles straining. A single gloved hand planted against the concrete above, and Jack vaulted up over the lip of the lift. Jack's feet hit the ground running, and he took off like a shot, propelling himself through the streets of New York City like a missile. Buildings, cars, and people zipped past in a blur as Jack hauled ass through the streets. He could feel his heart keeping steady as he soon reached top speed. Somewhere over 600 miles per hour, but just under mark. Jack darted between cars and raced toward the nearby bridge that crossed over into Jersey, using his keen vision to help guide him as he followed the street signs that directed him to the New Jersey port. Crossing the bridge at those speeds only took moments. On the way, he could clearly see and hear the several helicopters hovering above in the night sky that was now turned red by the flames and smoke that billowed forth from a loading area. The helicopters' spotlights lit up the night as much as the flames, guiding Jack toward his destination and his friend in need of his help. A crackling over the comms in his helmet snapped Jack from his focus. Jack, you need to hear this," came Val's voice over the comms. The comms crackled once more for a brief second before Jack could hear a news report coming in. The ongoing scene at the New Jersey Port Authority continues to develop. Police helicopters are now on the scene, with backup set to arrive in the next few minutes on the ground. We are keeping a safe distance from above in the Channel 6 helicopter. What appears to be a demon or some sort of large, unidentified winged figure, along with a single, lone gunman, are engaged in an all-out firefight with a number of individuals. We can't confirm, but it is believed that gunman is the wanted vigilante, Master Sergeant Hank Steele. Jack's jaw clenched and his teeth ground together. He had to get there first. They had to get there first. Val, step on it. With that, he pressed on, leaping off of the exit ramp and taking off down the street towards the docks rapidly. Val was already behind the wheel and the lift was already rising up. He'd forgone the combat gear. Sure, it left him vulnerable, but he didn't plan on getting out of the ATV either. Cassie was already gearing up in the back, but he wasn't focused on that too much. Besides, he was pretty sure if he did, Cassie would kick his ass. "Where the fuck is Jonas?" Val said aloud. Once again, the uppity asshole was leaving them high and dry, and here they were rushing headlong into danger. Still, he wasn't going to leave Jack hanging, and this gave him the perfect opportunity to test out another feature on the ATV, its amphibious mode. The engine on the ATV thrummed loudly, and the tires screeched as Val pressed the pedal down to the floor and took off out of the parking garage. The ATV rounded the corner hard, and Val gunned it as his mental focus split, partially disappearing into his inner mindscape. "Boys, clear the way. Once we get there, I want the scene cleared. And slow down the cops as much as you can. We gotta buy Jack some time," Val commanded to the many personas in his mindscape. The multitudes of his inner selves scrambled, all but one. One began hijacking the controls of the vehicles around him, either shutting their engines off or pulling them over to the side, making traffic move aside like Moses parting the Red Sea. Traffic and crosswalk lights changed. Radio, cellular, and TV signals were scrambled. Entire sections of the city began to black out as the ATV barreled down the road toward the docks. "Hey, metalhead! Fucking watch it! Damn, try to keep this thing on the road, okay?" shouted Cassie from the back, who was part-way through changing into her own body armor and fatigues, gifted to her by Dr. Archibald. Val just grinned as he saw the barricade at the local pier coming up quickly, the only thing past. It were the dark waters of the Hudson. "Roads where we're going, we don't need roads," Val said confidently with a cocky grin. "What?" said Cassie as he looked up and out the windshield of the pilot's compartment just as the vehicle crashed through the barricade. The ATV soared through the air briefly like a hurled brick before splashing down into the water. Are you crazy? We're gonna sink, Cassie screamed as she scrambled for a door, but it locked, down before she could reach it. No, we aren't, Val replied with a grin. The buoyancy systems inside the ATV kicked on, venting air in through the roof from concealed snorkels placed along the vehicle and funneling it into the ATV's massive engine. Its huge tires spun like the paddle wheel on a riverboat and propelled the vehicle forward across the water and straight across the river toward the NJPA. Cassie stopped and stared for a moment before a smile slipped over her lips. Nice going, she added approvingly, with a touch of surprise in her tone before she tossed on her armored vest and zipped it up. Jack was closing in on the port rapidly. He could already hear the wail of the police sirens and thunder of the circling helicopters overhead. The pilots looked like they were having trouble maintaining control and were descending slowly closer or peeling away from the scene. It must have been Val. The kid was getting good at doing this stuff. For a moment, Jack was a bit envious, but he didn't have any time to dwell on it. Jack slowed his speed as he tore past the gates at the front and closed in on the gunfire. He could see Manny holding some poor soul aloft as the dark, demonic figure grasped the goon by his throat and ripped his head clean from his body before drinking in some silvery white and blue mist that seemed to pour forth from the man's lifeless form. Manny cast the blinking head and twitching body off to the side before turning his gaze toward a nearby group of 3 men standing between him and some girl holding what appeared to be a golden-colored lightsaber. Jack raced up toward them and slowed his speed at the last moment he could, bringing his left leg up under him and fully extending his right as he slid across the ground like a baseball player sliding for home. The increased friction of the asphalt slowed his speed just enough as he kicked the legs out from under the 3 men moments before Manny soared overhead. The goons all fell around him. Jack was on it in a flash. Jack threw his legs around one man's neck and squeezed, choking him with his knees, cutting off circulation to his brain. Jack's left hand flung outward, striking the second man in his solar plexus and driving the air from his lungs, leaving him breathless and gasping on the ground. Jack glanced over toward the other man who was still reeling from the slide kick and threw his elbow into his jaw, shattering it in several places and knocking him out cold. The man grasped between Jack's legs, stopped moving, and he released him. Jack could still hear him breathing. That was good. Jack's gaze fell on the final man, still struggling for breath, who looked up at Jack wide-eyed and held a hand up to stop him. But he might as well have been moving in slow motion. Jack brought his right fist down on the man's forehead, slamming the back of his head down to the ground and sending him into la-la land as he began to snore loudly on the pavement. Jack looked up to see the young girl staring back down at him. Perfect timing, Jack. Jack was confused for a moment. He could hear the whimpers and cries from the people in the container nearby, and at a quick glance he could see that one of them looked exactly like the girl standing over him. As realization began to set in, the sky crackled brightly with lighting before everything went white, and Jack smelled ozone. Jack's ears rang deafeningly as a streak of red and white got between him and the bolt of lightning falling from the heavens. Jack's eyes opened and cleared to reveal Jonas, clad in his Roman-styled armor and garb. He glowed with the orange, fiery energy as electricity arced from his eyes, along his skin, and through his hair. "Ha! This seems familiar," said Jonas with a smirk. Loki's eyes widened and bulged outward with rage and surprise as Jonas threw his hands forward. Another blinding flash of light and thundercrack filled the night. Loki's shield illuminated brightly before, cracking and shattering as the electricity carried through it and into him. Loki was sent soaring backward down a wide aisle of shipping containers and off of a loading ramp a few feet into the water. The thugs were nearby, were left dazzled and stunned, like a flash bang had gone off. The 2 thundercracks and the blinding flashes of light had an even more reaching effect. Jack was temporarily deaf, but rapidly recovering. Jonas was fine. However, Manny felt weak and vulnerable. His gaze fell down to see his normal human hands and features. Jack tried to push himself up from the ground, but found the cracked ground below rising as mud poured forth from the large broken stretches of earth. The thick mud rose up around Manny and Jonas's feet and trapped Jack's hands and legs. Then solidified into solid stone, Jack and the others found themselves trapped. "You idiots, you came to me when I have the powers of an elemental at my disposal. Ha 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 ha. Morons." Loki loomed forward out of the aisle, sodden but otherwise mostly unharmed. His long, thin golden hair clung to his face, streaking across it like cobwebs as water dripped from his pointed chin to the asphalt below. The scream of police sirens grew louder. The thugs rose and began to move out from cover, take aim, and close in slowly from all sides. Manny began to panic, but the flashing lights and changing angles of the darkness prevented him from doing anything as panic started set in. The ground cracked and a smooth column of bedrock rose, with Saint Hammer standing atop it, with his arms confidently crossed in front of him. Jack strained and pulled back at the ground, trying to break free as his heart began to pound in his ears. Loki slowly and confidently walked toward them, arms outstretched, and his form shifted again. Jonas's hands and eyes crackled with the fiery orange energy as he looked about, but waited defensively to see where the attack would come from. The wind howled as they spiraled and encircled the group of men like a shield wall. Lightning illuminated the night like it was day, booming down all about the docks and turning the dark water as clear as the Caribbean. Waves crashed down on the docks as the storm raged. Rain began to turn into driving sleet. The few helicopters still about were scattered by the winds or forcefully downed. The end of an M16 barrel came out of a side alley, running perpendicular to the aisle Loki was moving down. Before anything could happen, everything stopped. The flashing lighting, the booming thunder, the driving rain and howling winds. It was all gone. Hank was standing back in his house. His wife was huddled in their guest bathroom, phone gripped tightly in one hand, her other clasped their son tightly to her breast. Claire was standing in front of him, arms outstretched, tears running down her face, and dressed in her favorite pajamas. "Daddy! Daddy, don't! Please stop!" Claire sobbed. Hank hesitated. He was in a white tank top and his boxers, the usual things he wore to bed. He was carrying his old shotgun, the one he'd inherited from his grandfather. He could feel the cold tile on his bare feet. He could smell the apple and cinnamon-scented candles his wife loved, the smell of laundry, pine sol, the hardwood flooring, the sanitizer his wife used in the bathrooms, and even the lingering scent of his wife's delicious chicken and rice, the smells of his home. "Daddy, it was just a bad dream. Please put the gun down, Daddy, please," pleaded Claire as she stood in the doorway between him and the rest of his family. "Claire?" asked Hank, confused and suddenly uncertain. "No, don't listen to him," shouted Jack, before he caught a foot across his jaw from one of the thugs. Hank clearly saw his daughter, but the rest of them saw Kayla, clad in her designer evening gown. It wasn't Kayla. They'd all watched as Loki's form changed and shifted to that of Kayla's almost instantaneously, only a few moments before. Loki was using Kayla's powers against them, and not just hers, but also his own powers of illusion. Small, golden threads and motes of glittering golden energy hung in the air between Loki and Hank like a fog, wrapping the two in his glamour and shrouding Hank's mind in an illusion within a hallucination. Hank couldn't hear Jack, and he only saw his daughter. "That's right, Daddy. It's Claire. You're home okay. You're home." She smelled like Claire, sounded like Claire, and looked like Claire. Everything looked like his home, smelled like his home, felt like his home. Had it all just been a dream? A horrible nightmare or delusion, a flashback maybe? He was losing it. He'd heard about it happening to other soldiers. Hank felt safe, but ashamed, confused, scared. Claire reached out toward Hank reassuringly, and he lowered his gun. Suddenly, there was a flash of blinding headlights and the sound of an air horn that cut through the night. The peace of Hank's home was broken. Hank watched as the front of a huge armored transport slammed into his little girl like a freight train. Loki was sent sprawling backward suddenly. The thugs all turned to the bright lights just as they cut off and everything went dark, and they opened fire. Jonas let the bolts of orange, burning energy fly forth, impacting the ground next to Jack's hands and feet. Jack was free and moving, going low in a wide sweep across several of the thugs' legs. Hank looked for Claire, for Loki, but where he expected to see him, he wasn't there. Glittering golden motes of light hung in the air several feet from the ATV. With the darkness returned and in full panic, Manny was glad to feel the gloom pour from him, giving himself over to it for safety. A towering shadow moved up and loomed over Jack, who looked up to see Manny now transformed once more. Manny was bearing down on him, claws bared and wings outstretched menacingly. Before the death-fueled monster could strike, Jonas stepped between them. Manny was knocked from his feet and pinned to a container wall below the burning office building. Upon seeing the return of that winged monstrosity, the thugs all began to scatter for cover in an attempt to get away from it. "Manny, get control, you aren't this thing," Jonas shouted boldly. Manny looked to Jonas and a guttural, demonic growl left him. Manny hesitated, though, and began to calm. The report of automatic weapons fire drew all of their attentions toward the docks. It was Hank Steele. He stood there in the open, raining a hail of gunfire down toward the men now retreating for cover behind the cargo container with people inside, and behind the 5-foot square pillar of bedrock. Jack watched as a one poor fool who'd been peeking around the corner was caught squarely in the head by several rounds, splitting his head and sending blood, bone, and brains scattering across the ground. Shrieks of terror escaped a few of the man's allies as his body slumped forwards and slid down the container before leaning up against it dead. The rest of the rounds impacted the pillar of stone, or flattened against St. Hammer's rocky form. The rounds mushroomed out and flattened, then harmlessly fell to the ground below with a soft tink. A soft, repetitive click, click, click filled the air. St. Hammer looked up and smiled. "Kill him," he ordered before reaching out toward Hank. Hank swore and reached for another magazine, just as a small squad of the thugs darted out and aimed their weapons at the blood-crazed soldier. Two of them were sporting .45 ACPs, the third hoisted up a pump-action 12-gauge, and the last came out with a 9mm SMG. Jack was already back on his feet and running. He didn't have time to get to them, but he could get to Hank. He darted past him just in time to catch a slug from the shotgun and several pistol rounds to his back and side. The force was enough to make Jack stumble, but luckily the rounds didn't penetrate his armor. Jack shoved Hank off to the side, sending him sliding across the ground several feet behind the nearby metal wall of a cargo crate with a hard grunt as Jack dove for cover. Several spiky spears of bedrock shot through the asphalt towards where Hank and Jack had been a split second before. The shards of stone pierced through the side of a shipping container and slammed into the front of the ATV. The armor on the ATV held, but was sheared heavily in a few places and dented in, but held as the stone splintered, shattered, and snapped away. The weapons fire continued to pepper Jack, tearing at the new body armor, but impacting the ceramic metallic plates below that protected him. A shotgun slug tore into Jack's thigh, not penetrating deep but sending a small spray of blood against the pavement. Jack fell and rolled behind cover up next to the Marine, breathing hard from the pain of the weapons fire that had just hit him. Fuck. Nice party you got going here. Army Rangers, Jack grunted as he introduced himself. Steele looked back at Jack with his cold, grey eyes through his balaclava and said nothing at first, but gave a brief nod. Master Sergeant Steele, Marine Force Recon. With that, Hank loaded another magazine and moved to stand, but before he could, two blasts of fiery-like orange and black-light purple energy zipped overhead and nailed two of the men, severing the arm of one and cauterizing the wound instantly. The second blast clipped the other man along his side and sent him falling to the ground with a cry of agony as he gripped at his side. Their allies grasped them and dragged them into the cargo container for cover while laying down a hail of suppressive fire at Manny and Jonas. Hank and Jack both looked back to see Jonas and Manny standing there. Jonas with the strange energy crackling around his hands and forearms as his eyes blazed like torches. Manny's long-fingered talon-tip hands seemed to absorb light, but the corona around them gave off the purple glow. "Did we miss the fun?" asked Cassie as the side door to the ATV opened as she peeked out from cover inside the safety of the ATV as it was peppered with more gunfire. "Appreciate the backup," was all Hank said before he was up, but the two men who'd been standing there had already ducked back into cover. Hank turned and started to slink along the wall in a low crouch before cutting the corner of one of the containers. Jack had seen that look in men's eyes before, nothing left to lose. Jack had to stop him, but he didn't want to kill him. He didn't know why he was here, Hopefully Manny did, or at least someone. Jack had seen the news stories, of course, but the news was always a half-truth at best. Just one side of the story. "What did I say?" asked Cassie with a nervous smile as she tried to make light of the situation. Manny and Jonas's gazes fell on Saint Hammer before they both let loose a barrage of energy. The orange and purple blasts hummed and crackled as they sped through the air and impacted Saint Hammer, knocking him from the top of his column and sending him crashing down before the cargo container holding their prisoners. Saint Hammer grunted as he pushed himself up to his feet and stepped backward into the cargo container. His mountainous, craggy form was now cracked in several places from where Manny's blasts had struck him. His left shoulder and chest were glowing brightly and partially molten in places, dripping slag down his torso and left side from where he'd been hit in the chest by Jonas. As their Jonas and Manny's gazes fell to him, they could see a very disheveled and bloodied Loki standing inside the container behind Saint Hammer toward the back. Loki seemingly appeared from nothing and nowhere, simply not there one moment and then there a half-second later. Loki was back in his own form now, looking bloodied and disheveled. His left cheekbone was caved in. His left arm hung limply at his side, in an odd fashion, bulging oddly along one side of the tattered sleeve that was caked with something blue that also dripped from his long, thin fingers. A dull blue blood trickled from road rash across his body, and from his left eye and down his right arm. His still keen green eyes focused on the two before he grimaced as he touched the curly-haired blonde girl, now looking scared and confused, huddled towards the back of the container. "No, help me, Daddy," screamed Claire. "Stay with me, watch my six," was all Jack said to Cassie. This wasn't a training op, and he couldn't leave her on her own. All he could do was try to put himself between her and harm and pray that she followed orders. Several of the thugs were beginning to flee now, breaking off into smaller groups or going alone. As they retreated, though, they came face to face with New Jersey's finest, causing things to devolve into a shootout. The nearly half-dozen goons that hadn't begun to retreat yet clustered around the cargo container and took cover inside it. A flash of golden light filled the air as a stone wall rose, obscuring Jonas and Manny's views into the interior. Jack grunted as he stood before he stopped and listened. Over the roar of the burning office buildings, storm and gunfire, he couldn't hear much. He took the other side of the containers and mirrored Hank's movement, progressing slowly and tactically down the line of metal shipping containers, taking every corner with caution. As they reached one of the containers closest to a loading ramp, gunfire broke out once more. They were firing from far side of the seawall where the thugs had ducked in for cover along the alley near the shipping container they had their prisoners in. Hank and Jack moved down the two alleys near the end of the seawall, mirroring each other's movements as Cassie brought up the rear behind Jack. 4 men spun out on each side of the wall. Jack moved quick as Hank opened fire and ducked back around behind cover, catching a round in the leg and a few in the vest, but riddling the 4 men with holes. Jack managed to push up 2 of the barrels as the other 2 opened, fired point blank with a shotgun and a machine pistol. The shotgun blast caught him in the head. His helmet thankfully took the blow, sending the shot skipping off to the sides as the helmet cracked. Jack tried to sidestep the barrage of bullets from the machine pistol, but the range was too close to escape all of them. The first 2 rounds missed, but the following 4 peppered his torso and pushed him back, making him tug 2 of the men forward by their guns. Jack's ears rang and his head spun from the shotgun blast. For a moment he thought he was going to black out from the splitting pain in his head, but the helmet had done its job at least, and he was still alive. The first missed shot from the machine pistol connected with Cassie and tore into her arm, just below her shoulder, its velocity carrying it clear through her flesh. The second round impacted just above her collarbone and flattened harmlessly. Cassie felt numbness in her arm, and a searing pain shot through her as her vision grew white around the periphery. Still, adrenaline and an unyielding, adamant force of will in Cassie drove her through the pain as she leapt into action. Cassie quickly drew a combat knife from her harness and lobbed it directly at the one wielding the machine pistol. The straight-bladed, sharply tipped K-bar embedded deep into the shoulder he was using to brace, making him cry out. Jack yanked the other 2 forward onto the ground, bringing a knee down onto one man's head as his fist came down on the other one, making them see black. Cassie spun forward as she ducked up under and to the side of the shotgun barrel. Her hands grasped the barrel and pushed it straight up. Her right elbow went out, catching shotgun in his windpipe as she reached back with her left hand and pulled the knife from Pistol's shoulder. Then her right knee came up, catching shotgun in his solar plexus as he doubled over and grasped his throat. An uppercut was followed to Pistol's jaw that sent him stumbling and falling backward against the container. "Cassie!" Jack spun around to see to his wounded goddaughter. Cassie grunted and winced as she held up the hand on her wounded arm and tried to push Jack off. Jack pushed her hand to the side, but she pulled free with a grunt and stepped back. "I'm fine. Just winged me is all. Hurts though, ouch." "We can take care of it in a minute. They need your help more than me," said Cassie, nodding in the direction of the cargo container. "Guess that youth karate paid off, huh?" said Cassie with a smile to Jack as she surprised herself with her flurry of attacks. Jack looked at Cassie with concern in his eyes, but sighed and nodded once with understanding. He grinned a bit as he shook his head. When had she learned to fight like that? No time to question it now. In the distance, he could hear the sound of dozens of sirens, along with several more helicopters. Jack looked over to Hank, now slumped up against the side of the container. He swiftly moved over to him, but he held up a hand dripping with blood from where he was gripping his leg. Jack stopped. Hank pushed himself to his feet, and together they circled around and into the front of the prisoner container. A loud clang rang through the air as Manny crashed down atop it as Jonas approached from the front, eyes and hands burning with that strange, crackling orange energy. A few blasts of energy shot from Jonas's hands as he flung them out, cracking stone near the base of the rocky wall blocking their path. Jack grabbed at the top of the wall, slipping his fingers in where he could and pulled. A loud crack and the sounds of stone grinding on stone filled the air as the wall came crashing to the asphalt below. Inside, the remaining 5 men that hadn't retreated stood, using their guns' butts to dig and break away rock from around people's feet as best they could as Kayla directed them. Manny slowly shifted back to his normal form, away from the eyes of those inside the container. The shadows sloughing away and twisting back into his form in inky black wisps. An expression of shame spread across his face as he looked down to Jack. Jonas' hands and eyes ceased their glowing as he stepped inside, looking frustrated but stoic. "Thanks for the rescue, even if you did let kind of them kidnap me before," said Kayla as she looked over to Cassie, Jack, and the rest. "That blonde guy is such a creep. Totally had me like drugged, or brainwashed, or something. I hope you're all okay. OMG, did you get shot?" Kayla rambled as she looked to Jack, Hank, and Cassie. Hank's eyes scanned the group of prisoners but didn't find the one he was looking for. His gun hand moved on its own, coming up from his right side as he quick drew his pistol from its holster and fanned the hammer before Jack could react. 4 shots rang out like machine gun fire, and 4 of the thugs under Kayla's sway fell dead. Several of the captives, including Kayla, screamed in horror as the men collapsed at their feet, before they fell silent and looked up horrified at Hank. Jack sighed and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them as Val's voice came through. His comms. "There's a whole lot of 5-0 incoming, and, Coast Guards on their way." Jack sighed and stood as he helped Cassie to her feet from where she'd sat down next to the front of the container. Let's go," said Cassie before looking over to Hank with a disapproving and fearful expression. She could tell military stance and posture, having spent most of her life around the military. He unnerved her, though, with how casual and comfortable he was with violence and with killing. Jack looked over to Hank before his eyes shifted back to the 4 dead men on the ground around the prisoners. "What did you do?" asked Jack, but he already knew the answer. Hank looked back at Jack. "Eliminated the enemy. I only need 1 for interrogation." Jack glared at Hank, but the sound of sirens drew him from his internal fight as Jonas, and a much more human-looking Manny rounded the corner of one of the nearby cargo containers. Manny looked ashamed as his gaze met Jack's, and he looked away. Jack stared back at Manny with a stern but understanding look and nodded. "Everyone on board. We gotta leave." "Not you, Master Sergeant. You need to stay." Hank hadn't moved a muscle. He just stared at the living thug, now chipping away at Kayla's feet. To free her. We can't take you with us. You're a liability and a wanted man. Besides, you need medical attention, said Jack as his gaze fell back on the former Spec Ops soldier who was bleeding profusely from his leg and from his side where he'd taken a round to the vest. My mission's not over yet. I'm getting my daughter back. His gaze fell down to the insignia, emblazed across the chest of Jack's vest. Sergeant Major. The two exchanged hard looks for a moment. Jack understood better than most, but he also knew that bringing the Marine with them would only make things far more difficult in the long run. It would make them accessories to his crimes more than they already were. Soldier, stand down. You've committed crimes against this country, and you need to go in so justice can be done. You swore an oath, you have to respect and honor it, Jack stated sternly. You can't fight the entire country, and you can't fight me. But I'll be there when your day in court comes, and I promise you we'll get your little girl back one way or another. Your daughter's gonna need you around when you get her back. So stand down, soldier. Hank stared back for a moment with a hard look, but somewhere deep in those cold, grey eyes, something broke. Hank released his firearm and let it hang at his side as he reached up and removed his mask. Yes, Sergeant Major, he said with a hard frown. Jack fought back his own frown and nodded before beginning to walk with Hank over toward the shipping container Manny had pointed out. Everyone else on the bus. We're heading out as soon as I'm on, Jack ordered. Jonas, Cassie, and Manny stood there for a moment before beginning to climb on board the ATV. Hank leaned up against the wall of the shipping crate and slowly slid down the wall as the adrenaline rush of combat ended and all of the pain and blood loss began to sink in. Jack looked over to the captives, still huddled together and now partially cowering from the wounded soldier on the floor. Don't worry, everyone. You're safe now. Help is on the way, and police will be here soon. The Master Sergeant will make sure you're safe until they show up, said Jack, before clapping Hank on the shoulder and looking to him. That cold, deadpan look had returned to Hank's eyes as he scanned the faces of everyone in the container, but he knew his daughter wouldn't be among them. His gaze shifted up to Jack's, and he nodded. Affirmative. Jack gave a brief half-smile down to his brother in arms before turning and heading back to the ATV. As he climbed on board, he looked about, not seeing Ruby among the heads inside. Where's Ruby? Val was about to speak up with the voice of Mentor entered all their minds. Do not worry, I am going to keep a close eye on her and Kayla. We will be along when they are ready, and so are you. The ladies said that they had a few things to take care of, and they are uncertain they want to get involved. I will do what I can to persuade them for you, Sergeant. I will be in touch. Jack nodded and closed the door as he moved over to take a seat next to his goddaughter. Then, let's roll out.